The Bazaar of Bad Dreams by Stephen King. Introduction. I've made some things for you, constant reader. You see them laid out before you in the moonlight. But before you look at the little handcrafted treasures I have for sale, let's talk about them for a bit, shall we? It won't take long. Here, sit down beside me, and do come a little closer. I don't bite. Except, we've known each other for a very long time, and I suspect you know that's not entirely true, is it? You'd be surprised, at least I think you would be, at how many people ask me why I still write short stories. The reason is pretty simple. Writing them makes me happy, because I was built to entertain. I can't play the guitar very well, and I can't tap dance at all, but I can do this, so I do. I'm a novelist by nature, I will grant you that, and I have a particular liking for the long ones that create an immersive experience for writer and reader, where the fiction has a chance to become a world that's almost real. When a long book succeeds, the writer and reader are not just having an affair, they are married. When I get a letter from a reader who says he or she was sorry when The Stand or 11 to 63 came to an end, I feel that book has been a success. But there's something to be said for a shorter, more intense experience. It can be invigorating, sometimes even shocking, like a waltz with a stranger you will never see again, or a kiss in the dark, or a beautiful curio for sale laid out on a cheap blanket at a street bazaar. And, yes, when my stories are collected, I always feel like a street vendor, one who sells only at midnight. I spread my assortment out, inviting the reader. That's you to come and take your pick. But I always add the proper caveat. Be careful, my dear, because some of these items are dangerous. They are the ones with bad dreams hidden inside, the ones you can't stop thinking about when sleep is slow to come, and you wonder why the closet door is open, when you know perfectly well that you shut it. If I said I always enjoyed the strict discipline shorter works of fiction impose, I'd be lying. Short stories require a kind of acrobatic skill that takes a lot of tiresome practice. Easy reading is the product of hard writing, some teachers say, and it's true. Miscues that can be overlooked in a novel become glaringly obvious in a short story. Strict discipline is necessary. The writer has to rein in his impulse to follow certain entrancing side paths and stick to the main route. I never feel the limitations of my talent so keenly as I do when writing short fiction. I have struggled with feelings of inadequacy, a soul-deep fear that I will be unable to bridge the gap between a great idea and the realization of that idea's potential. What that comes down to, in plain English, is that the finished product never seems quite as good as the splendid idea that rose from the subconscious one day, along with the excited thought, "Ah, man, I gotta write this right away." Sometimes the result is pretty good, though. And every once in a while, the result is even better than the original concept. I love it when that happens. The real challenge is getting into the damned thing. And I believe that's why so many would-be writers with great ideas never actually pick up the pen or start tapping away at the keys. All too often, it's like trying to start a car on a cold day. At first, the motor doesn't even crank, it only groans. But if you keep at it, and if the battery doesn't die, the engine starts, runs rough, and then smooths out. There are stories here that came in a flash of inspiration. Summer Thunder was one of those, and had to be written at once, even if it meant interrupting work on a novel. There are others, like Mile 81, that have waited their turn patiently for decades. Yet the strict focus needed to create a good short story is always the same. Writing novels is a little like playing baseball, where the game goes on for as long as it needs to, even if that means 20 innings. Writing short stories is more like playing basketball or football. You're competing against the clock as well as the other team. When it comes to writing fiction, long or short, the learning curve never ends. I may be a professional writer to the IRS when I file my tax return, but in creative terms, I'm still an amateur, still learning my craft. We all are. Every day spent writing is a learning experience and a battle to do something new. Phoning it in is not allowed. One cannot increase one's talent. That comes with the package, but it is possible to keep talent from shrinking, at least. I like to think so. And hey, I still love it. 3. So here are the goods, my dear constant reader. Tonight I'm selling a bit of everything. A monster that looks like a car, shades of Christine, a man who can kill you by writing your obituary, an e-reader that accesses parallel worlds, and that all-time favorite, the end of the human race. I like to sell this stuff when the rest of the vendors have long since gone home, when the streets are deserted and a cold rind of moon floats over the canyons of the city. That's when I like to spread my blanket and lay out my goods. That's enough talk. Perhaps you'd like to buy something now. Yes. Everything you see is handcrafted, and while I love each and every item, I'm happy to sell them because I made them especially for you. Feel free to examine them, but please be careful. The best of them have teeth. August 6th, 2014. When I was 19 years old and attending the University of Maine, I'd drive from Orono to the little town of Durham, which is usually represented as Harlow in my books. I made this trip every 3 weekends or so to see my girlfriend and, coincidentally, my mother. I drove a '61 Ford station wagon, 6 in a row for more go and 3 on the tree. If you don't know, ask your dad. The car was a hand-me-down from my brother David. I-95 was less traveled in those days and nearly deserted for long stretches once Labor Day passed and the summer people went back to their workaday lives. No cell phones either, of course. If you broke down, your choices were 2. Fix it yourself or wait for some good Samaritan to stop and give you a lift to the nearest garage. During those 150-mile drives, I conceived a special horror of Mile 85, which was in the absolute nowhere between Gardner and Lewiston. I became convinced that if my old wagon did shit the bed, it would do so there. I could visualize it hunkered in the breakdown lane, lonely and abandoned. Would someone stop to make sure the driver was okay, that he was not, perchance, stretched out on the front seat, dying of a heart attack? Of course they would. Good Samaritans are everywhere, especially in the boondocks. People who live in the boonies take care of their own, but I thought, suppose my old station wagon was an imposter. A monstrous trap for the unwary. I thought that would make a good story, and it did. I called it Mile 85. It was never rewritten, let alone published, because I lost it. Back then, I was dropping acid regularly, and I lost all sorts of stuff, including, for short periods, my mind, fast forward nearly 40 years. Although Maine's long stretch of I-95 is more heavily traveled in the 21st century, traffic is still light after Labor Day, and budget cuts have forced the state to close many of the rest areas. The combined gas station and Burger King, where I consumed many Whoppers near the Lewiston exit, was one of those shut down. It stood abandoned, growing sadder and seedier behind the do-not-enter barriers marking its entrance and exit ramps. Hard winters had buckled the parking lot, and weeds had sprouted through the cracks. One day, as I passed it, I recalled my old lost story and decided to write it again. Because the abandoned rest area was a little farther south than the dreaded Mile 85, I had to change the title. Everything else is pretty much the same, I think. That turnpike oasis may be gone, as are the old Ford wagon, my old girlfriend, and many of my old bad habits, but the story remains. It's one of my favorites. Mile 81. Pete Simmons, 07 Huffy. You can't come, his older brother said. George spoke in a low voice, even though the rest of his friends and neighborhood group of 12 and 13-year-olds who styled themselves the Rip-Ass Raiders were up at the end of the block, waiting for him. Not very patiently. It's too dangerous, Pete said. I'm not afraid. He spoke stoutly enough, although he was afraid a little. George and his friends were headed up to the sandpit behind the bowling alley. There, they'd play a game Normie Theriault had invented. Normie was the leader of the Rip-Ass Raiders, and the game was called Paratroops from Hell. There was a rutted track leading up to the edge of the gravel pit, and the game was to ride your bike along it at full speed, yelling "Raiders Rule" at the top of your lungs and bailing from the seat of your bike as you went over. The usual drop was 10 feet or so, and the approved landing area was soft, but sooner or later someone would land on gravel instead of sand and probably break an arm or an ankle. Even Pete knew that, although he sort of understood why it added to the attraction. Then the parents would find out, and that would be the end of Paratroops from Hell. For now, however, the game played without helmets, of course, continued. George knew better than to allow his brother to play, however. He was supposed to be taking care of Pete while their parents were at work. If Pete wrecked his Huffy at the gravel pit, George would likely be grounded for a week. If his little brother broke an arm, it would be for a month. And if, God forbid, it was his neck, George guessed he might be whiling away the hours in his bedroom until he went to college. Besides, he loved the little cockknocker. Just hang out here, George said. We'll be back in a couple of hours. Hang out with who? Pete asked. It was spring vacation, and all of his friends, the ones his mother would have called age-appropriate, seemed to be somewhere else. A couple of them had gone to Disney World in Orlando, and when Pete thought of this, his heart filled with envy and jealousy. A vile brew, but strangely tasty. Just hang out, George said. Go to the store or something. He scrounged in his pocket and came out with a pair of crumpled Washingtons. Here's some dough. Pete looked at them. Geez, I'll buy a Corvette. Maybe two. Hurry up, Simmons, or we'll go without you. Normie yelled. Coming, George shouted back. Then, low to Pete, take the money and don't be a booger snot. Pete took the money. I even brought my magnifying glass, he said. I was going to show him. They've all seen that baby trick 1,000 times, George said. But when he saw the corners of Pete's mouth tucked down, he tried to soften the blow. Besides, look at the sky, Numbo. You can't start fires with a magnifying glass on a cloudy day. Hang out. We'll play computer battleship or something when I come back. Okay, chicken shit, Normie yelled. See ya later, masturbator. I gotta go, George said. Do me a favor and don't get in trouble. Stay in the neighborhood. You'll probably break your spine and be fucking paralyzed for life, Pete said. Then hastily spat between his forked fingers to take the curse off. Good luck, he shouted after his brother. Jump the farthest. George waved one hand in acknowledgement but didn't look back. He stood on the pedals of his own bike, a big old Schwinn that Pete admired but couldn't ride. He'd tried once and wiped out halfway down the driveway. Pete watched him put on speed as he raced up this block of suburban houses in Auburn, catching up with his homies. Then Pete was alone. He took his magnifying glass out of his saddlebag and held it over his forearm, but there was no spot of light and no heat. He looked glumly up at the low-hanging clouds and put the glass back. It was a good one, a rich fourth. He'd gotten it last Christmas to help with his ant farm science project. It'll wind up in the garage gathering dust, his father had said. But although the ant farm project had concluded in February, Pete and his partner Tammy Witham had gotten an A. Pete hadn't tired of the magnifying glass yet. He particularly enjoyed charring holes in pieces of paper in the backyard. But not today. Today, the afternoon stretched ahead like a desert. He could go home and watch TV, but his father had put a block on all the interesting channels when he discovered George had been DVRing Boardwalk Empire, which was full of old-time gangstas and bare titties. There was a similar block on Pete's computer, and he hadn't figured a workaround yet, although he would. It was only a matter of time. So what? He said in a low voice, and began to pedal slowly toward the end of Murphy Street. So fucking what? Too little to play paratroops from hell because it was too dangerous. How sucky. He wished he could think of something that would show George and Normie and all of the raiders that even little kids could face Dan. The idea came to him then, just like that. He could explore the abandoned rest area. Pete didn't think the big kids knew about it because it was a kid Pete's own age, Craig Gagnon, who'd told him about it. He said he'd been up there with a couple of other kids, 10-year-olds, last fall. Of course, the whole thing might have been a lie, but Pete didn't think so. Craig had given too many details, and he wasn't the kind of kid who was good at making things up. Sort of a dim bulb, actually. With a destination in mind, Pete began to pedal faster. At the end of Murphy Street, he banked left onto Hyacinth. There was no one on the sidewalk, and no cars. He heard the whine of a vacuum cleaner from the Rossignols, but otherwise everyone might have been sleeping or dead. Pete supposed they were actually at work, like his own parents. He swept right onto Rosewood Terrace, passing the yellow sign reading Dead End End. There were only a dozen or so houses on Rosewood. At the end of the street was a chain-link fence. Beyond it was a thick tangle of shrubbery and scraggly second-growth trees. As Pete drew closer to the chain link and the totally unnecessary sign mounted on it reading not a through street, he stopped pedaling and coasted. He understood vaguely that although he thought of George and his raider pals as big kids, and certainly that was how the raiders thought of themselves, they weren't really big kids. The true big kids were badass teenagers who had driver's licenses and girlfriends. True big kids went to high school. They liked to drink, smoke pot, listen to heavy metal or hip-hop, and suck major face with their girlfriends. Hence, the abandoned rest area. Pete got off his huffy and looked around to see if he was being observed. There was nobody, even the annoying Crosskill twins who liked to jump rope in tandem all over the neighborhood when there was no school, were not in evidence, a miracle in Pete's opinion. Not too far away, Pete could hear the steady whoosh 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 of cars on I-95, headed south to Portland or north to Augusta. Even if Craig was telling the truth, they probably fixed the fence, Pete thought. That's the way today's going. But when he bent close, he could see that although the fence looked whole, it really wasn't. Someone, probably a big kid who had long since joined the boring ranks of young adults, had clipped the links in a straight line from top to bottom. Pete took another look around, then laced his hands in the metal diamonds and pushed. He expected resistance, but there was none. The cut piece of chain link swung open like a farmyard gate. The really big kids had been using it all right, booyah. It stood to reason, when you thought about it. Maybe they had driver's licenses, but the entrance and exit to the Mile 81 rest area were now blocked off by those big orange barrels the highway crews used. Grass was growing up through the crumbling pavement in the deserted parking lot. Pete had seen this for himself thousands of times, because the school bus used I-95 to go the 3 exits from Laurelwood, where he got picked up, to Sabattis Street, home to Auburn Elementary School, number 3, also known as Alcatraz. He could remember when the rest area had still been open. There had been a gas station, a Burger King, a TCBY, and a Sbarro's. Then it got closed down. Pete's dad said there were too many of those rest areas on the turnpike, and the state couldn't afford to keep them all open. Pete rolled his bike through the gap in the chain link, then carefully pushed the makeshift gate back until the diamond shapes matched up and the fence looked whole again. He walked toward the wall of bushes, being careful not to run the Huffy's tires over any broken glass. There was a lot on this side of the fence. He began looking for what he knew must be here. The cut fence said it had to be, and there it was, marked by stamped cigarette butts and a few discarded beer and soda bottles. A path leading deeper into the undergrowth. Still pushing his bike, Pete followed it. The high bushes swallowed him up. Behind him, Rosewood Terrace dreamed through another overcast spring day. It was as if Pete Simmons had never been there at all. The path between the chain link fence and the Mile 81 rest area was, by Pete's estimation, about half a mile long, and there were big kid signposts all along the way. Half a dozen small brown bottles, 2 with snot-caked Coke spoons still attached, empty snack bags, a pair of lace-trimmed panties hanging from a thorn bush. It looked to Pete like they'd been there for a while, like maybe 50 years, and jackpot, a half-full bottle of Popov vodka with the screw cap still on. After some interior debate, Pete put this into his saddlebag along with his magnifying glass, the latest issue of Lock and Key, and a few double-stoof Oreos in a baggie. He pushed his bike across a sluggish little stream, and bingo bango, here he was at the back of the rest area. There was another chain-link fence, but this one was also cut, and Pete slipped right through. The path continued through high grass to the back parking lot, where, he supposed, the delivery trucks used to pull up. Close to the building, he could see darker rectangles on the pavement where the dumpsters had been. Pete lowered the kickstand of his Huffy and parked it on one of these. His heart was thumping as he thought about what came next, breaking and entering Sugar Bear. You could go to jail for that. But was it breaking and entering if he found an open door or a loose board over one of the windows? He supposed it would still be entering, but was entering all by itself a crime. In his heart he knew it was, but he guessed that without the breaking part, it wouldn't mean jail time, and after all, hadn't he come here to take a risk? something he could brag about later to Normie and George and the other rip-ass raiders. And okay, he was scared, but at least he wasn't bored anymore. He tried the door with the fading employee's only sign on it and found it not only locked but seriously locked. No give at all. There were 2 windows beside it, but he could tell just by looking that they were boarded down tight. Then he remembered the chain-link fence that looked whole but wasn't, and tested the boards anyway. No good. In a way, it was a relief. He could be off the hook if he wanted to be. Only the really big kids did go in there. He was sure of it. So how did they do it? From the front, in full view of the turnpike? Maybe so, if they came at night, but Pete had no intention of checking it out in broad daylight. Not when any passing motorist with a cell phone could dial 911 and say, "Just thought you might like to know that there's a little kid playing Freddy fuck-around at the Mile 81 rest area. You know where the Burger King used to be. I'd rather break my arm playing paratroops from hell than have to call my folks from the Gray State Police Barracks. In fact, I'd rather break both arms and get my dick caught in the zipper of my jeans." Well, maybe not that. He wandered toward the loading dock, and there, once again, jackpot. There were dozens of stamped-out cigarette butts at the foot of the concrete island, plus a few more of those tiny brown bottles surrounding their king, a dark green NyQuil bottle. The surface of the dock, where the big semis backed up to unload, was eye-high to Pete, but the cement was crumbling, and there were plenty of footholds for an agile kid in Chuck Taylor high-tops. Pete raised his arms over his head, snagged fingerholds in the dock's pitted surface, and the rest, as they say, is history. On the dock in faded red, someone had sprayed Edward Little Rock's Red Eddie's rule. Not true, Pete thought. Rip-ass raiders rule. Then he looked around from his current high perch, grinned, and said, "Actually, I rule." And standing up here above the empty backlot of the rest area, he felt that he did. For the time being, anyway. He climbed back down, just to make sure it was no problem, and then remembered the stuff in his saddlebag, supplies, in case he decided to spend the afternoon here, exploring and shit. He debated what to bring, then decided to unstrap the saddlebag and take everything. Even the magnifying glass might come in handy. A vague fantasy began to form in his brain. Boy detective discovers a murder victim in a deserted rest area and solves the crime before the police even know a crime has been committed. He could see himself explaining to the drop-jawed raiders that it had actually been pretty easy. Elementary, my dear fucksticks. Bullshit, of course, but it would be fun to pretend. He lifted his bag onto the loading dock, being especially careful on account of the half-full vodka bottle, then climbed back up. The corrugated metal door leading inside was at least 12 feet high and secured at the bottom with not one but 2 humongous padlocks. But there was a human-sized door set into it. Pete tried the knob. It wouldn't turn, nor would the human-sized door open when he pushed and pulled, but there was some give. Quite a lot, actually. He looked down and saw that a wooden wedge had been pushed under the bottom of the door, a totally dope precaution if he'd ever seen one. On the other hand, what more could you expect from kids who were stoned on coke and cough syrup? Pete pulled the wedge, and this time, when he tried the inset door, it creaked open. The big front windows of what had been the Burger King were covered with chicken wire instead of boards, so Pete had no trouble seeing what there was to see. All the eating tables and booths were gone from the restaurant part, and the kitchen part was just a dim hole with some wires sticking out of the walls and some of the ceiling tiles hanging down. But the place was not exactly unfurnished. In the center, surrounded by folding chairs, 2 old card tables had been pushed together. On this double-wide surface were half a dozen filthy tin ashtrays, several decks of greasy bicycle cards, and a caddy of poker chips. The walls were decorated with 20 or 30 magazine gatefolds. Pete inspected these with great interest. He knew about pussies, had glimpsed more than a few on HBO and CinemaSpank, before his folks got wise and blocked the premium cable channels. But these were shaved pussies. Pete wasn't sure what the big deal was to him. They looked sort of oogie, but he supposed he might get with the program when he was older. Besides, the bare titties made up for it. Bare titties were fucking awesome. In the corner, 3 filthy mattresses had been pushed together like the card tables, but Pete was old enough to know it wasn't poker that was played here. "Let me see your pussy," he commanded one of the hustler girls on the wall and giggled. Then he said, "Let me see your shaved pussy," and giggled harder. He sort of wished Craig Gagnon was here, even though Craig was a dweeb. They could have laughed about the shaved pussies together. He began to wander around, still snorting small carbonated bubbles of laughter. It was dank in the rest area, but not actually cold. The smell was the worst part. A combination of cigarette smoke, pot smoke, old booze, and creeping rot in the walls. Pete thought he could also smell rotting meat, probably from sandwiches purchased at Rosselli's or Subway. Mounted on the wall beside the counter where people once ordered Whoppers and Whalers, Pete discovered another poster. This one was of Justin Bieber when the Bieb had been maybe 16. The Bieb's teeth had been blacked out, and someone had added a Nazi SWAT sticker tattoo to one cheek. Red ink devil horns sprouted from the Bieb's mop top. There were darts sticking out of his face. Magic markered on the wall above the poster was mouth 15 PTS, nose 25 PTS, is 30 PTS, itch. Pete pulled out the darts and backed across the big empty room until he came to a black mark on the floor. Printed here was Bieber line. Pete stood behind it and shot the 6 darts 10 or 12 times. On his last try, he got 125 points. He thought that was pretty good. He imagined George and Normie Theroux applauding. He went over to one of the mesh-covered windows, staring out at the empty concrete islands where the gas pumps used to be and at the traffic beyond, light traffic. He supposed that when summer came, it would once more be bumper to bumper with tourists and summer people, unless his dad was right and the price of gas went to $7 a gallon and everybody stayed home. Now what? He'd played darts. He'd looked at enough shaved pussies to last him, well, maybe not a lifetime, but at least a few months. There were no murders to solve, so now what, vodka, he decided. That was what came next. He'd try a few sips just to prove he could, and so future brags would have that vital ring of truth. Then, he supposed, he would pack up his shit and go back to Murphy Street. He would do his best to make his adventure sound interesting, thrilling even. But in truth, this place wasn't such of a much. Just a place where the really big kids could come to play cards and make out with girls and not get wet when it rained. But booze, that was something. He took his saddlebag over to the mattresses and sat down, being careful to avoid the stains, of which there were many. He took out the vodka bottle and studied it with a certain grim fascination. At 10 going on 11, he had no particular longing to sample adult pleasures. The year before, he had hawked one of his grandfather's cigarettes and smoked it behind the 7-Eleven. Smoked half of it anyway. Then he had leaned over and spewed his lunch between his sneakers. He had obtained an interesting but not very valuable piece of information that day. Beans and Franks didn't look great when they went into your mouth, but at least they tasted good. When they came back out, they looked fucking horrible and tasted worse. His body's instant and emphatic rejection of that American spirit suggested to him that booze would be no better and probably worse. But if he didn't drink at least some, any brag would be a lie. And his brother George had lie radar, at least when it came to Pete. "I'll probably puke again," he thought, then said, "Good news is I won't be the first in this dump." That made him laugh again. He was still smiling when he unscrewed the cap and held the mouth of the bottle to his nose. Some smell, but not much. Maybe it was water instead of vodka, and the smell was just a leftover. He raised the mouth of the bottle to his mouth, sort of hoping that was true and sort of hoping it wasn't. He didn't expect much, and he certainly didn't want to get drunk and maybe break his neck trying to climb back down from the loading dock. But he was curious. His parents loved this stuff. "Dares go first," he said, for no reason at all, and took a small sip. It wasn't water, that was for sure. It tasted like hot, light oil. He swallowed mostly in surprise. The vodka trailed heat down his throat, then exploded in his stomach. "Holy Jeezum," Pete yelled. Tears sprang into his eyes. He held the bottle out at arm's length as if it had bitten him. But the heat in his stomach was already subsiding, and he felt pretty much okay, not drunk, and not like he was going to puke either. He tried another little sip now that he knew what to expect. Heat in the mouth, heat in the throat, and then boom in the stomach, actually kind of cool. Now he felt a tingling in his arms and hands, maybe his neck too. Not the pins and needles sensation you got when a limb went to sleep, but more like something was waking up. Pete raised the bottle to his lips again, then lowered it. There was more to worry about than falling off the loading dock or crashing his bike on the way home. He wondered briefly if you could get arrested for drunk biking, and guessed you could. Having a few swigs of vodka so you could brag on it was one thing, but if he drank enough to get loaded, his mother and father would know when they came home. It would only take one look. Trying to act sober wouldn't help. They drank, their friends drank, and sometimes they drank too much. They would know the signs. Also, there was the dreaded hangover to consider. Pete and George had seen their mom and dad dragging around the house with red eyes and pale faces on a good many Saturday and Sunday mornings. They took vitamin pills. They told you to turn the TV down, and music was absolutely verboten. The hangover looked like the absolute opposite of fun. Still, maybe one more sip might not hurt. Pete took a slightly larger swallow and shouted, "Zoom, we have liftoff!" This made him laugh. He felt a little light-headed, but it was a totally pleasant feeling. Smoking, he didn't get. Drinking, he did. He got up, staggered a little, caught his balance, and laughed some more. "Jump into that fucking sandpit all you want, sugar bears," he told the empty restaurant. "I'm fucking Stinko, and fucking Stinko is better." This was very funny, and he laughed hard. Am I really Stinko? On just 3 sips? He didn't think so, but he was definitely high. No more. Enough was enough. Drink responsibly, he told the empty restaurant, and laughed. He'd hang out here for a while and wait for it to wear off. An hour should do it, maybe 2 until 3 o'clock, say. He didn't have a wristwatch, but he'd be able to tell 3 o'clock from the chimes of St. Joseph's, which was only a mile or so away. Then he'd leave, first hiding the vodka for possible further research and putting the wedge back under the door. His first stop, when he got back to the neighborhood, was going to be the 7-Eleven, where he'd buy some of that really strong tea-berry gum to take the smell of the booze off his breath. He'd heard kids say vodka was the thing to steal out of your parents' liquor cabinet because it had no smell. But Pete was now a wiser child than he'd been an hour ago. Besides, he told the hollowed-out restaurant in a lecturely tone, "I bet my eyes are red just like Dad's when he has 2 Marnie Mantinis." He paused. That wasn't quite right, but what the fuck? He gathered up the darts, went back to the Bieber line, and shot them. He missed Justin with all but one, and this struck Pete as the most hilarious thing of all. He wondered if the Bieb could have a hit with a song called "My Baby Shaves Her Pussy," and this struck him so funny that he laughed until he had to bend over with his hands on his knees. When the laughter passed, he wiped double snot hangers from his nose, flicked them onto the floor. There goes your good restaurant rating, he thought. Sorry, Burger King. And then trudged back to the Bieber line. He had even worse luck the second time. He wasn't seeing double or anything. He just couldn't nail the Bieb. Also, he felt a little sick after all. Not much. But he was glad he hadn't tried a 4th sip. "I would have popped my pop-off," he said. He laughed, then uttered a ringing belch that burned coming up. Blick, he left the darts where they were and went back to the mattresses. He thought of using his magnifying glass to see if anything really small was crawling there, and decided he didn't want to know. He thought about eating some of his Oreos, but was afraid of what they might do to his stomach. It felt, let's face it, a little tender. He lay down and laced his hands behind his head. He had heard that when you got really drunk, everything started spinning around. Nothing like that was happening to him. So he guessed he was only a little high, but he wouldn't mind a nap. But not too long. No, not too long. Too long would be bad. If he wasn't home when his folks came home, and if they couldn't find him, he would be in trouble. Probably George would be too for going off without him. The question was, could he wake himself up when the St. Joseph's chimes struck? Pete realized, in those last few seconds of consciousness, that he'd just have to hope so, because he was going. He closed his eyes and slept in the deserted restaurant. Outside, in the southbound travel lane of I-95, a station wagon of indeterminate make and vintage appeared. It was traveling well below the posted minimum turnpike speed. A fast-moving semi came up behind it and veered into the passing lane, blatting its air horn. The station wagon, almost coasting now, veered into the entrance lane of the rest area, ignoring the big sign reading "Clode no surfaces next gas and food, 27 me." It struck 4 of the orange barrels blocking the lane, sent them rolling, and came to a stop about 70 yards from the abandoned restaurant building. The driver's side door opened, but nobody got out. There were no "Hey stupid, your door's open" chimes either. It just hung silently ajar. If Pete Simmons had been watching instead of snoozing, he wouldn't have been able to see the driver. The station wagon was splattered with mud and the windshield was smeared with it, which was strange because there had been no rain in northern New England for over a week, and the turnpike was perfectly dry. The car sat there a little distance up the entrance ramp under a cloudy April sky. The barrels it had knocked over came to a stop. The driver's door hung open. 2. Doug Clayton, 09 Prius. Doug Clayton was an insurance man from Bangor, bound for Portland. Where he had a reservation at the Sheraton Hotel, he expected to be there by 2 o'clock at the latest. That would leave plenty of time for an afternoon nap, a luxury he could rarely afford, before searching out dinner on Congress Street. Tomorrow he would present himself at the Portland Conference Center bright and early, take a name tag, and join 400 other agents at a conference called Fire, Storm, and Flood, Insuring for Disaster in the 21st Century. As he passed the mile 82 marker, Doug was closing in on his own personal disaster, but it was nothing the Portland Conference would cover. His briefcase and suitcase were in the back seat. Lying in the passenger bucket was a Bible, King James Version. Doug would have no other. Doug was one of 4 lay preachers at the Church of the Holy Redeemer, and when it was his turn to preach, he liked to call his Bible the ultimate insurance manual. Doug had accepted Jesus Christ as his personal savior after 10 years of drinking that spanned his late teens and most of his 20s. This decade-long spree ended with a wrecked car and 30 days in the Penobscot County Jail. He had gotten down on his knees in that smelly coffin-sized cell on his first night there, and he'd gotten down on them every night since. "Help me get better." He had prayed that first time and every time since. It was a simple prayer that had been answered first 2-fold, then 10-fold, then 100-fold. He thought that in another few years he would be up to 1,000-fold, and the best thing? Heaven was waiting at the end of it all. His Bible was well thumbed, because he read it every day. He loved all the stories in it, but the one he loved the best, the one he meditated on most often, was the parable of the Good Samaritan. He had preached on that passage from the Gospel of Luke several times, and the Redeemer congregation had always been generous with their praise afterward. God bless them. Doug supposed it was because the story was so personal to him. A priest had passed by the robbed and beaten traveler lying at the side of the road. So had a Levite. Then who comes along? A nasty Jew-hating Samaritan. But that's the one who helps. Nasty Jew-hater or not, he cleanses the traveler's cuts and scrapes, then binds them up. He loads the traveler on his donkey and fronts him a room at the nearest inn. So which of these 3 do you think was a neighbor to him who fell among thieves? Jesus inquires of the hotshot young lawyer who asked him about the requirements for eternal life. And the hotshot, not stupid, replies, "The one who shewed mercy, if Doug Clayton had a horror of anything, it was of being like the Levite in that story, of refusing to help when help was needed and passing by on the other side." So when he saw the muddy station wagon parked a little way up, the entrance ramp of the deserted rest area, the downed orange barrier barrels in front of it, the driver's door hanging ajar, he hesitated only a moment before flicking on his turn signal and pulling in. He parked behind the wagon, put on his 4-ways, and started to get out. Then he noticed that there appeared to be no license plate on the back of the station wagon. Although there was so much damn mud, it was hard to tell for sure. Doug took his cell phone out of the Prius's center console and made sure it was on. Being a good Samaritan was one thing, approaching a plateless mongrel of a car without caution, was just plain stupid. He walked toward the wagon with the phone clasped loosely in his left hand. Nope, no plate. He was right about that. He tried to peer through the back window and could see nothing. Too much mud. He walked toward the driver's side door, then paused, looking at the car as a whole, frowning. Was it a Ford or a Chevy? Darned if he could tell, and that was strange, because he had to Eve insured thousands of station wagons in his career. Customized, he asked himself? Well, maybe, but who would bother to customize a station wagon into something so anonymous? Hi, hello, everything okay? He walked toward the door, squeezing the phone a little tighter without being aware of it. He found himself thinking of some movie that had scared the heck out of him as a kid. Some haunted house thing. A bunch of teenagers had approached the old deserted house, and when one of them saw the door standing ajar, he'd whispered, "Look, it's open," to his buddies. You wanted to tell them not to go in there, but of course they did. That's stupid. If there's someone in that car, he could be hurt. Of course, the guy might have gone up to the restaurant, maybe looking for a payphone. But if he was really hurt... Hello. Doug reached for the door handle, then thought better of it and stooped to peer through the opening. What he saw was dismaying. The bench seat was covered with mud. So was the dashboard and the steering wheel. Dark goo dripped from the old-fashioned knobs of the radio, and on the wheel were prints that didn't look exactly as if hands had made them. The palm prints were awfully big, for one thing, but the finger marks were as narrow as pencils. Is someone in there? He shifted his cell phone to his right hand and took hold of the driver's door with his left, meaning to swing it wide so he could look into the back seat. Is someone her... There was a moment to register an ungodly stink, and then his left hand exploded into pain so great it seemed to leap through his entire body, trailing fire and filling all his hollow spaces with agony. Doug couldn't scream. His throat locked shut with the sudden shock of it. He looked down and saw that the door handle appeared to have impaled the pad of his palm. His fingers were barely there. He could only see the stubs just below the last knuckles where the back of his hand started. The rest had somehow been swallowed by the door. As Doug watched, the third finger broke, his wedding ring fell off and clinked to the pavement. He could feel something. Oh, dear God and dear Jesus, something like teeth they were chewing. The car was eating his hand. Doug tried to pull back. Blood flew, some against the muddy door, some splattering his slacks. The drops that hit the door disappeared immediately, with a faint sucking sound, slorp. For a moment, he almost got away. He could see glistening finger bones from which the flesh had been sucked, and had a brief, nightmarish image of chewing on one of the colonel's chicken wings. "Get it all before you put that down," his mother used to say, the meat sweetest, closest to the bone. Then he was yanked forward again. The driver's door opened to welcome him. "Hello, Doug. Been waiting for you. Come on in." His head connected with the top of the door, and he felt a line of cold across his brow that turned hot as the station wagon's roofline sliced through his skin. He made one more effort to get away, dropping his cell phone and pushing at the rear window. The window yielded instead of supporting, then enveloped his hand. He rolled his eyes and saw what had looked like glass, now rippling like a pond in a breeze. And why was it rippling? Because it was chewing. Because it was chowing down. This is what I get for being a good Sam. Then the top of the driver's door sawed through his skull and slipped smoothly into the brain behind it. Doug Clayton heard a large, bright snap like a pine knot exploding in a hot fire. Then darkness descended. A southbound delivery driver glanced over and saw a little green car with its flashers on parked behind a mud-coated station wagon. A man, presumably he belonged to the little green car, appeared to be leaning in the station wagon's door, talking to the driver. Breakdown, the delivery driver thought, and returned his attention to the road. No good Samaritan. Doug Clayton was jerked inside as if hands ones with big palms and pencil-thin fingers had seized his shirt and pulled him. The station wagon lost its shape and puckered inward, like a mouth tasting something exceptionally sour or exceptionally sweet. From within came a series of overlapping crunches, the sound of a man stamping through dead branches in heavy boots. The wagon stayed puckered for 10 seconds or so, looking more like a lumpy clenched fist than a car. Then, with a pock sound like a tennis ball being smartly struck by a racket, it popped back into its station wagon shape. The sun peeked briefly through the clouds, reflecting off the dropped cell phone and making a brief hot circle of light on Doug's wedding ring. Then it dived back into the cloud cover. Behind the wagon, the Prius blinked its 4 ways. They made a low clock-like sound. Tick, tick, tick. A few cars went past, but not many. The 2 work weeks surrounding Easter are the slowest time of year on the nation's turnpikes, and afternoon is the second slowest time of the day. Only the hours between midnight and 5 a.m. are slower. Tick, tick, tick. In the abandoned restaurant, Pete Simmons slept on 3 Julianne Vernon, '05 Dodge Ram. Julie Vernon didn't need King James to teach her how to be a good Samaritan. She had grown up in the small town of Reedfield, Maine, population 2,400, where neighboring was a way of life and strangers were also neighbors. Nobody had told her this in so many words. She had learned from her mother, father, and big brothers. They had little to say about such issues, but teaching by example is always the most powerful teaching of all. If you saw a guy lying by the side of the road, it didn't matter if he was a Samaritan or a Martian. You stopped to help. Nor had she ever worried much about being robbed, raped, or murdered by someone who was only pretending to need help. When asked for her weight by the school nurse when she was in the 5th grade, Julie had replied proudly, "My dad says I'd dress out around 170, little less if skinned." Now, at 35, she would have dressed out closer to 280 and had no interest in making any man a good wife. She was as gay as old Dad's hat band and proud of it. On the back of her Ram truck were 2 bumper stickers. One read "Support Gender Equality," the other, a bright pink, opined that gay is a happy word. The stickers didn't show now because she was hauling what she referred to as the hoss trailer. She had bought a 2-year-old Spanish jennet mare in the town of Clinton and was now on her way back to Reedfield, where she lived on a farm with her partner just 2 miles down the road from the house where she'd grown up. She was thinking, as she often did, of her 5 years of touring with the Twinkles, a female mud wrestling team. Those years had been both bad and good. Bad because the Twinkles were generally regarded as freak show entertainment, which she supposed they sort of were. Good because she had seen so much of the world. Mostly the American world, it was true, but the Twinkles had once spent 3 months in England, France, and Germany, where they had been treated with a kindness and respect that was almost eerie, like young ladies, in fact. She still had her passport and had renewed it last year, although she guessed she might never go abroad again. Mostly, that was all right. Mostly she was happy on the farm with Amelia and their motley menagerie of dogs, cats, and livestock, but she sometimes missed those days of touring the one-night stands, the matches under the lights, the rough camaraderie of the other girls. Sometimes she even missed the push and bump with the audience. "Grab her by the cunt? She's a dyke. She likes that," some shit-brained yokel had yelled one night in Tulsa that had been if she remembered right. She and Melissa, the girl she'd been grappling with in the mud bowl, had looked at each other, nodded, and stood up facing the section of the audience from which the yell had come. They stood there wearing nothing but their sopping bikini briefs, mud dripping from their hair and breasts, and had flipped the bird at the heckler in unison. The audience had broken into spontaneous applause, which became a standing O when first Julianne, then Melissa, turned, bent, dropped Tro, and shot the asshole a double moon. She had grown up knowing you cared for the one who had fallen and couldn't get up. She had also grown up knowing you ate no shit, not about your hosses, your size, your line of work, or your sexual preferences. Once you started eating shit, it had a way of becoming your regular diet. The CD she was listening to came to an end, and she was just about to poke the eject button when she saw a car ahead, parked a little way up the ramp leading to the abandoned Mile 81 service stop. Its 4-way flashers were on. There was another car in front of it, a muddy old beat-to-shit station wagon. Probably a Ford or a Chevrolet, it was hard to tell which. Julie didn't make a decision because there was no decision to be made. She flipped her blinker, saw there would be no room for her on the ramp, not with the trailer in tow, and got as far over in the breakdown lane as she could without hooking her wheels in the soft ground beyond. The last thing she wanted to do was overturn the hoss for which she had just paid $1,800. This was probably nothing, but it didn't hurt to check. You could never tell when some woman had all at once decided to have herself a baby on the interstate, or when some guy who stopped to help got excited and fainted. Julie put on her own four ways, but they wouldn't show much, not with the hoss trailer in the way. She got out, looked toward the two cars, and saw not a soul. Maybe someone had picked the drivers up, but more likely they'd gone up to the restaurant. Julie doubted if they'd find much there. It had been closed down since the previous September. Julie herself had often stopped at mile 81 for a TCBY cone, but these days made her snack stop 20 miles north at Damon's in Augusta. She went around to the trailer, and her new hoss steed by name poked her nose out. Julie stroked it. "Sue, baby, Sue, this'll just take a minute." She opened the doors so she could get at the locker built into the trailer's left side. Deed decided this would be a fine time to exit the vehicle, but Julie restrained her with one beefy shoulder, once again murmuring, "Sue, baby, Sue." She unlatched the locker. Inside, sitting on top of the tools, were a few road flares and two fluorescent pink mini traffic cones. Julie hooked her fingers into the hollow tops of the cones, no need for flares on an afternoon that was slowly beginning to brighten. She closed the locker and latched it, not wanting Dee Dee to step a hoof in and maybe hurt herself. Then she closed the back doors. Dee Dee once more poked her head out. Julie didn't really believe a horse could look anxious, but Dee Dee sort of did. "Not long," she said. Then placed the traffic cones behind the trailer and headed for the two cars. The Prius was empty, but unlocked. Julie didn't particularly care for that, given the fact that there was a suitcase and a fairly expensive-looking briefcase in the back seat. The driver's door of the old station wagon was hanging open. Julie started toward it, then stopped, frowning. Lying on the pavement beside the open door was a cell phone and what just about had to be a wedding ring. There was a big crack zigzagging up the phone's casing, as if it had been dropped. And on the little glass window where the numbers appeared was that a drop of blood. Probably not. Probably just mud. The wagon was covered with it. But Julie liked this less and less. She had taken Dee Dee for a good canter before loading her, and hadn't changed out of her no-nonsense split-riding skirt for the trip home. Now she took her own cell phone out of the right-hand pocket and debated punching in 911. No, she decided. Not yet. But if the mud-splattered wagon was as empty as the little green car, or if that dime-sized spot on the dropped phone really was blood, she'd do it. And wait right here for the state police cruiser to come, instead of walking up to that deserted building. She was brave and she was kind-hearted, but she was not stupid. She bent to examine the ring and the dropped phone. The slight flare of her riding skirt brushed against the muddy flank of the station wagon and appeared to melt into it. Julie was jerked to the right and hard. One hefty buttock slammed against the side of the wagon. The surface yielded, then enveloped two layers of cloth and the meat beneath. The pain was immediate and enormous. She screamed, dropped her phone, and tried to shove herself away, almost as if the car were one of her old mud-wrestling opponents. Her right hand and forearm disappeared through the yielding membrane that looked like a window. What appeared on the other side, vaguely visible through the scrim of mud, wasn't the hefty arm of a large and healthy horsewoman, but a starving bone with flesh hanging from it in tatters. The station wagon began to pucker. A car passed southbound, then another, thanks to the trailer. They didn't see the woman who was now half in and half out of the deformed station wagon like Brer Rabbit stuck in the tar baby, nor did they hear her screams. One driver was listening to Toby Keith, the other to Led Zeppelin. Both had his particular brand of pop music turned up loud. In the restaurant, Pete Simmons heard her, but only from a great distance, like a fading echo. His eyelids fluttered. Then the screams stopped. Pete rolled over on the filthy mattress and went back to sleep. The thing that looked like a car ate Julianne Vernon, clothes, boots, and all. The only thing it missed was her phone, which now lay beside Doug Clayton's. Then it popped back into its station wagon shape with that same racket-hitting ball sound. In the hoss trailer, Dee Dee nickered and stamped an impatient foot. She was hungry. 4. The Lucier family. 11. Expedition. 6-year-old Rachel Lucier shouted, "Look, Mommy, look, Daddy, it's the horse lady. See her trailer? See it?" Carla wasn't surprised Raish was the first one to spot the trailer, even though she was sitting in the back seat. Raish had the sharpest eyes in the family. No one else even came close. X-ray vision, her father sometimes said. It was one of those jokes that isn't quite a joke. Johnny, Carla, and 4-year-old Blake all wore glasses. Everyone on both sides of their family wore glasses. Even Bingo, the family dog, probably needed them. Bingo was apt to run into the screen door when he wanted to go out. Only Raish had escaped the curse of myopia. The last time she'd been to the optometrist, she'd read the whole damn eye chart, bottom line and all. Dr. Stratton had been amazed she could qualify for jet fighter training, he told Johnny and Carla. Johnny said, "Maybe someday she will. She's certainly got a killer instinct when it comes to her little brother." Carla had thrown him an elbow for that. But it was true. She had heard there was less sibling rivalry when the sibs were of different sexes. If so, Rachel and Blake were the exception that proved the rule. Carla sometimes thought the most common 2 words she heard these days were started it. Only the gender of the pronoun opening the sentence varied. The 2 of them had been pretty good for the first 100 miles of this trip, partially because visiting with Johnny's parents always put them in a good mood, and mostly because Carla had been careful to fill up the no-man's land between Rachel's booster seat and Blake's car seat with toys and coloring books. But after their snack and pee stop in Augusta, the squabbling had begun again, probably because of the ice cream cones. Giving kids sugar on a long car trip was like squirting gasoline on a campfire. Carla knew this, but you couldn't refuse them everything. In desperation, Carla had started a game of plastic fantastic, serving as judge and awarding points for lawn gnomes, wishing wells, statues of the Blessed Virgin, etc. The problem was that on the turnpike there were lots of trees but very few vulgar roadside displays. Her sharp-eyed 6-year-old daughter and her sharp-tongued 4-year-old boy were beginning to renew old grudges when Rachel saw the horse trailer pulled over just a little shy of the Old Mile 81 rest stop. "Want to pet the horsey again?" Blake shouted. He began thrashing in his car seat, the world's smallest breakdancer. His legs were now just long enough to kick the back of the driver's seat, which Johnny found très annoying. Somebody tell me again why I wanted to have kids, he thought. Somebody remind me just what I was thinking. I know it made sense at the time. "Blakey, don't kick Daddy's seat," Johnny said. "Want to pet the horsey?" Blake yelled, and fetched the back of the driver's seat, an especially good one. "You're such a babykins," Rachel said, safe from brother kicks on her side of the backseat DMZ. She spoke in her most indulgent big girl tone, the one always guaranteed to infuriate Blakey. "I am Aiton babykins." "Blakey," Johnny began, "if you don't stop kicking Daddy's seat, Daddy will have to take his trusty butcher knife and amputate Blakey's little feetsies at the ank." "She's broken down," Carla said. "See the traffic cones? Pull over? Hon, that'd mean the breakdown lane. Not such a good idea. You don't have to do that. Just swing around and park beside those other 2 cars. On the ramp, there's room and you won't be blocking anything because the rest area is closed. If it's okay with you, I'd like to get back to Falmouth before Dee pull over." Carla heard herself using the DEFCON 1 tone that brooked no refusal, even though she knew it was setting a bad example. How many times lately had she heard Rachel using that exact same tone on Blake, using it until the little guy broke down in tears? Switching off the she-who-must-be-obeyed voice and speaking more softly, Carla said, "That woman was nice to the kids." They had pulled into Damon's next to the horse trailer and stopped for ice cream. The horse lady, nearly as big as a horse herself, was leaning against the trailer, eating a cone of her own and feeding something to a very handsome beastie. To Carla, the treat looked like a cashy granola bar. Johnny had 1 kid by each hand and tried to walk them past, but Blake was having none of that. "Can I pet your horse?" he asked. "Cost you $25, the big lady in the brown riding skirt had said, and then grinned at Blakey's crestfallen expression. "Nah, I'm just kidding here. Hold this." She thrust her drippy ice cream cone at Blake, who was too surprised to do anything but take it. Then she lifted him up to where he could pet the horse's nose. Dee Dee regarded the wide-eyed child calmly, sniffed at the horse lady's dripping cone, decided it wasn't what she wanted, and allowed her nose to be stroked. Whoa, soft. Blake said Carla had never heard him speak with such simple awe. Why haven't we ever taken these kids to a petting zoo, she wondered, and immediately put it down on her mental to-do list. Me, Rachel boogled, dancing around impatiently. The big lady set Blake down. "Lick that ice cream while I lift your sister," she told him, "but don't get cooties on it, okay?" Carla thought of telling Blake that eating after people, especially strange people, was not okay. Then she saw Johnny's bemused grin and thought, "What the hell? You sent your kids to schools that were basically germ factories. You drove them for hundreds of miles on the turnpike where any drunk maniac or texting teenager could cross the median and wipe them out. Then you forbade them a lick on a partially used ice cream. That was taking the car seat and bike helmet mentality a little too far. Maybe. The horse lady lifted Rachel so Rachel could pet the horse's nose. "Wowie, nice," Rachel said. "What's her name?" "Dee Dee. Great name. I love you, Dee Dee. I love you too, Dee Dee," the horse lady said, and put a big old smackaroo on Dee Dee's nose that made them all laugh. "Mom, can we have a horse?" "Yes," Carla said warmly. "When you're 26. This made Rachel put on her mad face, puckered brow, puffed cheeks, lips down to a stitch. But when the horse lady laughed, Rachel gave up and laughed too. The big woman bent down to Blakey, her hands on knees covered by her riding skirt. "Can I have my ice cream cone back, young fella?" Blake held it out when she took it. He began to lick his fingers, which were covered with melting pistachio. "Thank you," Carla told the horse lady. "That was very kind of you." Then to Blake, "Let's get you inside and cleaned up. After that, you can have ice cream." "I want what she's having," Blake said, and that made the horse lady laugh some more. Johnny insisted that they eat their cones in a booth because he didn't want them decorating the expedition with pistachio ice cream. When they finished and went out, the horse lady was gone. Just one of those people you meet occasionally, nasty, more often nice, sometimes even terrific along the road and never see again. Only here she was, or at least her truck was, parked in the breakdown lane with traffic cones neatly placed behind her trailer. And Carla was right. The horse lady had been nice to the kids, so thinking Johnny Lucier made the worst and last decision of his life. He flipped his blinker and pulled onto the ramp as Carla had suggested, parking ahead of Doug Clayton's Prius, which was still flashing its four-ways, and beside the muddy station wagon. He put the transmission in park but left the engine running. "I want to pet the horsey," Blake said. "I also want to pet the horsey," Rachel said in the haughty lady of the manor tone of voice she had picked up God knew where. It drove Carla crazy, but she refused to say anything. If she did, Rach would use it all the more. "Not without the lady's permission," Johnny said. "You kids sit right where you are for now." "You too, Carla." "Yes, master," Carla said in the zombie voice that always made the kids laugh. "Very funny, Easter Bunny. The cab of her truck's empty," Carla said. "They all look empty." "Do you think there was an accident?" "Don't know, but nothing looks dinged up. Hang on a minute." Johnny Lucier got out, went around the back of the expedition he would never finish paying for, and walked to the cab of the Dodge Ram. Carla hadn't seen the horse lady, but he wanted to make sure she wasn't lying on the seat, maybe trying to live through a heart attack. A lifelong jogger, Johnny secretly believed a heart attack was waiting by age 45 at the latest, for anyone who weighed even 5 pounds over the target weight prescribed by Medicine.net. She wasn't sprawled on the seat, of course not. A woman that big Carla would have seen even lying down, and she wasn't in the trailer either. Only the horse who poked her head out and sniffed Johnny's face. "Hello there?" For a moment the name didn't come, then it did. Dee Dee. "How's the old feed bag hanging?" He patted her nose, then headed back up the ramp to investigate the other two vehicles. He saw there had been an accident of sorts, albeit a very tiny one. The station wagon had knocked over a few of the orange barrels blocking the ramp. Carla rolled down her window, a thing neither of the kids in back could do because of the lockout feature. Any sign of her? Nope. Any sign of anyone. "Carl, give me a ch." He saw the cell phones and the wedding ring lying beside the partially open door of the station wagon.
"What?"
Carla craned to see. Just a sec. The thought of telling her to lock the doors crossed his mind, but he dismissed it. They were on I-95 in broad daylight, for God's sake. Cars passing every 20 or 30 seconds, sometimes 2 or 3 in a line. He bent down and picked up the phones, one in each hand. He turned to Carla, and thus did not see the car door opening wider, like a mouth. "Carla, I think there's blood on this one." He held up Doug Clayton's cracked phone. "Mom?" Rachel asked. "Who's in that dirty car? The door's opening." "Come back," Carla said. Her mouth was suddenly dust-dry. She wanted to yell it, but there seemed to be a stone on her chest. It was invisible, but very large. Someone's in that car. Instead of coming back, Johnny turned and bent to look inside. When he did, the door swung shut on his head. There was a terrible thudding noise. The stone on Carla's chest was suddenly gone. She drew in breath and screamed out her husband's name. "What's wrong with Daddy?" Rachel cried. Her voice was high and as thin as a reed. "What's wrong with Daddy? Daddy!" Blake yelled. He had been inventorying his newest Transformers and now looked around wildly to see where the daddy in question might be. Carla didn't think. Her husband's body was there, but his head was in the dirty station wagon. He was still alive, though his arms and legs were flailing. She was out of the expedition with no memory of opening the door. Her body seemed to be acting on its own, her stunned brain just along for the ride. "Mommy, no!" Rachel screamed. "Mommy, no!" Blake had no idea of what was going on, but he knew it was bad. He began to cry and struggle in his car seat's webwork of straps. Carla grabbed Johnny around the waist and pulled with the crazy super strength of adrenaline. The door of the station wagon came partway open, and blood ran over the footing in a little waterfall. For one awful moment she saw her husband's head lying on the station wagon's muddy seat and cocked crazily to one side. Even though he was still trembling in her arms, she understood in one of those lightning flashes of clarity that can come even during a perfect storm of panic, that it was how hanging victims looked when they were cut down, because their necks were broken. In that brief, searing moment, that shutter-flash glimpse, she thought he looked stupid and surprised and ugly, all the essential Johnny swatted out of him, and knew he was already dead, trembling or not. It was how a kid looked after hitting the rocks instead of the water when he dived. How a woman who had been impaled by her steering wheel looked after her car slammed into a bridge abutment. It was how you looked when disfiguring death strutted toward you out of nowhere with its arms wide in welcome. The car door slammed viciously shut. Carla still had her arms wrapped around her husband's waist, and when she was yanked forward, she had another lightning flash of clarity. "It's the car. You have to stay away from the car." She let go of Johnny's midsection a moment too late. A sheaf of her hair fell against the door and was sucked in. Her brow smacked against the car before she could tear free. Suddenly, the top of her head was burning as the thing ate away her scalp. Run. She tried to scream at her often troublesome but undeniably bright daughter. Run and take Blakey with you. But before she could even begin to articulate the thought, her mouth was gone. Only Rachel saw the station wagon slam shut on her daddy's head like a Venus flytrap on a bug, but both of them saw their mother somehow pulled through the muddy door as if it were a curtain. They saw one of her mocks come off. They got a flash of her pink toenails, and then she was gone. A moment later, the white car lost its shape and clenched itself like a fist. Through their mother's open window, they heard a crunching sound. "What? That?" Blakey screamed. His eyes were streaming tears and his lower lip was lathered with snot. "Wha that, Ratchie? Wha that? They're bones, Rachel thought. She was only 6 years old and not allowed to go to PG-13 movies or watch them on TV, let alone R. Her mother said R stood for raunchy, but she knew that was the sound of their bones breaking. The car wasn't a car. It was some kind of monster. Where Mommy and Daddy? Blakey asked, turning his large eyes, now made even larger by his tears, on her. Where Mommy and Daddy, Rachie? He sounds like he's two again, Rachel thought, and for maybe the first time in her life she felt something other than irritation or, when extremely tried by his behavior, outright hate for her baby brother. She didn't think this new feeling was love. She thought it was something even bigger. Her mom hadn't been able to say anything in the end, but if she'd had time, Rachel knew what it would have been: take care of Blakey. He was thrashing in his car seat. He knew how to undo the straps, but in his panic had forgotten how. Rachel opened her seatbelt, slid out of her booster seat, and tried to do it for him. One of his flailing hands caught her cheek and administered a ringing slap, under normal circumstances that would have earned him a hard punch on the shoulder, and Rachel a timeout in her room where she would have sat staring at the wall in a boiling fugue of fury, but now she just grabbed his hand and held it down. "Stop it! Let me help you. I can get you out, but not if you do that." He stopped thrashing, but kept on crying. "Where Daddy? Where Mommy? I want Mommy." "I want her too, asshole," Rachel thought, and undid the car seat straps. "We're going to get out now, and we're going to—" What? They were going to what? Go up to the restaurant? It was closed. That was why there were orange barrels. That was why the pumps in front of the gas station part were gone, and there were weeds poking out of the empty parking lot. "We're going to get away from here," she finished. She got out of the car and went around to Blakey's side. She opened his door, but he just looked at her, eyes brimming. "I can't get out, Rachi. I'll fall." "Don't be such a scaredy baby," she almost said, then didn't. This wasn't the time for that. He was upset enough. She opened her arms and said, "Slide. I'll catch you." He looked at her doubtfully, then slid. Rachel did catch him, but he was heavier than he looked, and they both went sprawling. She got the worst of it because she was on the bottom, but Blakey bumped his head and scraped one hand and began to bawl loudly, this time in pain instead of fear. "Stop it," she said, and wriggled out from under him. "Put on your man pants, Blakey, huh?" She didn't answer. She was looking at the two phones lying beside the terrible station wagon. One of them looked broken, but the other— Rachel edged toward it on her hands and knees, never taking her eyes off the car into which their father and mother had disappeared with such terrifying suddenness. As she was reaching toward the good phone, Blakey walked past her toward the station wagon, holding out his scraped hand. "Mom, Mommy, come out. I hurted myself." "You have to come out, in, kiss it, bet." "Stop right where you are, Blake Lucier." Carla would have been proud. It was she who must be obeyed voice at its most forbidding, and it worked. Blake stopped 4 feet from the side of the station wagon. "But I want Mommy. I want Mommy Rachie." She grabbed his hand and pulled him away from the car. "Not now. Help me work this thing." She knew perfectly well how to work the phone, but she had to distract him. "Gimme, I can do it." "Gimme rack." She passed it over, and while he examined the buttons, she got up, grabbed his Wolverine t-shirt, and pulled him back 3 steps. Blake hardly noticed. He found the power button on Julianne Vernon's cell phone and pushed it. The phone beeped. Rachel took it from him, and for once in his dopey little kid life, Blakey didn't protest. She had listened carefully when McGruff the crime dog came to talk to them at school, although she knew perfectly well it was a guy in a McGruff suit, and she did not hesitate now. She punched in 911 and put the phone to her ear. It rang once, then was picked up. "Hello, my name is Rachel Ann Lucier, and this call is being recorded." A man's voice overrode her. "If you wish to report an emergency, push 1. If you wish to report adverse road conditions, push 2. If you wish to report a stranded motorist—" "Ratch? Rachie? Where Mommy? Where Da—" "Shh," Rachel said sternly, and pushed 1. It was hard to do. Her hand was trembling, and her eyes were all blurry. She realized she was crying. When had she started crying? She couldn't remember. "Hello, this is 911, a woman said. "Are you real or another recording?" Rachel asked. "I'm real," the woman said, sounding a little amused. Do you have an emergency? Yes. A bad car ate up our mother and our daddy. It's at the... Quit while you're ahead, the 911 woman advised. She sounded more amused than ever. How old are you, kiddo? I'm 6, almost 7. My name is Rachel Ann Lucier, and a car, a bad car. Listen, Rachel Ann, or whoever you are, I can trace this call. Did you know that? I bet you didn't. Now just hang up, and I won't have to send a policeman to your house to paddle your... They're dead, you stupid phone person. Rachel screamed into the phone, and at the D word, Blakey began to cry again. The 911 woman didn't say anything for a moment. Then, in a voice no longer amused, Where are you, Rachel Ann? At the empty restaurant, the one with the orange barrels. Blakey sat down and put his face between his knees and his arms over his head. That hurt Rachel in a way she had never been hurt before. It hurt her deep in her heart. That's not enough information, the 911 lady said. Can you be a little more specific, Rachel Ann? Rachel didn't know what specific meant, but she knew what she was seeing. The back tire of the station wagon, the one closest to them, was melting a little. A tentacle of what looked like liquid rubber was moving slowly across the pavement toward Blakey. I have to go, Rachel said. We have to get away from the bad car. She got Blake to his feet and dragged him backward some more, staring at the melting tire. The tentacle of rubber started to go back where it had come from, because it knows we're out of reach, she thought. And the tire started to look like a tire again. But that wasn't good enough for Rachel. She kept dragging Blake down the ramp and toward the turnpike. Where we going, Rachie? I don't know. Away from that car. I want my transformers, not now, later. She kept a tight hold on Blake and kept backing down toward the turnpike where the occasional traffic was whizzing by at 70 and 80 miles an hour. Nothing is as piercing as a child's scream. It's one of nature's more efficient survival mechanisms. Pete Simmons's sleep had already thinned to little more than a doze, and when Rachel screamed at the 911 lady, he heard it and finally woke up all the way. He sat up, winced, and put a hand to his head. It ached, and he knew what that sort of ache was, the dreaded hangover. His tongue tasted furry, and his stomach was blick. Not I'm gonna hurl blick, but blick, just the same. Thank God I didn't drink any more, he thought, and got to his feet. He went to one of the mesh-covered windows to see who was yelling. He didn't like what he saw. Some of the orange barrels blocking the entrance ramp to the rest area had been knocked over, and there were cars down there, quite a few of them. Then he saw a couple of kids, a little girl in pink pants and a little boy wearing shorts and a t-shirt. He caught just a glimpse of them, enough to tell that they were backing away as if something had scared them, and then they disappeared behind what looked to Pete like a horse trailer. Something was wrong. There had been an accident or something, although nothing down there looked like an accident. His first impulse was to get away from here in a hurry before he got caught up in whatever had happened. He grabbed his saddlebag and started toward the kitchen and the loading dock beyond. Then he stopped. There were kids out there. Little kids. Way too little to be close to a fast road like I-95 on their own, and he hadn't seen any adults. Gotta be grown-ups. Didn't you see all those cars? Yes, he'd seen the cars and a truck hooked up to a horse trailer, but no grown-ups. I have to go out there even if I get in trouble. I have to make sure those numb-shit kids don't get smeared all over the turnpike. Pete hurried to the Burger King's front door, found it locked, and asked himself what would have been Normie Theriault's question. Hey, Afterbirth, did your mother have any kids that lived? Pete turned and pelted for the loading dock. Running made his headache worse, but he ignored it. He placed his saddlebag at the edge of the concrete platform, lowered himself, and dropped. He landed stupid, banged his tailbone, and ignored that too. He got up and flashed a longing look toward the woods. He could just disappear. Doing so might save him, oh, so much grief down the line. The idea was miserably tempting. This wasn't like the movies where the good guy always made the right decision without thinking. If somebody smelled vodka on his breath. Jesus, he said. Oh, Jesus jumped up Rice Krispies Christ. Why had he ever come here? Talk about numbshit kids. Holding Blakey firmly by the hand, Rachel walked him all the way to the end of the ramp. Just as they got there, a double box semi-blasted by at 75 miles an hour. The wind blew their hair back, rippled their clothes, and almost knocked Blakey over. "Rachie, I'm scared. We're not supposed to go in the road. Tell me something I don't know," Rachel thought. At home, they weren't supposed to go any farther than the end of the driveway, and there was hardly any traffic on Fresh Winds Way in Falmouth. The traffic on the turnpike was far from constant, but the cars that did come along were going super fast. Besides, where was there to go? They might be able to walk in the breakdown lane, but it would be horribly risky. And there were no exits here, only woods. They could go back to the restaurant, but they would have to walk past the bad car. A red sports car swept past, the guy behind the wheel blaring his horn in a constant wah-wah that made her want to cover her ears. Blake was tugging her, and Rachel let herself be tugged. At one side of the ramp were guardrail posts. Blakey sat down on one of the thick cables running between them and covered his eyes with his chubby hands. Rachel sat next to him. She was out of ideas. 5 Jimmy Golding, 11 Crown Victoria. A child's scream may be one of Mother Nature's more efficient survival mechanisms, but when it comes to turnpike travel, there's nothing like a parked state police cruiser, especially if the black blank face of a radar detector is facing the oncoming traffic. Drivers doing 70 E's back to 65, drivers doing 80 step on the brake, and begin mentally figuring out how many points they'll lose off their licenses if the blue lights go on behind them. It's a salutary effect that wears off quickly, 10 or 15 miles farther up or down the line. The stampers are once again stampeding. The beauty of the parked cruiser, at least in Maine State Trooper Jimmy Golding's opinion, was that you didn't really need to do anything. You just pulled over and let nature, human nature in this case, take its guilty course. On this overcast April afternoon, his Simmons speed check radar gun wasn't even on, and the traffic passing southbound on I-95 was just a background drone. All his attention was on the iPad propped against the lower arc of the steering wheel. He was playing a Scrabble-like game called Words with Friends, his internet connection provided by Verizon. His opponent was an old barracks mate named Nick Avery, now with the Oklahoma State Patrol. Jimmy couldn't imagine why anyone would trade Maine for Oklahoma. Seemed like a bad decision to him, but there could be no doubt that Nick was an excellent Words with Friends player. He beat Jimmy 9 games out of every 10 and was leading in this one. But Nick's current lead was unusually small, and all the letters were out of the electronic draw bag. If he, Jimmy, could play the 4 letters he had left, he would gain a hard-earned victory. Currently, he was fixated on fix. The 4 letters he had left were A, E, S, and another F. If he could somehow modify fix, he would not only win, he would kick his old pal's ass, but it didn't look hopeful. He was examining the rest of the board where the prospects seemed even less fruitful, when his radio gave 2 high-pitched tones. It was an all-on-its alert from 911 in Westbrook. Jimmy tossed his iPad aside and turned up the gain. "All units, attention. Who's close to the mile 81 rest area? Anyone?" Jimmy pulled his mic. 911 dispatch. This is 17. I'm currently at mile 85, just south of the Lisbon Sabatis exit. The woman Rachel Lucier thought of as the 911 lady didn't bother to ask if anyone else was closer. In one of the new Crown Vic cruisers, Jimmy was just 3 minutes away, maybe less. 17. I got a call 3 minutes ago from a little girl who says her parents are dead, and since then I've had multiple calls from people who say there are 2 unaccompanied little kids at the edge of that rest area. He didn't bother to ask why none of those multiple callers had stopped. He had seen it before. Sometimes it was a fear of legal entanglements. More often it was just a severe case of don't give a shit. There was a lot of that going around. Still, kids. Jesus, you'd think. 911, I'm on this. 17 out. Jimmy lit his blues, checked his rear view to make sure he had the road, and then peeled out of the gravel pass-through with its sign reading, "No U-turn, official vehicles only." The Crown Vic's V8 surged, the digital speedometer blurred up to 92 where it hung. Trees reeled giddily past on both sides of the road. He came up on a lumbering old Buick that stubbornly refused to pull over and swept around it. When he pulled back into the travel lane, Jimmy saw the rest area and something else. Two little kids, a boy in shorts, a girl in pink pants sitting on the guardrail cables beside the entrance ramp. They looked like the world's smallest vagrants, and Jimmy's heart squeezed hard enough to hurt. He had kids of his own. They stood up when they saw the flashing lights, and for one terrible second, Jimmy thought the little boy was going to step in front of his cruiser. God bless the little girl who grabbed him by the arm and reeled him in. Jimmy decelerated hard enough to send his citation book, logbook, and iPad cascading off the seat onto the floor. The Vic's front end drifted a little, but he brought it back and parked blocking the ramp where several other cars were already parked. What was going on here? The sun came out then, and a word completely unrelated to the current situation flashed through Trooper Jimmy Golding's mind. Affixes. I can make affixes and go out clean. The little girl was running toward the driver's side of the cruiser, dragging her weeping, stumbling kid brother with her. Her face, white and terrified, looked years older than it should have, and there was a big wet patch on the little boy's shorts. Jimmy got out, being careful not to hit them with his door. He dropped on one knee to get on their level, and they rushed into his arms, almost knocking him over. Whoa, whoa, take it easy, you're all re. The bad car ate Mommy and Daddy, the little boy said, and pointed the bad car right there. It ate them all up like the big bad wolf ate Riddle Red Riding Hoop. You have to get them back. It was impossible to tell which vehicle the chubby finger was pointing at. Jimmy saw four, a station wagon that looked like it had been rode hard along 9 miles of woods road, a spandy clean Prius, a Dodge Ram hauling a horse trailer, and a Ford Expedition. Little girl, what's your name? I'm Trooper Jimmy, Rachel and Lucy here, she said. This is Blakey. He's my little brother. We live at 19 Fresh Winds Way, Falmouth, Maine, 04105. Don't go near it. Trooper Jimmy. It looks like a car, but it's not. It eats people. Which car are we talking about, Rachel? That one in front, next to my daddy's, the muddy one. The muddy car ate Daddy and Mommy, the little boy Blakey proclaimed. You can get them back. You're a policeman. You got a gun. Still on one knee, Jimmy held the children in his arms and eyeballed the muddy station wagon. The sun went back in, their shadows disappeared. On the turnpike, traffic swished past, but slower now, mindful of those flashing blue lights. No one in the Expedition, the Prius, or the truck. He was guessing there was no one in the horse trailer either, unless they were hunkered down. And in that case, the horse would probably seem a lot more nervous than it did. The only vehicle he couldn't see into was the one these kids claimed had eaten their parents. Jimmy didn't like the way the mud was smeared on all its windows. It looked like deliberate mud somehow. He didn't like the cracked cell phone lying by the driver's door either, or the ring beside it. The ring was downright creepy. Like the rest of this isn't. The driver's door suddenly creaked partway open, upping the creepy quotient by at least 30%. Jimmy tensed and put his hand on the butt of his Glock, but no one came out. The door just hung there, 6 inches ajar. That's how it tries to get you to come in. The little girl said in a voice that was little more than a whisper, "It's a monster car." Jimmy Golding hadn't believed in monster cars since he saw that movie Christine as a kid, but he believed that sometimes monsters could lurk in cars, and someone was in this one. How else had the door opened? It could be one of the kids' parents hurt and unable to cry out. It could also be a man lying down on the seat so he wouldn't make a shape visible through the mud-smeared rear window. Maybe a man with a gun. "Who's in the station wagon?" Jimmy called. "I'm a state trooper, and I need you to announce yourself." No one announced himself. "Come out, hands first, and I want to see them empty." The only thing that came out was the sun, printing the door's shadow on the pavement for a second or two before ducking back into the clouds. Then there was only the hanging door. "Come with me, kids," Jimmy said, and shepherded them to his cruiser. He opened the back door. They looked at the back seat with its litter of paperwork, Jimmy's fleece-lined jacket, which he didn't need today, and the shotgun clipped and locked to the back of the bench seat. Especially that. "Mommy and Daddy say never get into a stranger's car," the boy named Blakey said. "They say it at school, too. Stranger danger. He's a policeman with a policeman's car." Rachel said, "It's okay. Get in. And if you touch that gun, I'll smack you." "Good advice on the gun, but it's secured and the trigger lock's on," Jimmy said. Blakey got in and peered over the seat. "Hey, you got an iPad?" "Shut up," Rachel said. She started to get in, then looked at Jimmy Golding with tired, horrified eyes. "Don't touch it. It's sticky." Jimmy almost smiled. He had a daughter only a year or so younger than this little girl, and she might have said the same thing. He guessed little girls divided naturally into two groups, tomboys and dirt haters. Like his Ellen, this one was a dirt hater. It was with this soon-to-be fatal misconception of what Rachel Lucier meant by sticky that he closed them in the back seat of Unit 17. He leaned in the front window of the cruiser and snared his mic. He never took his eyes from the hanging front door of the station wagon, and so did not see the little boy standing next to the rest area restaurant, holding an imitation leather saddlebag against his chest like a small blue baby. A moment later, the sun peeked out again, and Pete Simmons was swallowed up by the restaurant's shadow. Jimmy called in to the gray barracks. 17, come back. I'm at the old Mile 81 rest area. I have 4 abandoned vehicles, 1 abandoned horse, and 2 abandoned children. One of the vehicles is a station wagon, the kids say." He paused, then thought, "What the hell? The kids say it ate their parents. Come back, I think they mean someone inside grabbed them. I want you to send all available units over here. Copy. Copy all available units, but it'll be 10 minutes before the first one gets there. That's Unit 12. He's code 73 in Waterville." Al Andrews, no doubt chowing down at Bob's Burgers and talking politics. "Copy that. Give me MML on the wagon 17, and I'll run it. Negative on all 3, no plate. As far as make and model, the thing's so covered with mud I can't tell. It's American, though, I think. Probably a Ford or a Chevy. The kids are in my cruiser. Names are Rachel and Blakey Lucier. Fresh Winds Way, Falmouth. I forget the street number. 19, Rachel and Blakey shouted together. They say, "I got it 17. And which car did they come in?" "Daddy's Expedition," Blakey cried, happy to be of help. "Ford Expedition," Jimmy said, "plate number 3772IY. I'm going to approach that station wagon. Copy. Be careful there, Jimmy. Copy that. Oh, and will you reach out to 911 dispatch and tell her the kids are all right? Is that you talking or Pete Townshend? Very funny. 17. I'm 62. He started to replace the mic, then handed it to Rachel. "If anything happens, anything bad, you push that button on the side and yell 30. That means officer needs help. Have you got it?" "Yes, but you shouldn't go near that car, Trooper Jimmy. It bites and it eats and it's sticky." Blakey, who, in his wonder at being in an actual police car, had temporarily forgotten what had befallen his parents, now remembered and began to cry again. "I want Mommy and Daddy." In spite of the weirdness and potential danger of the situation, Rachel Lucier's eye-rolling, "you see what I have to deal with" expression almost made Jimmy laugh. How many times had he seen that exact same expression on the face of 5-year-old Ellen Golding? "Listen, Rachel," Jimmy said, "I know you're scared, but you're safe in here and I have to do my job. If your parents are in that car, we don't want them hurt, do we? Go, get Mommy and Daddy, Trooper Jimmy," Blakey trumpeted. "We don't want them hurt." Jimmy saw hope spark in the girl's eyes, but not as much as he might have expected. Like Agent Mulder on the old X-Files show, she wanted to believe, but like Mulder's partner, Agent Scully, she couldn't quite do it. What had these kids seen? "Be careful, Trooper Jimmy." She raised one finger. It was a school-teacherly gesture made even more endearing by a slight tremble. "Don't touch it." As Jimmy approached the station wagon, he drew his Glock service automatic but left the safety on. For the time being, standing slightly south of the hanging door, he once again invited anyone inside to exit the vehicle open and empty hands foremost. No one came out. He reached for the door, then remembered the little girl's parting admonition and hesitated. He reached out with the barrel of his gun to swing the door open. Only the door didn't open and the barrel of the pistol stuck fast. The thing was a glue pot. He was jerked forward, as if a powerful hand had gripped the Glock's barrel and yanked. There was a second when he could have let go, but such an idea never even surfaced in his mind. One of the first things they taught you at the academy after weapons issue was that you never let go of your sidearm. Never. So he held on, and the car that had already eaten his gun now ate his hand and his arm. The sun came out again, casting his diminishing shadow on the pavement. Somewhere, children were screaming. The station wagon affixes itself to the trooper, he thought. Now I know what she meant by stick. Then the pain bloomed large and all thought ceased. There was time for one scream, only one, 6. The kids, 10, Richforth. From where he was standing, 70 yards away, Pete saw it all. He saw the state trooper reach out with the barrel of his gun to open the station wagon's door the rest of the way. He saw the barrel disappear into the door as if the whole car were nothing but an optical illusion. He saw the trooper jerk forward, his big gray hat tumbling from his head. Then the trooper was yanked through the door and only his hat was left, lying next to somebody's cell phone. There was a pause, and then the car pulled into itself, like fingers into a fist. Next came the tennis racket on-ball sound puck, and the muddy, clenched fist became a car again. The little boy began to wail. The little girl was for some reason screaming 30 over and over again. Like she thought it was a magic word J.K. Rowling had somehow left out of her Harry Potter books. The back door of the police car opened. The kids got out, both of them were crying their asses off, and Pete didn't blame them. If he hadn't been so stunned by what he'd just seen, he'd probably be crying himself. A nutty thought came to him. Another swig or two of that vodka might improve this situation. It would help him be less afraid, and if he was less afraid, he might be able to figure out what the fuck he should do. Meanwhile, the kids were backing away again. Pete had an idea they might panic and take to their heels at any second. He couldn't let them do that. They'd run right into the road and get splatted by turnpike traffic. "Hey," he shouted. "Hey, you kids!" when they turned to look at him. Big, buggy eyes and pale faces, he waved and started walking toward them. As he did, the sun came out again, this time with authority. The little boy started forward. The girl jerked him back. At first, Pete thought she was afraid of him, then realized it was the car she was afraid of. He made a circling gesture with his hand. "Walk around it. Walk around and come over here." They slipped through the guardrails on the left side of the ramp, giving the station wagon the widest berth possible, then cut across the parking lot. When they got to Pete, the little girl let go of her brother, sat down, and put her face in her hands. She had braids her mom had probably fixed for her. Looking at them and knowing the kid's mother would never fix them for her again made Pete feel horrible. The little boy looked up solemnly. "It ate Mommy and Daddy. It ate the horse lady and Trooper Jimmy, too. It's going to eat everyone, I guess. It's going to eat the world." If Pete Simmons had been 20, he might have asked a lot of bullshit questions that didn't matter, because he was only half that age and able to accept what he had just seen. He asked something simpler and more pertinent. "Hey, little girl, are more police coming? Is that why you were yelling 30? She dropped her hands and looked up at him. Her eyes were raw and red. "Yes, but Blakey's right. It will eat them too," I told Trooper Jimmy, but he didn't believe me. Pete believed her, because he had seen. But she was right. The police wouldn't believe. They would, eventually. They'd have to, but maybe not before the monster car ate a bunch more of them. "I think it's from space," he said. "Like on Doctor Who. Mommy and Daddy won't let us watch that," the little boy told him. "They say it's too scary, but this is scarier. It's alive." Pete spoke more to himself than to them. "Duh," Rachel said, and gave a long, miserable sniffle. The sun ducked briefly behind one of the unraveling clouds. When it came out again, an idea came with it. Pete had been hoping to show Normie Theriot and the rest of the rip-ass raiders something that would amaze them enough to let him be part of their gang. Then George had given him a Big Brother reality check. They've all seen that baby trick 1,000 times. Maybe so. But maybe that thing down there hadn't seen it 1,000 times, or even once. Maybe they didn't have magnifying glasses where it came from, or sun, for that matter. He remembered a Doctor Who episode about a planet where it was dark all the time. He could hear a siren in the distance. A cop was coming. A cop who wouldn't believe anything little kids said, because as far as grown-ups were concerned, little kids were all full of shit. "You guys stay here. I'm going to try something." "No." The little girl grasped his wrist with fingers that felt like claws. "It'll eat you too." "I don't think it can move around," Pete told her, disengaging his hand. She had left a couple of bleeding scratches, but he wasn't mad and he didn't blame her. He probably would have done the same, if it had been his parents. "I think it's stuck in one place. It can reach," she said. "It can reach with its tires. They melt." "I'll watch out," Pete said. "But I have to try this, because you're right. Those cops will come, and it will eat them too. Stay put." He walked toward the station wagon. When he was close, but not too close, he unzipped the saddlebag. "I have to try this," he had told the kids. But the truth was a little balder. He wanted to try this. It would be like a science experiment that would probably sound bizarre if he told someone, but he didn't have to tell. He just had to do it, very, very carefully. He was sweating. With the sun out, the day had turned warm, but that wasn't the only reason, and he knew it. He looked up, squinting at the brightness. It made his hangover ache. But so what? "Don't you go back behind a cloud?" "Don't you dare. I need you." He took his Richforth magnifying glass out of the saddlebag and bent to put the saddlebag on the pavement. The joints of his knees cracked, and the station wagon's door swung open a few inches. "It knows I'm here. I don't know if it can see me, but it heard me just now, and maybe it smells me." He took another step. Now he was close enough to touch the side of the station wagon. If he was fool enough to do so, that was. "Watch out," the little girl called. She and her brother were both standing now, their arms around each other. Watch out for it. Carefully, like a kid reaching into a cage with a lion inside, Pete extended the magnifying glass. A circle of light appeared on the side of the station wagon, but it was too big, too soft. He moved the glass closer. "The tire," the little boy screamed. "Watch out for the TIIIY. Pete looked down and saw one of the tires melting. A gray tentacle was oozing across the pavement toward his sneaker. He couldn't back away without giving up his experiment, so he raised his foot and stood like a stork. The tentacle of gray goo immediately changed direction and headed for his other foot. Not much time. He moved the magnifying glass closer. The circle of light shrank to a brilliant white dot. For a moment, nothing happened. Then tendrils of smoke began to drift up. The muddy white surface beneath the dot turned black. From inside the station wagon there came an inhuman growling sound. Pete had to fight every instinct in his brain and body to keep from running. His lips parted, revealing teeth locked together in a desperate snarl. He held the Richforth steady, counting off seconds in his head. He'd reached 7 when the growl rose to a glassy shriek that threatened to split his head. Behind him, Rachel and Blake had let go of each other so they could cover their ears. At the foot of the rest area entrance ramp, Al Andrews brought Unit 12 to a sliding stop. He got out, wincing at that terrible shrieking sound. It was like an air raid siren broadcast through a heavy metal band's amplifiers, he would say later. He saw a kid holding something out so it almost touched the surface of a muddy old Ford or Chevy station wagon. The boy was wincing in pain, determination, or both. The smoking black spot on the flank of the station wagon began to spread. The white smoke curling up from it began to thicken. It turned gray, then black. What happened next happened fast. Pete saw tiny blue flames pop into being around the black spot. They spread, seeming to dance above the surface of the car thing. It was the way charcoal briquettes looked in their backyard barbecue after their father doused them with lighter fluid and then tossed in a match. The gooey gray tentacle, which had almost reached the sneakered foot still on the pavement, snapped back. The car yanked in upon itself again, but this time the spreading blue flames stood out all around it in a corona. It pulled in tighter and still tighter, becoming a fiery ball. Then, as Pete and the Lucier kids and Trooper Andrews watched, it shot up into the blue spring sky. For a moment longer it was there, glowing like a cinder, and then it was gone. Pete found himself thinking of the cold darkness above the envelope of the Earth's atmosphere, those endless leagues where anything might live and lurk. I didn't kill it. I just drove it away. It had to go so it could put itself out like a burning stick in a bucket of water. Trooper Andrews was staring up into the sky, dumbfounded. One of his brain's few working circuits was wondering how he was supposed to write up a report on what he had just seen. There were more approaching sirens in the distance. Pete walked back to the two little kids with his saddlebag in one hand and his Richforth magnifying glass in the other. He sort of wished George and Normie were here, but so what if they weren't? He'd had quite an afternoon for himself without those guys, and he didn't care if he got grounded or not. This made jumping bikes off the edge of a stupid sandpit look like Sesame Street. You know what? I fucking rock. He might have laughed if the little kids hadn't been looking at him. They had just seen their parents eaten by some kind of alien eaten alive, and showing happiness would be totally wrong. The little boy held out his chubby arms, and Pete picked him up. He didn't laugh when the kid kissed his cheek, but he smiled. "Thanks," Blakey said. "You're a good kid." Pete set him down. The little girl also kissed him, which was sort of nice, although it would have been nicer if she'd been a babe. The trooper was running toward them now, and that made Pete think of something. He bent to the little girl and huffed into her face. "Do you smell anything?" Rachel Lucier looked at him for a moment, her expression far wiser than her years. "You'll be okay," she said, and actually smiled. Not a big one, but yes, a smile. "Just don't breathe on him, and maybe get some mints or something before you go home." "I was thinking teaberry gum," Pete said. "Yeah," Rachel said. "That'll work. For Nye Wilden and Doug Allen, who bought my first stories. My mother had a saying for every occasion. And Steve remembers them all. I can hear my wife, Tabitha, say, with an accompanying roll of her eyes. One of her favorites was milk always takes the flavor of what it sits next to in the icebox. I don't know if that's true about milk, but it's certainly true when it comes to the stylistic development of young writers. When I was a young man, I wrote like H.P. Lovecraft when I was reading Lovecraft, and like Ross MacDonald when I was reading the adventures of P.I. Lou Archer. Stylistic copying eventually wanes. Little by little, writers develop their own styles, each as unique as a fingerprint. Traces of the writers one reads in one's formative years remain, but the rhythm of each writer's thoughts, an expression of his or her very brainwaves, I think eventually becomes dominant. In the end, no one sounds like Elmore Leonard but Leonard, and no one sounds like Mark Twain but Twain. Yet every now and then stylistic copying recurs, always when the writer encounters some new and wonderful mode of expression that shows him a new way of seeing and saying. Salem's Lot was written under the influence of James Dickey's poetry, and if Rose Madder sounds in places as if it were written by Cormac McCarthy, it's because, while I was writing that book, I was reading everything by McCarthy I could get my hands on. In 2009, an editor at the New York Times Book Review asked if I would do a double review of Raymond Carver, A Writer's Life, by Carol Sklenicka, and Carver's own collected stories as published by Library of America. I agreed, mostly so I could explore some new territory. Although I am an omnivorous reader, I had somehow missed Carver. A large blind spot for a writer who came of literary age at roughly the same time Carver did, you might say, and you would be right. All I can say in my own defense is, quote, libros, quam breve, tempus, so many books, so little time, and yes, I have the t-shirt. In any case, I was stunned by the clarity of Carver's style and by the beautiful tension of his prose line. Everything is on the surface, but that surface is so clear that the reader can see a living universe just beneath. I loved those stories, and I loved the American losers Carver wrote about with such knowledge and tenderness. Yes, the man was a drunk, but he had a sure touch and a great heart. I wrote Premium Harmony shortly after reading more than 24 Carver stories, and it should come as no surprise that it has the feel of a Carver story. If I had written it at 20, I think it would have been no more than a blurred copy of a much better writer. Because it was written at 62, my own style bleeds through, for better or worse. Like many great American writers, Philip Roth and Jonathan Franzen come to mind. Carver seemed to have little sense of humor. I, on the other hand, see the humor in almost everything. The humor here is black, but in my opinion, that's often the best kind. Because, dig it, when it comes to death, what can you do but laugh? Premium Harmony. They've been married for 10 years, and for a long time, everything was okay. Swell, but now they argue quite a lot. It's really all the same argument. It has circularity. It is. Ray sometimes thinks like a dog track. When they argue, they're like greyhounds chasing the mechanical rabbit. You go past the same scenery time after time, but you don't see the landscape. You see the rabbit. He thinks it might be different if they'd had kids, but she couldn't have kids. They finally got tested, and that's what the doctor said. It was her problem, something in her. A year or so after that, he bought her a dog, a Jack Russell, she named Biznez. Mary would spell it for people who asked. She wants everyone to get the joke. She loves that dog, but now they argue anyway. They're going to Walmart for grass seed. They've decided to sell the house. They can't afford to keep it. But Mary says they won't get far until they do something about the plumbing and make the lawn nice. She says those bald patches make it look shanty Irish. It's been a hot summer with no rain to speak of. Ray tells her grass seed won't grow the lawn without rain, no matter how good the grass seed is. He says they should wait. Then another year goes by and we're still there, she says. We can't wait another year, Ray. We'll be bankrupts. When she talks, Biz looks at her from his place in the back seat. Sometimes he looks at Ray when Ray talks, but not always. Mostly, he looks at Mary. What do you think? He says. It's going to rain, so you don't have to worry about going bankrupt. We're in it together, unless you forgot, she says. They're driving through Castle Rock now. It's pretty dead. What Ray calls the economy has disappeared from this part of Maine. The Walmart is on the other side of town, near the high school, where Ray is a janitor. The Walmart has its own stoplight. People joke about it. Penny wise and pound foolish, he says. You ever hear that one? 1,000,000 times from you, he grunts. He can see the dog in the rearview mirror watching her. Sometimes he hates the way Biz does that. It comes to him that neither of them knows what they are talking about. It is a depressing thought. And pull in at the quick pick, she says. I want to get a kickball for Tally's birthday. Tally is her brother's little girl. Ray supposes that makes her his niece, although he's not sure that's right, since all the blood is on Mary's side. They have balls at Walmart, Ray says, and everything's cheaper at Wally World. The ones at Quick Pick are purple. Purple is her favorite color. I can't be sure there'll be purple at Walmart. If there aren't, we'll stop at the Quick Pick on the way back. He feels like a great weight is pressing down on his head. She'll get her way. She always does on things like this. Marriage is like a football game, and he's quarterbacking the underdog team. He has to pick his spots, make short passes. It'll be on the wrong side coming back, she says, as if they are caught in a torrent of city traffic instead of rolling through an almost deserted little town where most of the stores are for sale. I'll just dash in and get the ball and dash right back out. At 200 pounds, Ray thinks your dashing days are over, honey. They're only 99 cents, she says. Don't be such a pinch penny. Don't be so pound foolish, he thinks. But what he says is, buy me a pack of smokes while you're in there. I'm out. If you quit, we'd have an extra $40 a week. He saves up and pays a friend in South Carolina to ship him a dozen cartons at a time. They're $20 a carton cheaper in South Carolina. That's a lot of money, even in this day and age. It's not like he doesn't try to economize. He has told her this before and will again. But what's the point? In one ear, out the other. Nothing to slow down what he says in the middle. I used to smoke 2 packs a day, he says. Now I smoke less than half a pack. Actually, most days he smokes more. She knows it, and Ray knows she knows it. That's marriage after a while. That weight on his head gets a little heavier. Also, he can see Biz still looking at her. He feeds the damn thing, and he makes the money that pays for the food. But it's her she's looking at. And Jack Russells are supposed to be smart. He turns into the quick pick. You ought to buy them on Indian Island if you've got to have them, she says. They haven't sold tax-free smokes on the res for 10 years, he says. I've told you that too. You don't listen. He pulls past the gas pumps and parks beside the store. There's no shade. The sun is directly overhead. The car's air conditioner only works a little. They are both sweating. In the back seat, Biz is panting. It makes him look like he's grinning.
Well, you ought to quit, Mary says, and you ought to quit those little Debbies, he says. He doesn't want to say this. He knows how sensitive she is about her weight, but out it comes. He can't hold it back. It's a mystery. I ain't had one in a year, she says. Mary, the box is on the top shelf, a 24-pack behind the flour. Were you snooping? She cries.
A flush is rising in her cheeks, and he sees how she looked when she was still beautiful. Good-looking. Anyway, everybody said she was good-looking. Even his mother, who didn't like her otherwise. I was looking for the bottle opener, he says. I had a bottle of cream soda, the kind with the old-fashioned cap. Looking for a bottle opener on the top shelf of the goddamn cupboard. Go in and get the ball, he says, and get me some smokes. Be a sport. Can't you wait until we get home? Can't you even wait that long? You can get the cheap ones, he says, that off-brand premium harmony they're called. They taste like old stale cow shit, but all right. If she'll only shut up about it, it's too hot to argue. Where are you going to smoke, anyway? In the car, I suppose, so I have to breathe it. I'll open the window. I always do. I'll get the ball, then I'll come back. If you feel you have to spend $4.50 to poison your lungs, you can go in. I'll sit with the baby. Ray hates it when she calls Biz the baby. He's a dog, and he may be as bright as Mary likes to boast, but he still shits outside and licks where his balls used to be. Buy a few Twinkies while you're at it, he tells her. Or maybe they're having a special on ho-hos. You're so mean, she says. She gets out of the car and slams the door. He's parked too close to the concrete cube of a building, and she has to sidle until she's past the trunk of the car. And she knows he's looking at her, seeing how she's now so big she has to sidle. He knows she thinks he parked close to the building on purpose to make her sidle. And maybe he did. He wants a cigarette. Well, Biz, old buddy, it's just you and me. Biz lies down on the back seat and closes his eyes. He may get up on his back paws and shuffle around for a few seconds when Mary puts on a record and tells him to dance. And if she tells him, in a jolly voice, that he's a bad boy, he may go into the corner and sit facing the wall, but he still shits outside. The time goes by and she doesn't come out. Ray opens the glove compartment. He paws through the rat's nest of papers, looking for some cigarettes he might have forgotten. But there aren't any. He does find a Hostess snowball still in its wrapper. He pokes it. It's as stiff as a corpse. It's got to be 1,000 years old. Maybe older. Maybe it came over on the Ark. Everybody has his poison, he says. He unwraps the snowball and tosses it into the back seat. Want this, Biz? Go ahead, knock yourself out. Biz snarks the snowball in 2 bites. Then he sets to work, licking up bits of coconut off the seat. Mary would have a shit fit, but Mary's not here. Ray looks at the gas gauge and sees it's down to half. He could turn off the motor and unroll the windows, but then he'd really bake. Sitting here in the sun, waiting for her to buy a purple plastic kickball for 99 cents when he knows they could get one for 79 cents at Walmart. Only that one might be yellow or red, not good enough for Tally, only purple for the princess. He sits there, and Mary doesn't come back. Christ on a pony, he says. Cool air traces over his face. He thinks again about turning off the engine, saving some gas, then thinks fuck it. She won't bring him the smokes either, not even the cheap off-brand. This he knows. He had to make that crack about those little Debbies. He sees a young woman in the rearview mirror. She's jogging toward the car. She's even heavier than Mary. Great big tits shuffle back and forth under her blue smock. Biz sees her coming and starts to bark. Ray unrolls the window. "Is your wife a blonde-haired woman?" She puffs the words. A blonde-haired woman wearing sneakers? Her face shines with sweat. Yes, she wanted a ball for our niece. Well, something's wrong with her. She fell down, she's unconscious. Mr. Ghosh says he thinks she might have had a heart attack. He called 911. You better come. Ray locks the car and follows her into the store. It's cold inside after the car. Mary is lying on the floor with her legs spread and her arms at her sides. She's next to a wire cylinder full of kickballs. The sign over the wire cylinder says "Hot Fun in the Summertime." Her eyes are closed. She might be sleeping there on the linoleum floor. 3 people are standing over her. One is a dark-skinned man in khaki pants and a white shirt. A name tag on the pocket of his shirt says M.R. Hosh Manager. The other 2 are customers. One is a thin old man without much hair. He's in his 70s at least. The other is a fat woman. She's fatter than Mary. Fatter than the girl in the blue smock, too. Ray thinks by rights she's the one who should be lying out on the floor. "Sir, are you this lady's husband?" Mr. Ghosh asks. "Yes," Ray says. "That doesn't seem to be enough." "I sure am." "I'm sorry to say, but I think she might be dead," Mr. Ghosh says. "I gave the artificial respiration and the mouth-to-mouth, but—" He shrugs. Ray thinks of the dark-skinned man putting his mouth on Mary's, Frenching her, sort of, breathing down her throat right next to the wire cylinder full of plastic kickballs. Then he kneels down. "Mary?" he says. "Mary?" Like trying to wake her up after a hard night. She doesn't appear to be breathing, but you can't always tell. He puts his ear by her mouth and hears nothing. He feels air moving on his skin, but that's probably just the air conditioning. This gentleman called 911, the fat woman says. She's holding a bag of bugles. "Mary," Ray says. Louder this time, but he can't quite bring himself to shout, not down on his knees with people standing around. One of them a dark-skinned man. He looks up and says, apologetically, "She never gets sick. She's healthy as a horse." "You never know," the old man says. He shakes his head. "She just fell down," says the young woman in the blue smock. "Didn't say a word." "Did she grab her chest?" asks the fat woman with the bugles. "I don't know," the young woman says. "I guess not." "Not that I saw. She just fell down." There's a rack of souvenir T-shirts near the kickballs. They say things like my parents were treated like royalty in Castle Rock, and all I got was this Lucy T-shirt. Mr. Ghosh takes one and says, "Would you like me to cover her face, sir?" "God, no," Ray says, startled. "She might only be unconscious. We're not doctors." Past Mr. Ghosh, he sees 3 kids, teenagers, looking in the window. One of them is taking pictures with his cell phone. Mr. Ghosh looks where Ray is looking and rushes at the door, flapping his hands. "You kids get out of here! You kids get out!" Laughing, the teenagers shuffle backwards, then turn and jog past the gas pumps to the sidewalk. Beyond them, the nearly deserted downtown shimmers. A car goes by pulsing rap. To Ray, the bass sounds like Mary's stolen heartbeat. "Where's the ambulance?" the old man says. "How come it's not here yet?" Ray kneels by his wife while the time goes by. His back hurts and his knees hurt, but if he gets up, he'll look like a spectator. The ambulance turns out to be a Chevy Suburban painted white with orange stripes. The red jackpot lights are flashing. Castle County Rescue is printed across the front, only backwards, so you can read it in your rearview mirror. Ray thinks that's pretty clever. The 2 men who come in are dressed in white. They look like waiters. One pushes an oxygen tank on a dolly. It's a green tank with an American flag decal on it. "Sorry," this one says, "just cleared a car accident over in Oxford." The other one sees Mary lying on the floor, legs spread, hands to her sides. "Aw, gee," he says. Ray can't believe it. "Is she still alive?" he asks. "Is she just unconscious? If she is, you better give her oxygen or she'll have brain damage." Mr. Ghosh shakes his head. The young woman in the blue smock starts to cry. Ray wants to ask her what she's crying about, then knows. She has made up a whole story about him from what he just said. Why, if he came back in a week or so and played his cards right, she might toss him a mercy fuck. Not that he would, but he sees that maybe he could, if he wanted to. Mary's eyes don't react to a penlight. One EMT listens to her non-existent heartbeat, and the other takes her non-existent blood pressure. It goes on like that for a while. The teenagers come back with some of their friends. Other people too. Ray guesses they're drawn by the flashing red lights on top of the EMT's Suburban the way bugs are drawn to a porch light. Mr. Ghosh runs at them again, flapping his arms. They back away again. Then when Mr. Ghosh returns to the circle around Mary and Ray, they come back and start looking in again. One of the EMTs says to Ray, "She was your wife?" "Right. Well, sir, I'm sorry to say that she's dead." "Oh." Ray stands up, his knees crack. "They told me she was, but I wasn't sure." "Mary, Mother of God, bless her soul," says the fat lady with the bugles. She crosses herself. Mr. Ghosh offers one of the EMTs the souvenir T-shirt to put over Mary's face, but the EMT shakes his head and goes outside. He tells the little crowd that there's nothing to see, as if anyone's going to believe a dead woman in the quick pick isn't interesting. The EMT pulls a gurney from the back of the rescue vehicle. He does it with a single quick flip of the wrist. The legs fold down all by themselves. The old man with the thinning hair holds the door open, and the EMT pulls his rolling deathbed inside. "Whoo, hot," the EMT says, wiping his forehead. "You may want to turn away for this part, sir," the other one says, but Ray watches as they lift her onto the gurney. A sheet has been neatly folded down at the end of the gurney. They pull it all the way up until it's over her face. Now Mary looks like a corpse in a movie. They roll her out into the heat. This time it's the fat woman with the bugles who holds the door for them. The crowd has retreated to the sidewalk. There must be 3 dozen standing in the unrelieved August sunshine. When Mary is stored, the EMTs come back. One is holding a clipboard. He asks Ray about 25 questions. Ray can answer all but the one about her age. Then he remembers she's 3 years younger than he is and tells them 34. "We're going to take her to St. Stevie's," the EMT with the clipboard says. "You can follow us if you don't know where that is." "I know," Ray says. "What do you want to do an autopsy? Cut her up?" The girl in the blue smock gives a gasp. Mr. Ghosh puts his arm around her and she puts her face against his white shirt. Ray wonders if Mr. Ghosh is fucking her. He hopes not. Not because of Mr. Ghosh's brown skin. Ray doesn't care about that. But because he's got to be twice her age, an older man can take advantage, especially when he's the boss. "Well, that's not our decision," the EMT says. "But probably not. She didn't die unattended. I'll say," the woman with the bugles interjects, "and it's pretty clearly a heart attack. You can probably have her released to the mortuary almost immediately." Mortuary? An hour ago they were in the car arguing. "I don't have a mortuary," he says. "Not a mortuary, a burial plot. Nothing. Why the hell would I?" "She's 34. The 2 EMTs exchange a look. "Mr. Burkett, there'll be someone to help you with all that at St. Stevie's. Don't worry about it." "Don't worry? What the hell?" The EMT wagon pulls out with the lights still flashing but the siren off. The crowd on the sidewalk starts to break up. The counter girl, the old man, the fat woman, and Mr. Ghosh look at Ray as though he's someone special. "A celebrity. She wanted a purple kickball for our niece," he says. "She's having a birthday. She'll be 8. Her name is Tally. She was named for an actress." Mr. Ghosh takes a purple kickball from the wire rack and holds it out to Ray in both hands. "On the house," he says. "Thank you, sir," Ray says. The woman with the bugles bursts into tears. "Mary, Mother of God," she says. They stand around for a while talking. Mr. Ghosh gets sodas from the cooler. These are also on the house. They drink their sodas and Ray tells them a few things about Mary, steering clear of the arguments. He tells them how she made a quilt that took 3rd prize at the Castle County Fair. That was in '02 or maybe '03. "That's so sad," the woman with the bugle says. She has opened them and shared them around. They eat and drink. "My wife went in her sleep," the old man with the thinning hair says. "She just laid down on the sofa and never woke up. We were married 37 years. I always expected I'd go first, but that's not the way God wanted it. I can still see her laying there on the sofa." He shakes his head. "I couldn't believe it." Finally, Ray runs out of things to tell them, and they run out of things to tell him. Customers are coming in again. Mr. Ghosh waits on some, and the woman in the blue smock waits on others. Then the fat woman says she really has to go. She gives Ray a kiss on the cheek before she does. "You need to see to your business, Mr. Burkett," she tells him. Her tone is both reprimanding and flirtatious. Ray thinks she might be another mercy fuck possibility. He looks at the clock over the counter. It's the kind with a beer advertisement on it. Almost 2 hours have gone by since Mary went sidling between the car and the cinder block side of the quick pick, and for the first time he thinks of Biz. When he opens the door, heat rushes out at him, and when he puts his hand on the steering wheel to lean in, he pulls it back with a cry. It's got to be 130 in there. Biz is dead on his back. His eyes are milky. His tongue is protruding from the side of his mouth. Ray can see the wink of his teeth. There are little bits of coconut caught in his whiskers. That shouldn't be funny, but it is. Not funny enough to laugh, but funny in a way that's some fancy word he can't quite think of. "Biz, old buddy," he says, "I'm sorry, I forgot all about you." Great sadness and amusement sweep over him as he looks at the baked Jack Russell. That anything so sad should still be funny is just a crying shame. "Well, you're with her now, ain't you?" he says, and this thought is so sad yet so sweet that he begins to cry. It's a hard storm. While he's crying, it comes to him that now he can smoke all he wants, and anywhere in the house. He can smoke right there at her dining room table. "You're with her now, Biz, old buddy?" he says through his tears. His voice is clogged and thick. It's a relief to sound just right for the situation. Poor old Mary, poor old Biz, damn it all, still crying, and with the purple kickball still tucked under his arm, he goes back into the quick pick. He tells Mr. Ghosh he forgot to get cigarettes. He thinks maybe Mr. Ghosh will give him a pack of premium harmonies on the house as well. But Mr. Ghosh's generosity doesn't stretch that far. Ray smokes all the way to the hospital with the windows shut, and Biz in the back seat and the air conditioning on high, thinking of Raymond Carver. Sometimes a story arrives complete, a done thing usually, though. They come to me in 2 parts. First the cup, then the handle. Because the handle may not show up for weeks, months, or even years. I have a little box in the back of my mind full of unfinished cups, each protected in that unique mental packing we call memory. You can't go looking for a handle. No matter how beautiful the cup may be, you have to wait for it to appear. I realize that metaphor sort of sucks, but when you're talking about the process we call creative writing, most of them do. I have written fiction all my life, and still have very little understanding of how the process works. Of course, I don't understand how my liver works either, but as long as it keeps doing its job, I'm good with that. About 6 years ago, I saw a near-miss accident at a busy intersection in Sarasota. A cowboy driver tried to wedge his Bigfoot truck, the kind with the huge tires, into a left-turn lane, already occupied by another Bigfoot truck. The guy whose space was being encroached upon hit his horn. There was a predictable screech of brakes, and the 2 gas-guzzling behemoths ended up inches apart. The guy in the turn lane unrolled his window and raised one finger to the blue Florida sky in a salute that is as American as baseball. The fellow who had almost hit him returned the greeting along with a Tarzan chest thump that presumably meant, "Do you want a piece of me?" Then the light turned green, other drivers began to honk, and they went on their way with no physical confrontation. The incident got me thinking about what might have happened if the 2 drivers had emerged from their vehicles and started duking it out right there on the Tamiami Trail. Not an unreasonable imagining. Road rage happens all the time. Unfortunately, it happens all the time is not a recipe for a good story. Yet that near accident stuck with me. It was a cup with no handle. A year or so later, while eating lunch in an Applebee's with my wife, I saw a man in his 50s cutting up an elderly gent's chopped steak. He did it carefully, while the elderly gent stared vacantly over his head. At one point, the old guy seemed to come around a little and tried to grab the utensils, presumably so he could attend to his own meal. The younger man smiled and shook his head. The elderly gent let go and resumed his staring. I decided they were father and son, and there it was, the handle for my road rage cup. Batman and Robin have an altercation. Sanderson sees his father twice a week, on Wednesday evenings after he closes the jewelry store his parents opened long ago. He drives the 3 miles to Crackerjack Manor and sees Pop there, usually in the common room. In his suite if Pop is having a bad day. On most Sundays, Sanderson takes him out to lunch. The facility where Pop is living out his final foggy years is actually called the Harvest Hills Special Care Unit, but to Sanderson, Crackerjack Manor seems more accurate. Their time together isn't actually so bad, and not just because Sanderson no longer has to change the old man's bed when he pisses in it, or get up in the middle of the night when Pop goes wandering around the house, calling for his wife to make him some scrambled eggs, or telling Sanderson those damned Fredericks boys are out in the backyard, drinking and hollering at each other. Dory Sanderson has been dead for 15 years, and the 3 Fredericks boys, no longer boys, moved away long ago. There's an old joke about Alzheimer's. The good news is that you meet new people every day. Sanderson has discovered the real good news is that the script rarely changes. It means you almost never have to improvise. Applebee's, for instance. Although they have been having Sunday lunch at the same one for over 3 years now, Pop almost always says the same thing. This isn't so bad. We ought to come here again. He always has chopped steak, done medium rare, and when the bread pudding comes, he tells Sanderson that his wife's bread pudding is better. Last year, the pudding was off the menu of the Applebee's on Commerce Way. So Pop, after having Sanderson read the dessert choices to him 4 times and thinking it over for an endless 2 minutes, ordered the apple cobbler. When it came, Pop said that Dory served hers with heavy cream. Then he simply sat, staring out the window at the highway. The next time he made the same observation, but ate the cobbler right down to the china. He can usually be counted on to remember Sanderson's name and the relationship, but he sometimes calls Sanderson Reggie, the name of his older brother. Reggie died 40 years ago. When Sanderson prepares to leave the suite on Wednesdays or on Sundays, after he takes his father back to Crackerjack Manor, his father invariably thanks him and promises that next time he will be feeling better. In his young years before meeting Dory Levin, who civilized him Sanderson's Pop to be, was a roughneck in the Texas oil fields, and sometimes he reverts to that man who never dreamed he would one day become a successful jewelry merchant in San Antonio. On these occasions he is confined to his suite, once he turned his bed over and paid for his efforts with a broken wrist. When the orderly on duty, Jose, Pop's favorite, asked why he did it, Pop said it was because that fucking Gunton wouldn't turn down his radio. There is no Gunton, of course. Not now. Somewhere in the past, maybe, probably. Lately, Pop has displayed a kleptomaniacal streak. The orderlies, nurses, and doctors have found all sorts of things in his room. Vases, plastic utensils from the dining hall, the TV controller from the common room. Once Jose discovered an El Producto cigar box filled with various jigsaw puzzle pieces and 80 or 90 assorted playing cards under Pop's bed. Pop cannot tell anyone, including his son, why he takes these things, and usually denies that he has taken them at all. Once he told Sanderson that Gunderson was trying to get him in trouble. "Do you mean Gunton, Pop?" Sanderson asked. Pop waved a bony driftwood hand. All that guy ever wanted was pussy. He was the original pussy hound from Pussyville. But the klepto phase seems to be passing. That's what Jose says anyway. And this Sunday his father is calm enough. It's not one of his clear days, but not one of the really bad ones either. It's good enough for Applebee's, and if they get through it without his father pissing himself, all will be well. He's wearing continence pants, but of course there's a smell. For this reason, Sanderson always gets them a corner table. That's not a problem. They dine at 2, and by then the after-church crowd is back home watching baseball or football on TV. "Who are you?" Pop asks in the car. It's a bright day, but chilly. In his oversized sunglasses and wool topcoat, he looks quite a lot like Uncle Junior, that old gangster from The Sopranos. "I'm Dougie," Sanderson says. "Your son, I remember Dougie," Pop says, "but he died." "No, Pop, Reggie died. He—" Sanderson trails off, waiting to see if Pop will finish. Pop doesn't. "It was an accident. Drunk, was he?" Pop asks. This hurts even after all the years. That's the bad news about what his father has. He is capable of random cruelties that, while unmeant, can still sting like hell. "No," Sanderson said. "That was the kid who hit him and then walked away with nothing but a couple of scratches. That kid will be in his 50s now, probably going silver at the temples." Sanderson hopes this grown version of the kid who killed his brother has scoliosis. He hopes the guy's wife died of ovarian cancer. Hopes he got mumps and went both blind and sterile. But he's probably just fine, managing a grocery store somewhere. Maybe even, God help them, managing an Applebee's. Why not? He was 16, all water over the dam, youthful indiscretion. The records would be sealed, and Reggie also sealed. Bones inside a suit under a headstone on Mission Hill. Some days, Sanderson can't even remember what he looked like. "Dougie and I used to play Batman and Robin," Pop says. "It was his favorite game." They stop for the light at the intersection of Commerce Way and Airline Road, where trouble will soon occur. Sanderson looks at his father and smiles. "Yeah, Pop, good. We even went out that way for Halloween one year. Do you remember? I talked you into it. The Caped Crusader and the Boy Wonder." His pop looks out through the windshield of Sanderson's Subaru, saying nothing. What is he thinking? Or has thought flattened to nothing but a carrier wave? Sanderson sometimes imagines the sound that flatline might make. Like the old test pattern hum on TV, back before cable and satellite. Sanderson puts his hand on one thin, top-coated arm and gives it a friendly squeeze. "You were drunk on your ass and Mom was mad, but I had fun. That was my best Halloween." "I never drank around my wife," Pop says. "No," Sanderson thinks as the light turns green. "Not once she trained you out of it." "Want help with the menu, Pop?" "I can read," his father says. He no longer can, but it's bright in their corner, and he can look at the pictures even with his Uncle Junior gangsta sunglasses on. Besides, Sanderson knows what he will order. When the waiter comes with their iced teas, Pop says he'll have the chopped steak, medium rare. "I want it pink but not red," he says. "If it's red, I'll send it back." The waiter nods. "Your usual," Pop looks at him suspiciously. "Green beans or coleslaw?" Pop snorts. "You kidding? All those beans were dead. You couldn't sell costume jewelry that year, let alone the real stuff." "He'll have the slaw," Sanderson says, "and I'll have—" "All those beans were dead," Pop says emphatically, and gives the waiter an imperious look that says, "Do you dare challenge me?" The waiter, who has served them many times before, merely nods and says they were dead before turning to Sanderson. "For you, sir?" They eat. Pop refuses to take off his topcoat, so Sanderson asks for one of the plastic bibs and ties it around his father's neck. Pop makes no objection to this, may not register it at all. Some of his slaw ends up on his pants, but the bib catches most of the mushroom gravy drips. As they are finishing, Pop informs the mostly empty room that he has to piss so bad he can taste it. Sanderson accompanies him to the men's room, and his father allows him to unzip his fly, but when Sanderson attempts to pull down the elasticized front of the continent's pants, Pop slaps his hand away. "Never handle another man's meat, Sonny Jim," he says, annoyed. "Don't you know that?" This prompts an ancient memory, Dougie Sanderson standing in front of the toilet with his shorts puddled around his feet and his father kneeling beside him, giving instruction. How old was he then? 3. Only 2? Yes, maybe only 2, but he doesn't doubt the recollection. It's like a fleck of bright glass seen at the side of the road, one so perfectly positioned it leaves an afterimage. "Unlimber, assume the position, fire when ready," he says. Pop gives him a suspicious look, then breaks Sanderson's heart with a grin. I used to tell my boys that when I was getting them housebroke, he says, Dory told me it was my job, and I did it, by God. He unleashes a torrent, and most of it actually goes into the urinal. The smell is sour and sugary, diabetes. But what does that matter? Sometimes Sanderson thinks the sooner the better. Back at their table, still wearing the bib, Pop renders his verdict. This place isn't so bad. We ought to come here again. How about some dessert, Pop? Pop considers the idea, gazing out the window, mouth hanging open. Or is it only the carrier wave? No, not this time. Why not? I have room. They both order the apple cobbler. Pop regards the scoop of vanilla on top with his eyebrows pulled together into a thicket. My wife used to serve this with heavy cream. Her name was Dory, short for Doreen, like on the Mickey Mouse Club. Hi there. Ho there. Hey, there. You're as welcome as can be. I know, Pop. Eat up. Are you Dougie? Yup. Really? Not pulling my leg? No, Pop. I'm Dougie. His father holds up a dripping spoonful of ice cream and apples. We did, didn't we? Did what? Went out trick-and-treating? As Batman and Robin? Sanderson laughs, surprised. We sure did. Ma said I was born foolish, but you had no excuse, and Reggie wouldn't come near us. He was disgusted by the whole thing. I was drunk, Pop says, then begins eating his dessert. When he finishes, he belches, points out the window, and says, Look at those birds. What are they again? Sanderson looks. The birds are clustered on a dumpster in the parking lot. Several more are on the fence behind it. Those are crows, Pop. Christ, I know that, Pop says. Crows never bothered us back then. We had a pellet gun. Now listen. He leans forward, all business. Have we been here before? Sanderson briefly considers the metaphysical possibilities inherent in this question, then says, Yes, we come here most Sundays. Well, it's a good place, but I think we ought to go back. I'm tired. I want that other thing now. A nap, that other thing, Pop says, giving him that imperious look. Sanderson motions for the check, and while he's paying it at the register, Pop sails on with his hands tucked deep in his coat pockets. Sanderson grabs his change in a hurry and has to run to catch the door before Pop can wander out into the parking lot or even into the busy 4 lanes of Commerce Way. That was a good night, Pop says as Sanderson buckles his seatbelt. What night was that? Halloween, you dummy. You were 8, so it was 1959. You were born in 51. Sanderson looks at his father amazed, but the old man is staring straight ahead at the traffic. Sanderson closes the passenger door, goes around the hood of his Subaru, gets in behind the wheel. They say nothing for 2 or 3 blocks, and Sanderson assumes his father has forgotten the whole thing, but he hasn't. When we got to the Forrester's house at the bottom of the hill, you remember the hill, don't you? Church Street Hill, sure, right? Norma Forrester opened the door, and to you she says, before you could, she says, trick or treat. Then she looks at me and says, trick or drink. Pop makes a rusty hinge sound that Sanderson hasn't heard in a year or more. He even slaps his thigh. Trick or drink, what a card. You remember that, don't you? Sanderson tries, but comes up empty. All he remembers is how happy he was to have his dad with him, even though Dad's Batman costume put together on the fly was pretty lame. Gray pajamas, the bat emblem drawn on the front with magic marker, the cape cut out of an old bedsheet. The Batman utility belt was a leather belt in which his father had stuck an assortment of screwdrivers and chisels, even an adjustable wrench from the toolbox in the garage. The mask was a moth-eaten balaclava that Pop rolled up to the nose so his mouth showed, standing in front of the hallway mirror before going out. He pulled the top of the mask up on the sides, plucking at it to make ears, but they wouldn't stay. She offered me a bottle of Shiner's, Pop says. Now they're 9 blocks up Commerce Way and approaching the intersection at Airline Road. Did you take it? Pop is on a roll. Sanderson would love for it to continue all the way back to Crackerjack Manor. Sure did. He falls silent. As Commerce Way approaches the intersection, the 2 lanes become 3. The one on the far left is a turn lane. The lights for straight-ahead traffic are red, but the one handling traffic in the left turn lane is showing a green arrow. That gal had tits like pillows. She was the best loving I ever had. Yes, they hurt you. Sanderson knows this not just from his own experience, but from talking to others who have relatives in the manor. Mostly they don't mean to, but they do. What memories remain to them are all in a jumble like the pilfered puzzle pieces Jose found in the cigar box under Pop's bed, and there's no governor on them, no way of separating stuff that's okay to talk about from the stuff that isn't. Sanderson has never had a reason to think his father was anything but faithful to his wife for the entire 40-some years of their marriage, but isn't that an assumption all grown children make? If their parents' marriage was serene and collegial? He takes his eyes off the road to look at his father, and that is why there is an accident instead of one of the near misses that happen all the time on busy roads like Commerce Way. Even so, it's not a terribly serious one, and though Sanderson knows his attention wandered from the road for a second or two, he also knows it still wasn't his fault. One of those built-up pickup trucks with the oversized tires and the roof lights on the cab swerves into his lane, wanting to get all the way left in time to turn before the green arrow goes out. There's no taillight blinker. This Sanderson notes just as the left front of his Subaru collides with the rear of the pickup truck. He and his father are both thrown forward into their locked seatbelts, and a ridge suddenly heaves up in the middle of his Subaru's previously smooth hood, but the airbags don't deploy. There's a brisk tinkle of glass. "Asshole!" Sanderson cries. "Jesus!" Then he makes a mistake. He pushes the button that unrolls his window, sticks out his arm, and wags his middle finger at the truck. Later he will think he only did it because Pop was in the car with him and Pop was on a roll. "Pop!" Sanderson turns to him. "You okay?" "What happened?" Pop says, "Why'd we quit?" He's confused, but otherwise fine. A good thing he was wearing his seatbelt, although God knows it's hard to forget them these days. The cars won't let you drive 50 feet without putting one on, and they begin screaming with indignation. Sanderson leans over Pop's lap, thumbs open the glove compartment, gets out his registration and insurance card. When he straightens up again, the door of the pickup truck is standing open and the driver is walking toward him, taking absolutely no notice of the cars that honk and swerve to get around the latest fender bender. There isn't as much traffic as there would be on a weekday, but Sanderson doesn't count this as a blessing because he's looking at the approaching driver and thinking, I could be in trouble here. He knows this guy, not personally, but he's a South Texas staple. He's wearing jeans and a t-shirt with the sleeves ripped off at the shoulders, not cut, ripped, so that errant strings dangle against the tanned slabs of muscle on his upper arms. The jeans are hanging off his hip bones so the brand name of his underwear shows. A chain runs from one beltless loop of his jeans to his back pocket, where there will no doubt be a big leather wallet, possibly embossed with the logo of a heavy metal band. Lots of ink on his arms and hands, even crawling up his neck. This is the kind of guy when Sanderson sees him on the sidewalk outside his jewelry shop via closed-circuit TV, who causes him to push the button that locks the door. Right now, he would like to push the button that locks his car door, but of course he can't do that. He should never have flipped the guy the bird, and he even had time to rethink his options, because he had to roll down the window in order to do it. But it's too late now. Sanderson opens the door and gets out ready to be placating, to apologize for what he shouldn't need to apologize for. It was the guy who cut across, for God's sake. But here's something else, something that makes little quills of dismay prickle the skin of his forearms and the back of his neck, which is sweating now that he's out of the AC. The guy's tattoos are crude, straggling things, chains around the biceps, thorns circling the forearms, a dagger on one wrist with a drop of blood hanging from the tip of the blade. No skin shop did those. That's jailhouse ink. Tat Man is at least 6'2" in his boots, and at least 200 pounds, maybe 220. Sanderson is 5'9" and weighs 160. Look, I'm sorry I flipped you the bird, Sanderson says, heat of the moment. But you changed lanes without. Look what you did to my truck, Tatman says. I ain't had it but 3 months. We need to exchange insurance information. They also need a cop. Sanderson looks around for one and sees only rubberneckers, slowing down to assess the damage and then speeding up again. You think I got insurance when I can barely make the payments on that bitch? You have to have insurance. Sanderson thinks it's the law. Only a guy like this doesn't think he has to have anything. The rubber testicles hanging under his license plate are the final proof. Why the fuck didn't you let me in, asshole? There was no time, Sanderson said. You cut across, you never blinked. I blinked. Then how come it isn't on? Sanderson points. Because you knocked out my fucking taillight, numbie? How am I supposed to tell my girlfriend about this? She fronted the fucking down payment. Get that fucking shit out of my face. He strikes the insurance card and registration, which Sanderson is still holding out from Sanderson's hand. Sanderson looks down at them, stunned. His papers are lying on the road. I'm going, Tatman says. I'll fix my damage. You fix yours. That's how it's going to work. The damage to the Subaru is far worse than the damage to the absurdly oversized pickup, probably 1,500 or 2,000 more, but that isn't what makes Sanderson speak up. It isn't being afraid the lug will get away clean. Either all Sanderson has to do is write down the number of the plate above those hanging rubber testes. It isn't even the heat, which is whopping. It's the thought of his gorked-out father sitting there in the passenger seat not knowing what's happening, needing a nap. They should be halfway back to Crackerjack Manor by now. But no. Because this happy asshole had to cut across traffic. Just had to scoot under that green arrow before it went out, or the world would grow dark and the winds of judgment would blow. That's not how it's going to work, Sanderson says. It was your fault you cut in front of me without signaling. I didn't have time to stop. I want to see your registration, and I want to see your driver's license. Fuck your mother, the big man says, and punches Sanderson in the stomach. Sanderson bends over, expelling all the air in his lungs in a great whoosh. He should have known better than to provoke the driver of the pickup truck. He did know better. One look at those amateur tats and anyone would have known better. But he still went ahead because he didn't believe this would happen in broad daylight at the intersection of Commerce Way and Airline Road. He belongs to the JCs. He hasn't been punched since the 3rd grade when the argument was over baseball cards. That there's my registration, Tatman says. Big streams of sweat are running down the sides of his face. I hope you like it. As for my driver's license, I don't have one. Okay? Fucking don't. I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble, and it's all your fucking fault, because you were jerking off instead of looking where you were going. Fucking ringmeat. Then Tatman loses it completely. Maybe it's the accident, maybe it's the heat, maybe it's Sanderson's insistence on looking at documents Tatman doesn't have. It might even be the sound of his own voice. Sanderson has heard the phrase he lost it many times, but realizes he has never taken in its full meaning until now. Tatman is his teacher, and he's a good teacher. He laces both of his hands together, making a double fist. Sanderson has just time enough to see there are blue eyes on Tatman's knuckles before he's hit in the side of the face with a sledgehammer that drives him back against the newly distressed right side of his car. He slides along it, feeling a prong of metal tear his shirt and the skin beneath. Blood spills down his side, hot as fever. Then his knees buckle and he lands on the road. He stares down at his hands, not believing they are his hands. His right cheek is hot and seems to be rising like bread dough. His right eye is watering. Next comes a kick to his wounded side, just above the belt line. Sanderson's head hits the right front hubcap of his Subaru and bounces off. He tries to crawl out from under Tatman's shadow. Tatman is yelling at him, but Sanderson can't make out any words. It's just wah wah wah, the sound adults make when they're talking to the kids in the animated Peanuts cartoons. He wants to tell Tatman, okay, you say tomato and I say tomato, let's call the whole thing off. He wants to say no harm and no foul, although he feels he has been fouled quite badly. You go your way and I'll go mine. Happy trails to you. See you tomorrow, Mouseketeers. Only he can't catch his breath. He thinks he's going to have a heart attack. Maybe having one already. He wants to raise his head. If he's going to die, he would like to do it looking at something more interesting than the surface of Commerce Way and the front of his own wounded car. But he can't seem to do it. His neck has become a noodle. There's another kick, this time in the high meat of his left thigh. Then Tatman gives a guttural cry, and red drops begin to splash the composition surface of the roadway. Sanderson at first thinks it's his nose, or maybe his lips, from the double-handed blow to his face, but then more warmth splashes the back of his neck. It's like a tropical rain shower. He crawls a little farther, past the hood of his car, then manages to turn over and sit. He looks up, squinting against the dazzle of the sky, and sees Pop standing beside Tatman. Tatman is bent over like a man suffering serious stomach cramps. He is also groping at the side of his neck, which has sprouted a piece of wood. At first, Sanderson can't understand what has happened, but then he gets it. The piece of wood is the handle of a knife, one he's seen before. He sees it almost every week. You don't need a steak knife to cut the kind of chopped meat Pop always has at their Sunday lunches. A fork does the trick very nicely, but they bring you a knife anyway. It's all part of Applebee's service. Pop may no longer remember which son comes to visit him, or that his wife is dead. He probably no longer even remembers his middle name, but it seems he hasn't lost all the clever ruthlessness that enabled him to rise from a no-college oilfields roughneck to an upper-middle-class jewelry merchant in San Antonio. He got me to look at the birds, Sanderson thinks, the crows on the dumpsters. That's when he took the knife. Tatman has lost interest in the man sitting in the road and never casts a single glance at the older man standing beside him. Tatman has begun coughing. A fine red spray comes from his mouth each time he does it. One hand is on the knife in his neck, trying to pull it out. Blood pours down the side of his t-shirt and splatters his jeans. He begins walking toward the intersection of Commerce and Airline, where all traffic has stopped, still bent over and still coughing. With his free hand, he gives a jaunty little wave. "Hi, Ma." Sanderson gets to his feet. His legs are trembling, but they hold him. He can hear sirens approaching. Sure, now the cops come, now that it's all over. Sanderson puts an arm around his father's shoulders. "You all right, Pop? That man was beating on you," Pop says matter-of-factly. "Who is he?" "I don't know." Tears are coursing down Sanderson's cheeks. He wipes them away. Tatman falls on his knees. He has stopped coughing. Now he's making a low, growling sound. Most people hang back, but a couple of brave souls go to him, wanting to help. Sanderson thinks Tatman is probably beyond it, but more power to them. "Did we eat yet, Reggie?" "Yeah, Pop, we did, and I'm Dougie. Reggie's dead. Didn't you tell me that?" "Yeah, Pop." "That man was beating on you?" His father's face twists into the face of a child who is horribly tired and needs to go to bed. "I've got a headache. Let's blow this pop stand. I want to lie down. We have to wait for the cops." "Why? What cops? Who is that guy?" Sanderson smells shit. His father has just dropped a load. "Let's get you in the car, Pop." His father lets Sanderson lead him around the Subaru's crumpled snout. Pop says, "That was some Halloween, wasn't it?" "Yeah, Pop, it was." He helps the 83-year-old caped crusader into the car and closes the door to keep the cool in. The first city police car is pulling up, and they'll want to see some ID. The 61-year-old boy Wonder, hands pressed to his aching side, shuffles back to the driver's side to pick it up off the street. For John Irving. As I said in the note to Batman and Robin, sometimes once in a great while, you get the cup with the handle already attached. God, how I love that. You're just going about your business thinking of nothing in particular, and then, kaboom, a story arrives. Special delivery, perfect and complete. The only thing you have to do is transcribe it. I was in Florida, walking our dog on the beach. Because it was January and cold, I was the only one out there. Up ahead, I saw what looked like writing in the sand. When I got closer, I saw it was just a trick of sunlight and shadow. But writers' minds are junk heaps of odd information, and it made me think of an old quote from somewhere. It turned out to be Omar Khayyam. "The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on." That in turn made me think of some magical place where an invisible moving finger would write terrible things in the sand, and I had this story. It has one of my very favorite endings. Maybe not up there with August Heat by W.F. Harvey, that one's a classic, but in the same neighborhood, the dune, as the judge climbs into the kayak beneath a bright morning sky. A slow and clumsy process that takes him almost 5 minutes. He reflects that an old man's body is nothing but a sack in which he carries aches and indignities. 80 years ago, when he was 10, he jumped into a wooden canoe and cast off with no bulky life jacket, no worries, and certainly with no pee dribbling into his underwear. Every trip to the little unnamed island lying like a half-submerged submarine 200 yards out in the Gulf began with a great and uneasy excitement. Now there is only unease and pain that seems centered deep in his guts and radiates to everywhere, but he still makes the trip. Many things have lost their allure in these shadowy later years. Most things, but not the dune on the far side of the island. Never the dune. In the early days of his exploration, he expected it to be gone after every big storm, and following the 1944 hurricane that sank the USS Warrington off Vero Beach, he was sure it would be. But when the skies cleared, the island was still there. So was the dune, although the 100-mile-an-hour winds should have blown all the sand away, leaving only the bare rocks and knobs of coral. Over the years, he has debated back and forth about whether the magic is in him or in the island. Perhaps it's both, but surely most of it is in the dune. Since 1932, he has crossed this short stretch of water thousands of times. Usually he finds nothing but rocks and bushes and sand, but every now and then there is something else. Settled in the kayak at last, he paddles slowly from the beach to the island, his frizz of white hair blowing around his mostly bald skull. A few turkey buzzards wheel overhead, making their ugly conversation. Once he was the son of the richest man on the Florida Gulf Coast, then he was a lawyer, then he was a judge on the Pinellas County Circuit, then he was appointed to the state Supreme Court. There was talk during the Reagan years of a nomination to the United States Supreme Court, but that never happened. And a week after the idiot Clinton became president, Judge Harvey Beecher, just the judge to his many acquaintances, he has no real friends, in Sarasota, Osprey, Nokomis, and Venice retired. Hell, he never liked Tallahassee anyway. It's cold up there. Also, it's too far from the island, and its peculiar dune on these early morning kayak trips, paddling the short distance on smooth water, he's willing to admit that he's addicted to it. But who wouldn't be addicted to a thing like this? On the rocky east side, a gnarled bush juts from the split in a guano-splattered rock. This is where he ties up, and he's always careful to tie well. It wouldn't do to be stranded out here. His father's estate, that's how he still thinks of it, although the elder Beecher has been gone for 40 years now, covers almost 2 miles of prime Gulf front property. The main house is far inland on the Sarasota Bay side, and there would be no one to hear him yelling. Tommy Curtis, the caretaker, might notice him gone and come looking. More likely, he would just assume the judge was locked up in his study, where he often spends whole days, supposedly working on his memoirs. Once upon a time, Mrs. Riley might have gotten nervous when he didn't come out of the study for lunch, but now he hardly ever eats at noon. She calls him nothing but a stuffed string, although not to his face. There's no other staff, and both Curtis and Mrs. Riley know he can be cross when he's interrupted. Not that there's really much to interrupt. He hasn't added so much as a line to the memoirs in 2 years, and in his heart he knows they will never be finished. The unfinished recollections of a Florida judge. No tragedy there. The one story he could write is the one he never will. He's even slower getting out of the kayak than he was getting in, and turns turtle once, wetting his shirt and pants in the little waves that run up the gravelly shingle. Beecher is not discommoded. It isn't the first time he's fallen, and there's no one to see him. He supposes he's mad to continue these trips at his age, even though the island is so close to the mainland, but stopping them isn't an option. An addict is an addict is an addict. Beecher struggles to his feet and clutches his belly until the last of the pain subsides. He brushes sand and small shells from his pants, double-checks his mooring rope, then spots one of the turkey buzzards perched on the island's largest rock, peering down at him. "Yee!" he shouts, in the voice he now hates cracked and wavering, the voice of an old shrew in a black dress. "Yee, yee, you bugger, get on about your business?" After giving a brief rustle of its raggedy wings, the turkey buzzard sits right where it is. Its beady eyes seem to say, "But, Judge, today you're my business." Beecher stoops, picks up a larger shell, and shies it at the bird. This time it does fly away, the sound of its wings like rippling cloth. It soars across the short stretch of water and lands on his dock. Still, the judge thinks, a bad omen. He remembers Jimmy Caslow of the Florida State Patrol telling him once that turkey buzzards didn't just know where carrion was, but where carrion would be. "I can't tell you," Caslow said, "how many times I've seen those ugly bastards circling a spot on the Tamiami where there's a fatal wreck a day or two later. Sounds crazy, I know, but just about any Florida road cop will tell you the same. There are almost always turkey buzzards out here on the little no-name island. Judge Beecher supposes it smells like death to them, and why not? He sets off on the little path he has beaten over the years. He will check the dune on the other side where the sand is beach fine instead of stony and shelly, and then he will return to the kayak and drink his little jug of cold tea. He may doze a while in the morning sun. He dozes often these days, supposes most nonagenarians do, and when he wakes, if he wakes, he'll make the return trip. He tells himself that the dune will be just a smooth, blank upslope of sand, as it is most days, but he knows better. Goddamn buzzard knew better, too. He spends a long time on the sandy side, with his age-warped fingers clasped in a knot behind him. His back aches, his shoulders ache, his hips ache, his knees ache, most of all, his gut aches, but he pays these things no mind. Perhaps later, but not now. He looks at the dune, and at what is written there. Anthony Wayland arrives at Beecher's Pelican Point estate bang on 7:00 p.m., just as promised. One thing the judge has always appreciated, both in the courtroom and out of it, is punctuality, and the boy is punctual. Judge Beecher reminds himself never to call Wayland boy to his face, although this being the South, son is okay. Wayland wouldn't understand that. When you're 90, any fellow under the age of 60 looks like a boy. "Thanks for coming," the judge says, ushering Wayland into his study. It's just the two of them. Curtis and Mrs. Riley have long since gone to their homes in Nokomis Village. "You brought the necessary document?" "Yes, indeed, Judge." Wayland opens his big square attorney's briefcase and removes a thick document bound by a heavy clip. The pages aren't vellum as they would have been in the old days, but they are rich and heavy just the same. At the top of the first in heavy and forbidding type, what the judge has always thought of as graveyard type, are the words "last will and testament" of Harvey L. Beecher. "You know, I'm kind of surprised you didn't draft this document yourself. You've probably forgotten more Florida probate law than I've ever learned." "That might be true," the judge says in his driest tone. "At my age, folks tend to forget a great deal." Wayland flushes to the roots of his hair. "I didn't mean—" "I know what you mean, son," the judge says, no offense taken. "But since you ask, you know that old saying about how a man who serves as his own lawyer has a fool for a client." Wayland grins. "Heard it and used it plenty of times when I'm wearing my public defender hat and some sad sack wife abuser, or hit and runner, tells me he plans to go the DIY route in court." "I'm sure you have, but here's the unabridged version. A lawyer who serves as his own lawyer has a great fool for a client, goes for criminal, civil, and probate law. So shall we get down to business? Time is short. This is something he means in more ways than one. They get down to business. Mrs. Riley has left decaf coffee, which Wayland rejects in favor of a Coca-Cola. He makes copious notes as the judge dictates the changes in his dry courtroom voice, adjusting old bequests and adding new ones. The major new one, $4 million, is to the Sarasota County Beach and Wildlife Preservation Society. In order to qualify, they must successfully petition the state legislature to have a certain island just off the coast of Pelican Point declared forever wild. They won't have a problem getting that done, the judge says. You can handle the legal for them yourself. I'd prefer pro bono, but of course that's up to you. One trip to Tallahassee should do it. It's a little spit of a thing. Nothing growing there but a few bushes. Governor Scott and his Tea Party cronies will be delighted. Why's that, Judge? Because the next time Beach and Preservation comes to them, begging money, they can say, Didn't old Judge Beecher just give you $4 million? Get out of here, and don't let the door hit you in the ass on your way out. Wayland agrees that this is probably just how it will go, and the two men move on to the smaller bequests. Once I get a clean draft, we'll need 2 witnesses and a notary, Wayland says when they've finished. I'll get all that done with this draft here just to be safe, the judge says. If anything happens to me in the interim, it should stand up. There's no one to contest it. I've outlived them all. A wise precaution, Judge. It would be good to take care of it tonight. I don't suppose your caretaker and housekeeper won't be back until 8 tomorrow, Beecher says, but I'll make it the first order of business. Harry Staines on Vamo Road's a notary, and he'll be glad to come over before he goes into his office. He owes me a favor or 6. You give that document to me, son. I'll lock it in my safe. I ought to at least make a... Wayland looks at the gnarled, outstretched hand and trails off. When a state Supreme Court judge, even a retired one, holds out his hand, demurrals must cease. What the hell? It's only an annotated draft anyway, soon to be replaced by a clean version. He passes the unsigned will over and watches as Beecher rises painfully and swings a picture of the Florida Everglades out on a hidden hinge. The judge enters the correct combination, making no attempt to hide the touchpad from view, and deposits the will on top of what looks to Wayland like a large and untidy heap of cash. Yikes. There, Beecher says. All done and buttoned up, except for the signing part. That is, how about a drink to celebrate? I have some fine single malt scotch. Well, I guess one wouldn't hurt. It never hurt me, although it does now, so you'll have to pardon me for not joining you. Decaf coffee and a little sweet tea are the strongest drinks I take these days. Stomach woes, ice. Wayland holds up 2 fingers, and Beecher adds 2 cubes to the drink with the slow ceremony of old age. Wayland takes a sip, and color immediately dashes into his cheeks. It is the flush Judge Beecher thinks of a man who enjoys his tipple. As Wayland sets his glass down, he says, "Do you mind if I ask what the hurry is? You're all right, I take it?" Stomach woes aside. The judge doubts if young Wayland takes it that way at all. He's not blind. A country fair, he says, seesawing one hand in the air and sitting down with a grunt and a wince. Then, after consideration, he says, "Do you really want to know what the hurry is?" Wayland considers the question, and Beecher likes him for that. Then he nods. "It has to do with that island we took care of just now. Probably never even noticed it, have you?" "Can't say that I have. Most folks don't. It barely sticks up out of the water. The sea turtles don't even bother with that old island, yet it's special. Did you know my grandfather fought in the Spanish-American War?" "No, sir, I did not." Wayland speaks with exaggerated respect, and Beecher knows the boy believes his mind is wandering. The boy is wrong. Beecher's mind has never been clearer, and now that he's begun, he finds that he wants to tell this story at least once before. Well, before. Yes. There's a photograph of him standing on top of San Juan Hill. It's around here someplace. Grampy claimed to have fought in the Civil War as well. But my research for my memoirs, you understand, proved conclusively that he could not have done. He would have been a toddler if born at all. But he was quite the fanciful gentleman, and he had a way of making me believe the wildest tales. Why would I not? I was only a child, not long from believing in Kris Kringle and the Tooth Fairy. Was he a lawyer like you and your father? No, son. He was a thief, the original light-finger Harry. Anything that wasn't nailed down. Only, like most thieves who don't get caught, our current governor might be a case in point. He called himself a businessman. His chief business and chief thievery was land. He bought bug and gator-infested Florida acreage cheap and sold it dear to folks who must have been as gullible as I was as a child. Balzac once said, "Behind every great fortune there is a crime." That's certainly true of the Beecher family. And please remember that you're my lawyer. Anything I say to you must be held in confidence. Yes, Judge. Wayland takes another sip of his drink. It is by far the finest scotch he has ever drunk. Grampy Beecher was the one who pointed out that island to me. I was 10. He'd had the care of me for the day, and I suppose he wanted some peace and quiet. Or maybe what he wanted was a bit noisier. There was a pretty housemaid, and he may have been in hopes of investigating beneath her petticoats. So he told me that Edward Teachbetter, known as Blackbeard, had supposedly buried a great treasure out there. "Nobody's ever found it, Havy," he said. Havy's what he called me, but you might be the one, a fortune in jewels and gold doubloons. You know what I did next, I suppose. I suppose you went out there and left your grandfather to cheer up the maid. The judge nods, smiling. I took the old wooden canoe we had tied up to the dock. Went like my hair was on fire and my tail feathers were catching. Didn't take but 5 minutes to paddle out there. Takes me 3 times as long these days. And that's if the water's smooth. The island's all rock and brush on the landward side, but there's a dune of fine beach sand on the Gulf side. It never goes away. In the 80 years I've been going out there, it never seems to change. Didn't find any treasure, I suppose. I did, in a way, but it wasn't jewels and gold. It was a name written in the sand of that dune. As if with a stick, you know, only I didn't see any stick. The letters were drawn deep, and the sun struck shadows into them, making them stand out, almost as if they were floating. What was the name, Judge? I think you have to see it written to understand. The judge takes a sheet of paper from the top drawer of his desk, prints carefully, then turns the paper around so Wayland can read it. Roby LaDouche. All right, Wayland says cautiously. On any other day, I would have gone treasure hunting with this very boy because he was my best friend. And you know how boys are when they're best friends. Joined at the hip, Wayland says, smiling. Perhaps he's recalling his own best friend in bygone days. Tight as a new key in a new lock, Wayland agrees. But it was summer, and he'd gone off with his parents to visit his mama's people in Virginia or Maryland or some such northern clime. So I was on my own. But attend me closely, counselor. The boy's actual name was Robert LaDoucette, again Wayland says. All right. The judge thinks that sort of leading drawl could become annoying over time, but it isn't a thing he'll ever have to actually find out. So he lets it go. He was my best friend, and I was his, but there was a whole gang of boys we ran around with, and everyone called him Robbie LaDouche, you follow? I guess, Wayland says, but the judge can see he doesn't. That's understandable. Beecher has had a lot more time to think about these things, often on sleepless nights. Remember that I was 10. If I had been asked to spell my friend's nickname, I would have done it just this way. He taps Roby LaDouche. Speaking almost to himself, he adds, So some of the magic comes from me. It must come from me. The question is, how much? You're saying you didn't write that name in the sand? No. I thought I made that clear. One of your other friends, then. They were all from Nokomis Village and didn't even know about that island. We never would have paddled out to such an uninteresting little rock on our own. Robbie knew it was there. He was also from the Point, but he was hundreds of miles north. All right. My chum Robbie never came back from that vacation. We got word a week or so later that he'd taken a fall while out horseback riding. He broke his neck, killed instantly. His parents were heartbroken, so was I. There is silence while Wayland considers this. While they both consider it, somewhere far off a helicopter beats at the sky over the Gulf. The DEA looking for drug runners, the judge supposes. He hears them every night. It's the modern age, and in some ways, in many, he'll be glad to be shed of it. At last, Wayland says, Are you saying what I think you're saying? Well, I don't know. The judge says, What do you think I'm saying? But Anthony Wayland is a lawyer, and refusing to be drawn is an ingrained habit with him. Did you tell your grandfather? On the day the telegram about Robbie came, he wasn't there to tell. He never stayed in one place for long. We didn't see him again for 6 months or more. No, I kept it to myself. And like Mary, after she gave birth to God's only son, I considered these things in my heart. And what conclusion did you draw? I kept canoeing out to that island to look at the dune. That should answer your question. There was nothing, and nothing, and nothing. I guess I was on the verge of forgetting all about it, but then I went out one afternoon after school, and there was another name written in the sand. printed in the sand to be courtroom exact. No sign of a stick that time either, although I suppose a stick could have been thrown into the water. This time the name was Peter Alderson. It meant nothing to me until a few days later. It was my chore to go out to the end of the road and get the paper, and it was my habit to scan the front page while I walked back up the drive, which, as you know from driving it yourself, is a good quarter-mile long. In the summer, I'd also check on how the Washington Senators had done, because back then they were as close to a Southern team as we had. This particular day, a headline on the bottom of the front page caught my eye: "Window washer killed in freak fall." The poor guy was doing the third-floor windows of the Sarasota Public Library when the scaffolding he was standing on gave way. His name was Peter Alderson. The judge can see from Wayland's face that he believes this is either a prank or some sort of elaborate fantasy. The judge is spinning out. He can also see that Wayland is enjoying his drink, and when the judge moves to top it up, Wayland doesn't say no. And really, the young man's belief or disbelief is beside the point. It's just such a luxury to tell it. "Maybe you see why I go back and forth in my mind about where the magic lies," Beecher says. I knew Robbie, and the misspelling of his name was my misspelling. But I didn't know this window washer from Adam. In any case, that's when the dune really started to get a hold on me. I began going out almost every day, a habit that's continued into my very old age. I respect the place, I fear the place, and most of all, I'm addicted to the place. Over the years, many names have appeared on that dune, and the people the names belong to always die. Sometimes it's within the week, sometimes it's 2, but it's never more than a month. Some have been people I knew, and if it's by a nickname I knew them, it's the nickname I see. One day in 1940, I paddled out there and saw Grampy Beecher drawn into the sand. He died in Key West 3 days later. It was a heart attack. With the air of someone humoring a man who is mentally unbalanced but not actually dangerous. Wayland asks, "Did you never try to interfere with this process? Call your grandfather, for instance, and tell him to see a doctor." Beecher shakes his head. "I didn't know it was a heart attack until we got word from the Monroe County Medical Examiner, did I? It could have been an accident or even a murder." Certainly, there were people who had reasons to hate my grandfather. His dealings were not of the purest sort. Still, also, I was afraid. I still feel as if there on that island there's a hatch that's come ajar. On this side is what we're pleased to call the real world. On the other is all the machinery of the universe running at top speed. Only a fool would stick his hand into such machinery in an attempt to stop it. Judge Beecher, if you want your paperwork to sail through probate, I'd keep quiet about all this. You might think there's no one to contest your will, but when large amounts of money are at stake, third and fourth cousins have a way of appearing like rabbits from a magician's hat, and you know the time-honored criterion. Being of sound mind. I've kept it to myself for 80 years, Beecher says, and in his voice Wayland can hear objection overruled. Never a word until now. And perhaps I need to point it out again, although I shouldn't. Whatever I say to you falls under the umbrella of privilege. All right, Wayland says, fine. I was always excited on days when names appeared in the sand, unhealthily excited, I'm sure, but terrified of the phenomenon only once. That single time I was deeply terrified and fled back to the point in my canoe as if devils were after me. Shall I tell you? Please. Wayland lifts his drink and sips. Why not? Billable hours are, after all, billable hours. It was 1959. I was still on the point. I've always lived here except for the years in Tallahassee, and it's better not to speak of them, although I now think part of the hate I felt for that provincial backwater of a town, perhaps even most of it, was simply a masked longing for the island, and the dune. I kept wondering what I was missing. You see? Who I was missing? Being able to read obituaries in advance gives a man an extraordinary sense of power. Perhaps you find that unlovely, but there it is. So, 1959. Harvey Beecher, lawyering in Sarasota, and living at Pelican Point. If it wasn't pouring down rain when I got home, I'd always change into old clothes and paddle out to the island for a look-see before supper. On this particular day, I'd been kept at the office late, and by the time I'd gotten out to the island, tied up, and walked over to the dune side, the sun was going down big and red, as it so often does over the Gulf. What I saw stunned me. I literally could not move. There wasn't just one name written in the sand that evening, but many, and in that red sunset light they looked as if they had been written in blood. They were crammed together, they wove in and out, they were written over and above and up and down. The whole length and breadth of the dune was covered with a tapestry of names. The ones down by the water had been half erased. I think I screamed. I can't remember for sure, but yes, I think so. What I do remember is breaking the paralysis and running away as fast as I could down the path to where my canoe was tied up. It seemed to take me forever to unpluck the knot, and when I did, I pushed the canoe out into the water before I climbed in. I was soaked from head to toe, and it's a wonder I didn't tump it over. Although in those days I could have easily swum to shore and pushing the canoe ahead of me. Not these days. If I tipped my kayak over now, that would be all she wrote. He grins. Speaking of writing, as we are, then I suggest you stay on shore, at least until your will is signed, witnessed, and notarized. Judge Beecher gives the young man a wintry smile. You needn't worry about that, son, he says. He looks toward the window, and the gulf beyond. His face is long and thoughtful. Those names, I can see them yet, jostling each other for place on that blood-red dune. 2 days later, a TWA plane on its way to Miami crashed in the Glades. All 119 souls on board were killed. The passenger list was in the paper. I recognized some of the names. I recognized many of them. You saw this. You saw those names. Yes, for several months after that I stayed away from the island, and I promised myself I would stay away for good. I suppose drug addicts make the same promises to themselves about their dope, don't they? And like them, I eventually weakened and resumed my old habit. Now, counselor, do you understand why I called you out here to finish the work on my will, and why it had to be tonight? Wayland doesn't believe a word of it, but like many fantasies, this one has its own internal logic. It's easy enough to follow. The judge is 90. His once ruddy complexion has gone the color of clay. His formerly firm step has become shuffling and tentative. He's clearly in pain, and he's lost weight he can't afford to lose. I suppose that today you saw your name in the sand, Wayland says. Judge Beecher looks momentarily startled, and then he smiles. It is a terrible smile, transforming his narrow, pallid face into a death's head grin. Oh no, he says, not mine. Thinking of W.F. Harvey, life is full of big questions, isn't it? Fate or destiny, heaven or hell, love or attraction, reason or impulse, Beatles or Stones. For me it was always the Stones. The Beatles were just too soft once they became Jupiter in the solar system of pop music. My wife used to refer to Sir Paul McCartney as old dog eyes, and that kind of summed up how I felt. But the early Beatles, they played honest rock, and I still listen to those old tracks, mostly covers, with love. Sometimes I'm even moved to get up and dance a little. One of my favorites was their version of the Larry Williams classic Bad Boy, with John Lennon singing lead in a hoarse, urgent voice. I particularly liked the exhorted punchline, "Now, Junior, behave yourself." At some point, I decided I wanted to write a story about a bad little kid who moved into the neighborhood. Not a kid who was the devil's spawn, not a kid who was possessed by some ancient demon a la The Exorcist, but just bad for bad's sake, bad to the bone, the apotheosis of all the bad little kids who ever were. I saw him in shorts and with a propeller beanie on his head. I saw him always causing trouble and absolutely never behaving himself. This is the story that grew around that little kid, an evil version of Sluggo, Nancy's friend from the funny pages. An electronic version has appeared in France and also in Germany, where Bad Boy was no doubt a part of the Beatles' Star Club repertoire. This is its first publication in English, Bad Little Kid 1. The prison was 20 miles from the nearest small city, on an otherwise empty expanse of prairie where the wind blew almost all the time. The main building was a looming stone horror perpetrated on the landscape at the beginning of the 20th century. Growing from either side were concrete cell blocks built one by one over the previous 45 years, mostly with federal money that began flowing during the Nixon years and just never stopped. At some distance from the main body of the prison was a smaller building. The prisoners called this adjunct Needle Manor. Jutting from one side of it was an outdoor corridor 40 yards long, 20 feet wide, and enclosed in heavy chain-link fencing, the Chicken Run. Each Needle Manor inmate currently, there were 7 was allowed 2 hours in the Chicken Run each day. Some walked, some jogged, most simply sat with their backs against the chain link, either staring up at the sky or looking at the low grassy ridge that broke the landscape a quarter of a mile to the east. Sometimes there was something to look at. More often there was nothing. Almost always there was the wind. For 3 months of the year the Chicken Run was hot. The rest of the time it was cold. In the winter it was frigid. The inmates usually chose to go out even then. There was the sky to look at after all. Birds, sometimes deer, feeding along the crest of that low ridge. Free to go where they pleased, at the center of Needle Manor was a tiled room containing a Y-shaped table and a few rudimentary pieces of medical equipment. Set in one wall was a window with drawn curtains. When pulled back, they disclosed an observation chamber no bigger than the living room of a suburban tract house, with a dozen hard plastic chairs where guests could view the Y-shaped table. On the wall was a sign reading, "Keep silent and make no gestures during the procedure." There were an even dozen cells in Needle Manor. Beyond them was a guard room. Beyond the guard room was a monitoring station which was manned 24/7. Beyond the monitoring station was a consultation room where a table on the inmate side was separated from the table on the visitor side by thick plexiglass. There were no phones. Inmates conversed with their loved ones or legal representatives through a circle of small punched holes, like those in the mouthpiece of an old-fashioned telephone. Leonard Bradley sat down on his side of this communication port and opened his briefcase. He put a yellow legal pad and a Uniball pen on the table. Then he waited. The second hand on his watch made 3 revolutions, and started a 4th before the door leading to the inner regions of Needle Manor opened with a loud clack of withdrawing bolts. Bradley knew all the guards by now. This one was McGregor. Not a bad guy. He was holding George Hallis by the arm. Hallis's hands were free, but a steel snake of chain rattled along the floor between his ankles. There was a wide leather belt around the waist of his orange prison jumper, and when he sat down on his side of the glass, McGregor clipped another chain from a steel loop on the belt to a steel loop on the back of the chair. He locked it, gave it a tug, then tipped Bradley a 2-finger salute. "Afternoon, Counselor. Afternoon, Mr. McGregor." Hallis said nothing. "You know the deal," McGregor said. "As long as you want today, or as long as you can take him, at least." "I know." Ordinarily, lawyer-client consultations were limited to an hour. Beginning a month before the client's scheduled trip into the room with the Y-shaped table, consultation time was upped to 90 minutes, during which the lawyer and his increasingly squirrely partner in this state-mandated death waltz would discuss a diminishing number of shitty options. During the last week, there was no set time limit. This was true for close relatives as well as legal counsel, but Hallis's wife had divorced him only weeks after his conviction, and there were no children. He was alone in the world except for Len Bradley, but seemed to want little to do with any of the appeals and consequent delays Bradley had suggested. Until today, that was. "He'll talk to you," McGregor had told him after a brief 10-minute consultation the month before, one where Hallis's end of the conversation had mostly been no and no and no. "When it gets close, he'll talk to you plenty." They get scared. See? They forget all about how they wanted to walk into the injection room with their heads up and their shoulders squared. They start figuring out it's not a movie. They're really going to die, and then they want to try every appeal in the book. Hallis didn't look scared, though. He looked the same as ever, a small man with bad posture, a sallow complexion, thinning hair, and eyes that looked painted on. He looked like an accountant, which he had been in his previous life, who had lost all interest in the numbers that had previously seemed so important to him. "Enjoy your visit, boys," McGregor said, and went over to the chair in the corner. There he sat, turned on his iPod, and stuffed his ears with music. His eyes never left them, however. The circle of speaking holes was too small to admit the passage of a pencil, but a needle was not out of the question. "What can I do for you, George?" For several moments Hallis didn't answer. He studied his hands, which were small and weak-looking, not the hands of a murderer at all, you would have said. Then he looked up. "You're a pretty good guy, Mr. Bradley." Bradley was surprised by this and didn't know how to reply. Hallis nodded, as if his lawyer had tried to deny it. "Yes, you are. You kept on, even after I made it clear I wanted you to stop and let the process run its course. Not many court-appointees would do that. They'd just say, yeah, whatever, and go on to the next loser some judge hands them. You didn't do that. You told me what moves you wanted to make, and when I told you not to make them, you went ahead anyway. If not for you, I would have been in the ground a year ago." "We don't always get what we want, George." Hallis smiled briefly. "Nobody knows that better than me, but it hasn't been all bad. I can admit that now, mostly because of the chicken run. I like going out there. I like the wind on my face, even when it's a cold wind. I like the smell of the prairie grass, or seeing the day moon in the sky when it's full, or deer. Sometimes they jump around up there on the ridge and chase each other. I like that. Makes me laugh out loud sometimes. Life can be good. It can be worth fighting for. Some lives, I'm sure. Not mine. But I admire the way you've fought for it, just the same. I appreciate your dedication. So I'm going to tell you what I wouldn't say in court, and why I've refused to make any of the usual appeals, although I couldn't stop you from making them for me. Appeals made without the appellant's participation don't swing much weight in this state's courts or the higher ones. You've also been very good about visiting me, and I appreciate that too. Few people would show kindness to a convicted child murderer, but you have to me." Once again, Bradley could think of no reply. Hallis had already said more in the last 10 minutes than in all their visits over the last 34 months. "I can't pay you anything, but I can tell you why I killed that child. You won't believe me, but I'll tell you anyway. If you want to hear..." Hallis peered through the holes in the scratched plexiglass and smiled. "You do, don't you? Because you're troubled by certain things. The prosecution wasn't, but you are? Well, certain questions have occurred, yes, but I did it. I had a .45 revolver and I emptied it into that boy. There were plenty of witnesses, and surely you know that the appeals process would simply have dragged out the inevitable for another 3 years, or 4, or 6, even if I had participated fully. The questions you have pale before the bald fact of premeditated murder. Isn't that so?" "We could have argued diminished mental capacity." Bradley leaned forward, "and that's still possible. It's not too late even now." "Not quite. The insanity defense is rarely successful after the fact, Mr. Bradley." He won't call me Len, Bradley thought. Not even after all this time. He'll go to his death calling me Mr. Bradley. Rarely isn't the same as never George. No, but I'm not crazy now, and I wasn't crazy then. I was never more sane. Are you sure you want to hear the testimony I wouldn't give in court? If you don't, that's fine, but it's all I have to give. Of course I want to hear, Bradley said. He picked up his pen, but ended up not making a single note. He only listened, hypnotized, as George Hallis spoke in his soft Mid-South accent. 2. My mother, who was healthy all her short life, died of a pulmonary embolism 6 hours after I was born. This was in 1969. It must have been a genetic defect, because she was only 22. My father was 8 years older. He was a good man and a good dad. He was a mining engineer and worked mostly in the Southwest until I was 8. A housekeeper traveled around with us. Her name was Nona McCarthy, and I called her Mama Noni. She was black. I suppose he slept with her, although when I slipped into her bed, which I did on many mornings, she was always alone. It didn't matter to me one way or the other. I didn't know what black had to do with anything. She was good to me. She made my lunches and read me the usual bedtime stories when my father wasn't home to do it, and that was all that mattered to me. It wasn't the usual setup, I suppose, I knew that much, but I was happy enough. In 1977, we moved east to Talbot, Alabama, not far from Birmingham. That's an army town, Fort John Hui, but also coal country. My father was hired to reopen the Good Luck Mines 1, 2, and 3, and bring them up to environmental specifications, which meant breaking ground on new holes and designing a disposal system that would keep the waste from polluting the local streams. We lived in a nice little suburban neighborhood in a house the Good Luck Company provided. Mama Noni liked it because my father turned the garage into a 2-room apartment for her. It kept the gossip down to a dull roar, I suppose. I helped him with the renovations on weekends, handing him boards and such. That was a good time for us. I was able to go to the same school for 2 years, which was long enough to make friends and get some stability. One of my friends was the girl next door. In a TV show or a magazine, we would have ended up sharing our first kiss in a treehouse, falling in love, and then going to the junior prom together when we finally made it to high school. But that was never going to happen to me and Marley Jacobs. Daddy never led me to believe we'd be staying in Talbot. He said there was nothing meaner than encouraging false hopes in a child. Oh, I might go to Mary Day Grammar School through the 5th grade, might even through the 6th. But eventually his good luck would run out, and we'd be moving on. Maybe back to Texas or New Mexico, maybe up to West Virginia or Kentucky. I accepted this, and so did Mama Noni. My dad was the boss. He was a good boss, and he loved us. Just my opinion, but I don't think you can do much better than that. The second thing had to do with Marley herself. She was, well, these days people would call her mentally challenged, but back then the folks in our neighborhood just said she was soft in the head. You could call that mean Mr. Bradley, but looking back on it, I think it's just right. Poetic, even. She saw the world that way, all soft and out of focus, sometimes, often even. That can be better. Again, just my opinion. We were both in 3rd grade when I met her, but Marley was already 11. We were both promoted to the 4th grade the next year, but in her case, it was just so they could keep moving her along through the system. That's how things worked in places like Talbot back then. And it wasn't like she was the village idiot. She could read a little and do some simple addition, but subtraction was beyond her. I tried to explain it every way I knew how, but she was just never going to get it. We never kissed in a treehouse, never kissed at all, but we always held hands when we walked to school in the morning and back in the afternoon. I imagine we looked damn funny, because I was a shrimp and she was a big girl, at least 4 inches taller than me, and already getting her breasts. It was her who wanted to hold hands, not me, but I didn't mind. I didn't mind that she was soft-headed either. I would have in time, I suppose, but I was only 9 when she died, still at an age when kids accept pretty much everything that's put before them. I think that's a blessed way to be. If everyone was soft in the head, do you think we'd still have wars? Balls we would? If we'd lived another half a mile out, Marley and I would have taken the bus. But since we were close to the Mary Day 6 or 8 blocks, we walked. Mama Noni would hand me my bag lunch and smooth down my cowlick and tell me, "You be a good boy now, Georgie," and send me out the door. Marley would be waiting outside her door wearing one of her dresses or jumpers, with her hair done up in pigtails and ribbons and her lunchbox in her hand. I can still see that lunchbox. It had Steve Austin on it, the $6 million man. Her mama would be standing in the doorway, and she'd say, "Hey now, Georgie," and I'd say, "Hey now, Mrs. Jacobs," and she'd say, "You children be good," and Marley would say, "We'll be good, Mama," and then Marley would take hold of my hand, and off we'd go down the sidewalk. We had the first couple of blocks to ourselves, but then the other kids would start streaming in from Rudolph Acres. That was where a lot of Army families lived, because it was cheap and Fort Hee was only 5 miles north on Highway 78. We must have looked funny, the pipsqueak with his sack lunch holding hands with the beanpole banging her Steve Austin lunchbox against one scabby knee. But I don't remember anyone making fun or teasing. I suppose they must have from time to time, kids being kids and all, but if so, it was the light kind that doesn't mean much. Mostly, once the sidewalk filled up, it was boys saying stuff like, "Hey, now, George, you want to play pickup after school?" Or girls saying, "Hey, now, Marley, ain't those hair ribbons some pretty? I don't remember anyone treating us bad." Not until the bad little kid. One day after school, Marley didn't come out and didn't come out. This must have been not long after my 9th birthday because I had my bolo bouncer. Mama Noni gave it to me, and it didn't last long. I hit it too hard and the rubber snapped, but I had it that day, and was going frontsies backsies with it while I waited for her. Nobody ever told me I had to wait for her, I just did. Finally she came out and she was crying. Her face was all red and there was snot coming out of her nose. I asked her what was wrong and she said she couldn't find her lunchbox. She ate her lunch out of it, same as always, she said, and put it back on the shelf in the cloakroom next to Kathy Morse's pink Barbie lunchbox, just like she always did. But when the going home bell rang, it was gone. Somebody stole it, she said. No, somebody just moved it, and it'll be there tomorrow, I said. You stop your fussing and stand still. Now you got a mess. Mama Noni always made sure I had a hanky when I left the house, but I wiped my nose on my sleeve like the other boys because a hanky seemed kind of sissy. So it was still clean and still folded when I took it out of my back pocket and wiped the snot off her face with it. She stopped crying and smiled and said it tickled. Then she took my hand and we walked on toward home just like always, her talking 6 licks to the dozen. I didn't mind, because at least she'd forgotten her lunchbox. Pretty soon all the other kids were gone, although we could hear them laughing and skylarking their way back to Rudolph Acres. Marley was chitter-chattering along like always, anything that came into her head. I let it wash over me, saying, yeah and uh-huh and hey, mostly thinking about how I'd change into my old corduroys as soon as I got back, and if Mama Noni didn't have any chores for me, I'd get my glove and run down to the Oak Street playground and get in on the pickup game that went on there every day until Mom started yelling it was supper time. That is when we heard someone hollering at us from the other side of School Street. Only it was less like a voice and more like a donkey bray. George and Marley up in a tree. Kissing. We stopped. There was a kid over there, standing by a hackberry bush. I'd never seen him before, not at Merry Day or anywhere else. He wasn't but 4.5 feet tall and stocky. He had on gray shorts that went down all the way to his knees and a green sweater with orange stripes. It was rounded out up top with little boy tits and a poochy belly underneath. He had a beanie on his head, the stupid kind with a plastic propeller. His face was pudgy and hard at the same time. His hair was orange like the stripes on his sweater. That shade nobody loves. It was all sprayed out on the sides over his jug ears. His nose was a little blot underneath the brightest, greenest eyes I've ever seen. He had a sulky Cupid's bow of a mouth, the lips so red it looked like he was wearing his Maze lipstick. I've seen plenty of Carrot Tops with those red lips since then, but none as red as that bad little kid's were. We stood and stared at him. Marley's chatter came to a halt. She had cat's eye glasses with pink rims, and behind them her eyes were wide and magnified. The kid, he couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, pooched up those red lips of his and made kissy face noises. Then he put his hands on his butt and began to bump his hips at us. George and Marley up in a tree. Fucking. Braying just like a donkey. We stared, amazed. You better wear a scumbag when you fuck her, he called over, smirking those red lips. Less you want to have a bunch of retards just like her. You shut up your face, I said. Or what? He said. Or I'll shut it up for you, I said. I meant it too. My father would have been mad if he knew I was threatening to beat up a kid who was younger and smaller, but he wasn't right to be saying those things. He looked like a little kid, but those weren't little kid things he was saying. Suck my dink, ass-face, he said, and then stepped behind the hackberry bush. I thought about going over there, but Marley was holding my hand so tight it almost hurt. I don't like that boy, she said. I said I didn't like him either, but to never mind. Let's go home, I said. But before we could start walking again, the kid came back out from behind the hackberry bush, and he had Marley's Steve Austin lunchbox in his hands. He held it up. Lose something? fuckwit, he said, and laughed. Laughing wrinkled his face up and made it like a pig's face. He sniffed at the box and said, I guess it must be yours, 'cause it smells like cunt. Like retarded cunt? Give me that. It's mine, Marley yelled. She let go of my hand. I tried to hold it, but it greased out on the sweat of our palms. Come and get it, he said, and held it out to her. Before I tell you what happened next, I have to tell you about Mrs. Peckham. She was the first-grade teacher at Merryday. I didn't have her, because I went to the first grade in New Mexico. But most of the kids in Talbot did Marley too, and they all loved her. I loved her, and I only had her for playground when it was her turn to be monitor. If there was kickball, boys against the girls, she was always the pitcher for the girls' team. Sometimes she'd whip one in from behind her back, and that made everyone laugh. She was the kind of teacher you remember 40 years later, because she could be kind and jolly, but still make even the antsy-pantsy kids mind. She had a big old Buick Roadmaster, sky blue, and we used to call her Pokey Peckham, because she never drove it more than 30 miles an hour, always sitting bolt straight behind the wheel with her eyes squinted. Of course, we only saw her drive in the neighborhood, which was a school zone, but I bet she drove pretty much the same way when she was on 78, even on the interstate. She was careful and cautious. She would never hurt a child. Not on purpose, she wouldn't. Marley ran into the street to get her lunchbox. The bad little kid laughed and threw it at her. It hit the street and broke open. Her thermos bottle fell out and rolled. I saw that sky blue Roadmaster coming and yelled for Marley to look out, but I wasn't really worried because it was only Pokey Peckham, and she was still a block down, going slow as ever. You let go of her hand, so now it's your fault, the kid said. He was looking at me and grinning, his lips drawn back so I could see all his little teeth. He said, You can't hold on to nothing, dink sucker. He stuck out his tongue and blew a raspberry at me. Then he stepped back behind the bush. Mrs. Peckham said her accelerator stuck. I don't know if the police believed her or not. All I know is she never taught first grade at Merryday again. Marley bent over, picked up her thermos, and shook it. I could hear the rattle it made. She said, It's all broke inside and starting crying. She bent down again to get her lunchbox. And that was when Mrs. Peckham's gas pedal must have stuck because the engine roared and her Buick just leaped down the road, like a wolf on a rabbit. Marley stood up with the lunchbox clutched to her chest in one hand and the broken thermos bottle in the other, and she saw the car coming, and she never moved. Maybe I could have pushed her out of the way and saved her. Or maybe if I'd run out into the street, I would have gotten hit too. I don't know, because I was as frozen as she was. I just stood there. I didn't even move when the car hit her. Not even my head moved. I just followed her with my eyes when Marley flew and then crashed down on her poor soft head. Pretty soon I heard screaming. That was Mrs. Peckham. She got out of her car and fell down and got up with her knees bleeding and ran for where Marley was lying in the street with blood coming out of her head. So I ran too. When I got a little ways, I turned my head. By then, I was far enough so I could see behind the hackberry bush. There was no one there. 3. Hallis stopped and put his face in his hands. At last he lowered them. Are you all right, George? Bradley asked, thirsty as all. I'm not used to talking so much. There's very little call for conversation on death row. I waved my hand at McGregor. He took out his earbuds and stood up. All finished, George? Hallis shook his head. There's a lot more, Bradley said. My client would like a drink of water, Mr. McGregor. Is that possible? McGregor went to the intercom by the door to the monitoring station and spoke into it briefly. Bradley took the opportunity to ask Hollis just how big Merryday Grammar School had been. He shrugged. Small town, small school. There couldn't have been more than 150 kids, grades 1 to 6. The door of the monitoring room opened. A hand appeared, holding a paper cup. McGregor took it and brought it over to Hallis. He drank greedily and said, Thank you. Very welcome, McGregor said. He went back to his chair, replaced the earbuds, and once more lost himself in whatever he was listening to. And this kid, the bad little kid, was a carrot top. A real carrot top, hair like a neon sign. So if he'd gone to your school, you would have recognized him. Yes, but you didn't, and he didn't? No, I never saw him there before and never afterward. So how did he get the Jacobs girl's lunchbox? I don't know. But there's a better question. What would that be, George? How did he get away from that hackberry bush? There was nothing but lawn on either side. He was just gone. George. Yes? Are you sure there really was a kid? Her lunchbox, Mr. Bradley. It was in the street. I don't doubt that, Bradley thought, tapping his uniball on his legal pad. It would have been if she'd had it all along. Or here was a nasty thought, but nasty thoughts were par for the course when you were listening to the bullshit story of a child killer. Maybe you had her lunchbox, George. Maybe you took it from her and threw it into the street to tease her. Bradley looked up from his pad and saw from his client's expression that what he was thinking might as well have been on a teletype strip going across his forehead. He felt his face warming up. Do you want to hear the rest? Or have you already made up your mind? Not at all, Bradley said. Continue, please. Hallis drank the rest of his water and took up his tale. For 5 years or more, I dreamed about that bad little kid with the carroty hair and the beanie cap, but eventually the dreams went away. Eventually I got to a place where I believed what you must believe, Mr. Bradley, that it was just an accident, that Mrs. Peckham's accelerator really did stick, as they sometimes will. And if there was a kid over there teasing her, well, kids do tease sometimes, don't they? My dad finished his job for the Good Luck Company, and we moved up to eastern Kentucky, where he went to work doing much the same thing as he had in Alabama, only on a grander scale. Plenty of mines in that part of the world, you know. We lived in the town of Ironville long enough for me to finish high school. In my sophomore year, just for a lark, I joined the drama club. People would laugh if they knew, I suppose. A little mousy fellow like me, who made a living doing tax returns for small businesses and widows, acting in things like No Exit. Talk about Walter Mitty. But I did, and I was good. Everyone said so. I thought I might even have a career in acting. I knew I was never going to be a leading man, but someone has to play the president's economic advisor, or the bad guy's second in command, or the mechanic who gets killed in the first reel of a movie. I knew I could play parts like that, and I thought people might actually hire me. I told my dad I wanted to major in drama when I got to college. He said, "Okay, great. Go for it. Just make sure you have something to fall back on." I went to Pitt, where I majored in theater arts and minored in business administration. The first play I was cast in was She Stoops to Conquer, and that's where I met Vicki Abington. I was Tony Lumpkin, and she was Constance Neville. She was a beautiful girl with masses of curly blonde hair, very thin and high-strung. Far too beautiful for me, I thought, but eventually I got up enough nerve to ask her out for coffee. That was how it began. We'd sit for hours in Nordy's, that's the hamburger joint in Pitt Union, and she'd pour out all her troubles, which mostly had to do with her dominating mother, and tell me about her ambitions, which were all about the theater, especially serious theater in New York. 25 years ago, there still was such a thing. I knew she got pills at the Nordenberg Wellness Center, maybe for anxiety, maybe for depression, maybe for both. But I thought, that's just because she's ambitious and creative. Probably most really great actors and actresses take those pills. Probably Meryl Streep takes those pills, or did before she got famous in The Deer Hunter. And you know what? Vicki had a great sense of humor, which is something many beautiful women seem to lack, especially if they suffer from the nervous complaint. She could laugh at herself, and often did. She said being able to do that was the only thing that kept her sane. We were cast as Nick and Honey in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, and got better reviews than the kids who played George and Martha. After that, we weren't just coffee buddies, we were a couple. Sometimes we made out in a dark corner of the Union, although those sessions often ended with her crying and saying she knew she wasn't good enough. She'd fail at acting just like her mother said she would. One night, this was after the cast party for Death Trap, our junior year, we had sex. It was the only time. She said she loved it, it was wonderful, but I guess it wasn't. Not for her anyway, because she'd never do it again. In the summer of 2000, we stayed on campus because there was going to be a summer production of The Music Man in Frick Park. It was a huge deal because Mandy Patinkin was going to direct it. Vicki and I both tried out, I wasn't a bit nervous, because I didn't expect to get anything, but that show had become the biggest thing in Vicky's life. She called it her first step to stardom, saying it the way people do when they're joking, but not really. We were called in by sixes, each of us holding a card saying the part we were most interested in, and Vicky was shaking like a leaf while we waited outside the rehearsal hall. I put my arm around her and she quieted, but just a little. She was so white her makeup looked like a mask. I went in and handed over my wish card with Mayor Shin written on it, because that's a smallish part in the show, and damned if I didn't end up getting the lead role Harold Hill, the charming con man. Vicky tried out for Marion Peru, the librarian who gives piano lessons. She's the female lead. She read all right, I thought, not great, not her best, but all right. Then came the singing. It was Marion's big number, if you don't know it. It's this very sweet and simple song called Good Night, My Someone. She'd sung it for me a cappella half a dozen times, and she was perfect, sweet and sad and hopeful. But that day in the rehearsal hall, Vicky screwed the pooch. That girl was just clench your fists and close your eyes awful. She couldn't find her note and had to start again not once but twice. I could see Patinkin getting impatient because he had half a dozen other girls waiting to read and sing. The accompanist was rolling her eyes. I wanted to punch her right in her stupid, horsey face. By the time Vicky finished, she was trembling all over. Mr. Patinkin thanked her, and she thanked him all very polite, and then ran. I caught up with her before she could get out of the building and told her she had been great. She smiled and thanked me and said we both knew better. I said that if Mr. Patinkin was as good as everyone said, he'd look past her nerves and see what a great actress she was. She hugged me and said I was her best friend. Besides, she said, there will be other shows. Next time I'll take a Valium before I try out. I was just afraid it would change my voice, because I've heard that some pills can do that. Then she laughed and said, but how much worse could it be than it was today? I said I'd buy her an ice cream at Nordy's. She said that sounded good, and off we went. We were walking down the sidewalk, hand in hand, which made me remember all the times I walked back and forth to Mary Day Grammar, holding hands with Marley Jacobs. I won't say those thoughts summoned him, but I won't say they didn't either. I don't know. I only know that some nights I lie awake in my cell, wondering. I guess she was feeling a little better, because as we walked along, she was talking about what a great Professor Hill I'd make, when someone yelled at us from the other side of the street. Only it wasn't a yell, it was a donkey bray. George and Vicky up in a tree, Fucking. It was him, the bad little kid. Same shorts, same sweater, same orange hair sticking out from under that beanie with the plastic propeller on top. Over 10 years had passed and he hadn't aged a day. It was like being thrown back in time, only now it was Vicky Abington, not Marley Jacobs, and we were on Reynolds Street in Pittsburgh instead of School Street in Talbot, Alabama. What in the world, Vicky said. Do you know that boy George? Well, what was I going to say to that? I didn't say anything. I was so far beyond surprise I couldn't even open my mouth. You act like shit, and you sing worse, he shouted. Crows sing better than you do, and your Yulie, Vicky is what you are. She put her hands over her mouth, and I remember how big her eyes were and how they were filling up with tears all over again. Suck his dink, why don't you? He shouted. That's the only way an ugly, no-talent cunt like you will ever get a part. I started for him, only it didn't feel real. It felt like it was all happening in a dream. It was late afternoon, and Reynolds Street was full of traffic, but I never thought of that. Vicky did, though. She caught me by the arm and pulled me back. I think I owe her my life, because a big bus went past only a second or two later, blaring its horn. Don't, she said. He's not worth it, whoever he is. There was a truck right behind the bus, and once they were both by us, we saw the kid running up the other side of the street with his big ass jouncing. He got to the corner and turned it, but before he did, he shoved down the back of his shorts, bent over, and mooned us. Vicky sat down on a bench, and I sat down beside her. She asked me again who he was, and I said I didn't know. Then how did he know our names, she asked. I don't know, I repeated. Well, he was right about one thing, she said. If I want a part in The Music Man, I should go back and suck Mandy Patinkin's cock. Then she laughed, and this time it was real laughing, the kind that comes all the way up from the belly. She threw back her head and just let fly. Did you see that little ugly butt, she said, like 2 muffins ready for the oven? That got me going. We put our arms around each other and put our heads together cheek to cheek and really howled. I thought we were okay, but the truth of it, you never see these things at the time, do you? Is that we were both hysterical. Me, because it was the same kid from all those years ago. Vicky, because she believed what he said. She was no good, and even if she was, she'd never be able to get on top of her nerves enough to show it. I walked her back to Fudgy Acres, this big old apartment house that rented exclusively to young women whom we still called co-eds then, and she hugged me and told me again that I would make a great Harold Hill. Something about the way she said that worried me, and I asked if she was all right. She said, "Of course I am, silly," and went running up the walk. That was the last time I saw her alive. After the funeral, I took Carla Winston out for coffee, because she was the only girl in Fudgy Acres Vicky had been close to. I ended up pouring her cup into a glass because her hands were shaking so badly. I was afraid she'd burn herself. Carla wasn't just broken-hearted. She blamed herself for what happened. The same way I'm sure Mrs. Peckham blamed herself for what happened to Marlee. She came across Vicky in the downstairs lounge that afternoon, staring at the TV. Only the TV was turned off. She said Vicky seemed distant and disconnected. She'd seen Vicky that way before when she lost count of her pills and took one too many or took them in the wrong order. She asked if Vicky wanted to go to the wellness center and get looked at. Vicky said no. She was fine. It had been a hard day, but she'd be feeling better very soon. There was a nasty little kid, Vicky told Carla. I fucked up my tryout, and then this kid started ragging on me. That's too bad, Carla said. George knew him, Vicky said. He told me he didn't, but I could tell he did. Do you want to know what I think? Carla said, sure. By then she was positive. Vicky had screwed up her meds, smoked some dope or both. I think George put him up to it, she said, for a tease. But when he saw how upset I was, he was sorry and tried to make the kid stop. Only the kid wouldn't. Carla said, that doesn't make sense, Vic. George would never tease you about a part. He likes you. Vicky said, that kid was right, though. I might as well give up. At this point in Carla's story, I told her the kid had nothing to do with me. Carla said I didn't even have to tell her that. She knew I was a good guy and how much I cared for Vicky. Then she started to cry. It's my fault, not yours, she said. I could see she was screwed up, but I didn't do anything. And you know what happened? That's on me too, because she didn't really mean to. I'm sure she didn't. Carla left Vicky and went upstairs to study. A couple of hours later, she went down to Vicky's room. I thought she might like to go out and get something to eat, she said, or if the pills had worn off, maybe have a glass of wine, only she wasn't there. So I checked the lounge, but she wasn't there either. A couple of girls were watching TV, and one said she thought she saw Vicky going downstairs a little while ago, probably to do a wash. Because she had some sheets, the girl said. That worried Carla, although she wouldn't let herself think why. She went downstairs, but there was no one in the laundry room and none of the washers were going. The next room along was the box room, where the girls stored their luggage. She heard sounds from there, and when she went in, she saw Vicky with her back to her. She was standing on a little stack of suitcases. She'd tied 2 sheets together to make a hanging rope. One end was noosed around her neck. The other was tied to an overhead pipe. But the thing was, Carla told me there were only 3 suitcases and plenty of slack in the sheets. If she'd meant business, she would have used 1 sheet and stood some girl's trunk on end. It was only what theater people call a dress rehearsal. You don't know that for sure, I said. You don't know how many of her pills she might have taken or how confused she was. I know what I saw, Carla said. She could have stepped right off those suitcases and onto the floor without pulling the noose tight. But I didn't think of that then. I was too shocked. I just yelled her name. That loud shout from behind startled her, and instead of stepping off the suitcases, Vicky jerked and toppled forward. The suitcases sliding along the floor behind. She would have hit the concrete floor smack on her belly, Carla said, but there wasn't that much slack in her rope. She still might have lived if the knot holding the two sheets together had given way, but it didn't. Her falling weight pulled the noose tight and yanked her head up hard. I heard the snap when her neck broke, Carla said. It was loud and it was my fault. Then she cried and cried and cried. I got her out of the coffee shop and into a bus shelter on the corner. I told her over and over again that it hadn't been her fault, and eventually she stopped crying. She even smiled a little. She said, "You're very persuasive, George." What I didn't tell her, because she wouldn't have believed it, was that my persuasiveness came from absolute certainty. 5. The bad little kid came after the people I cared about, Hallis said. Bradley nodded. It was obvious that Hallis believed it, and if this story had come out at the trial, it might have earned the man a life sentence instead of a billet in Needle Manor. The jury very likely wouldn't have been completely sold, but it would have given them an excuse to take the death penalty off the table. Now it was probably too late. A written motion requesting a stay based on Hallis's story of the bad little kid would look like grasping at straws. You had to be in his presence and see the absolute certainty on his face. To hear it in his voice, the condemned man, meanwhile, was looking at him through the slightly clouded plexiglass with a trace of a smile. That kid wasn't just bad, he was also greedy. For him, it always had to be a twofer. One dead, one left to baste in a nice, warm gravy of guilt. You must have convinced Carla, Bradley said. She married you after all. I never convinced her completely, and she never believed in the bad little kid at all. If she had, she would have been at the trial and we'd still be married. He stared through the barrier at Bradley, his eyes dead level. If she had, she would have been glad that I killed him. The guard in the corner, McGregor, looked at his watch, removed his earbuds, and stood up. I don't want to hurry you along, counselor, but it's 11:30, and pretty soon your client has to be back in his cell for the midday count. I don't see why you can't count him right here, Bradley said, but mildly. It didn't do to get on the mean side of any guard, and although McGregor was one of the better ones, Bradley was sure he had a mean side. It was a requirement for men charged with overseeing hard cons. You're looking at him after all. Rules are rules, McGregor said, then raised his hand, as if to stifle a protest Bradley hadn't made. I know you're entitled to as much time as you want this close to his date, so if you want to wait around, I'll bring him back after count. He'll miss his lunch, though, and probably you will too. They watched McGregor return to his seat and once more replace his earbuds. When Hallis turned back to the plexi barrier, there was more than a trace of a smile on his lips. Hell, you could probably guess the rest. Although Bradley was sure he could, he folded his hands on his blank legal pad and said, "Why don't you tell me anyway?" 6. I declined the part of Harold Hill and dropped out of drama club. I had lost my taste for acting during my final year at Pitt. I concentrated on my business classes, especially accounting and Carla Winston. The year I graduated, we were married. My father was my best man. He died 3 years later. One of the mines he was responsible for was in the town of Louisa. That's a little south of Ironville, where he still lived with Nona McCarthy Mama Nonny as his housekeeper. The mine was called Fair Deep. One day there was a rock fall in its second parlor, which was about 200 feet down. Not serious. Everyone got out fine, but my father went down with a couple of company guys from the front office to look at the damage and try to figure out how long it would take to get things up and running again. He never came out. None of them did. That boy keeps calling, Nani said later. She had always been a pretty woman, but in the year after my father died, she bloomed out in wrinkles and dewlaps. Her walk turned into a shuffle, and she hunched her shoulders whenever anyone came into the room as if she expected to be struck. It wasn't my father's death that did it to her. It was the bad little kid. He keeps calling. He calls me a nigger bitch, but I don't mind that. I've been called worse. That kind of thing rolls right off my back. What doesn't is him saying it happened because of the present I gave your father. Those boots, that can't be true, can it, Georgie? It had to have been something else. He had to have been wearing his felts. He never would have forgotten his felts after a mine accident, even one that didn't seem serious. I agreed, but I could see the doubt eating into her like acid. The boots were trailman specials. She gave them to him for his birthday not 2 months before the explosion in Fair Deep. They must have set her back at least $300, but they were worth every penny. Knee-high, leather as supple as silk but tough. They were the kind of boots a man could wear all his life and then pass on to his son. Hobnail boots, you understand. And nails like that can strike sparks on the right surface, just like flint on steel. My dad never would have worn nail boots into a mine where there might be methane or fire damp, and don't tell me he could have just forgot, not when he and those other two were toting respirators on their hips and wearing oxygen bottles on their backs. Even if he had been wearing the specials, Mama Noni was right. He would also have been wearing felts over them. She didn't need me to tell her. She knew how careful he was. But even the craziest idea can work its way into your mind if you're lonely and grief-stricken and someone keeps harping on it. It can wriggle in there like a bloodworm and lay its eggs, and pretty soon your whole brain is squirming with maggots. I told her to change her phone number, and she did, but the kid got the new one and kept calling, telling her my father had forgotten what he had on his feet, and one of those hobnails struck a spark, and there went the old ball game. Never would have happened if you hadn't given him those boots, you stupid black bitch. That's the kind of thing he said, and probably worse that she wouldn't tell me. Finally, she had the phone taken out altogether. I told her she had to have a phone, living by herself like she did, but she wouldn't hear of it. She said sometimes he calls in the middle of the night, Georgie. You don't know how it is, lying awake and listening to the telephone ring and knowing it's that child. What kind of parents he has to let him do such things I can't imagine. Unplug it at night, I said. She said I did, but sometimes it rings anyway. I told her that was just her imagination, and I tried to believe it, but I never did, Mr. Bradley. If that bad kid could get hold of Marley's Steve Austin lunchbox and know how badly Vicky messed up her tryout, and about the Trailman specials, if he could stay young year after year, then sure, he could make a phone ring even if it was unplugged. Bible says the devil was set free to roam the earth, that God's hand would not stay him. I don't know if that bad little kid was the devil, but I know he was a devil, nor do I know if an ambulance call could have saved Mama Nani. All I know is that when she had her heart attack, she couldn't call for one because the phone was gone. She died alone, in her kitchen. A neighbor lady found her the next day. Carla and I went to the funeral, and after Nani was laid to rest, we spent the night in the house she and my father had shared. I woke up from a bad dream just before daybreak and couldn't get back to sleep. When I heard the newspaper flop on the porch, I went to get it and saw the flag was up on the mailbox. I walked down to the street in my robe and slippers and opened it. Inside there was a beanie with a plastic propeller on top. I fished it out and it was hot, like the person who'd just taken it off was burning up with fever. Touching it made me feel contaminated, but I turned it over and looked inside. It was greasy with some sort of hair oil, the old-fashioned stuff hardly anyone uses anymore. There were a few orangey hairs sticking in it. There was also a note printed the way a kid might do it, the letters all crooked and slanting downhill. The note said, "Keep it. I have another one. I took the goddamn thing inside, tweezed between my thumb and index finger. That was as much as I wanted to touch it, and stuck it in the kitchen wood stove. I put a match to it, and it went up all at once. Kafloomp. The flames were greenish. When Carla came down half an hour later, she sniffed and said, 'What's that awful smell? It's like low tide.' I told her it was most likely the septic tank out back full up and needing to be pumped. But I knew better. That was the stink of methane. Probably the last thing my father smelled before something sparked and blew him and those two others to kingdom come. By then, I had a job with an accounting firm, one of the biggest independents in the Midwest, and I worked my way up the ladder pretty quickly. I find that if you come in early, leave late, and keep your eye on the ball in between, that just about has to happen. Carla and I wanted kids and we could afford them, but it didn't happen. She got her visit from the cardinal every month, just as regular as clockwork. We went to see an OB in Topeka and he did all the usual tests. He said we were fine and it was too early to talk about fertility treatments. He told us to go home, relax, and enjoy our sex life. So that's what we did, and 11 months later, my wife's visits from the cardinal stopped. She had been raised Catholic and stopped going to church when she was in college, but when she knew for sure she was pregnant, she started going again and dragged me with her. We went to St. Andrew's. I didn't mind. If she wanted to give God the credit for the bun in her oven, that was okay with me. She was in her 6th month when the miscarriage happened. Because of the accident that wasn't really an accident, the baby lived for a few hours, then died. It was a girl, because she needed a name. We named her Helen after Carla's grandmother. The accident happened after church. When Mass was over, we were going to have a nice lunch downtown, then go home, where I'd watch the football game. Carla would put her feet up and rest and enjoy being pregnant. She did enjoy it, Mr. Bradley, every day of it, even early on when she was sick in the mornings. I saw the bad little kid as soon as we came out. Same baggy shorts, same sweater, same little round boy tits and poochy belly. The beanie I found in the mailbox was blue, and the one he was wearing when we came out of the church was green. But it had the same kind of plastic propeller. I'd grown from a little boy to a man with the first threads of gray in his hair, but that bad little kid was still 6 years old, 7 at most. He was standing back a little way. There was another kid in front of him, an ordinary kid, the kind who would grow up. He looked stunned and afraid. He had something in his hand. It looked like the ball on the end of the bolo bouncer Mama Noni gave me all those years ago. "Go on," the bad little kid said. "Unless you want me to take back that $5 I gave you." "I don't want to," the ordinary kid said. I'd done changed my mind. Carla didn't see any of this. She was standing at the top of the steps and talking to Father Patrick, telling him she'd enjoyed his homily. It had given her so much to think about. Those steps were granite and they were steep. I went to take her arm, I think, but maybe not. Maybe I was just frozen, the way I was when Vicky and I saw that kid after her lousy tryout for the Music Man. Before I could unfreeze or say anything, the bad little kid stepped forward. He reached into the pocket of his shorts and whipped out a cigarette lighter. As soon as he flicked it and I saw the spark, I knew what had happened that day in the Fair Deep mine, and it had nothing to do with the hobnails on my father's boots. Something started to fizz and spark on top of the red ball the ordinary kid was holding. He threw it just to get rid of it, and the bad little kid laughed, except it was really a deep, snotty chuckle, grr, 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 like that. It struck the side of the steps below the iron railing and bounced back just before it went off with an ear-splitting bang and a flash of yellow light. That wasn't a firecracker or even a cherry bomb. That was an M80. It startled Carla the way Carla herself must have startled Vicky that day in the box room at Fudgy Acres. I grabbed for her, but she was holding one of Father Patrick's hands in both of hers, and all I did was brush her elbow. They fell down the steps together. He broke his right arm and left leg. Carla broke an ankle and got a concussion, and she lost the baby. She lost Helen. The kid who actually threw the M80 walked into the police station the next day with his mother and owned up. He was devastated, of course, and said what kids always say and mostly mean after something goes wrong. It was an accident. He hadn't meant to hurt anyone. He said he wouldn't have thrown it at all, except the other boy lit the fuse and he was scared he'd lose his fingers. No, he said, he'd never seen the other kid before. No, he didn't know his name. Then he gave the policeman the $5 the bad little kid had given him. Carla didn't want to have much to do with me in the bedroom after that, and she stopped going to church. I kept on, though, and got involved with Conquest. You know what that is, mister? Bradley, not because you're a Catholic, but because this is where you came in. I didn't bother with the religion part. They had Father Patrick for that. But I was happy to coach the baseball and touch football teams. I was always there for the cookouts and the campouts. I got a D code on my driver's license so I could take the boys to swim meets, amusement park, fun days, and teen retreats in the church bus, and I always carried a gun. The .45 I bought at Wise Pawn and Loan, you know, the prosecution's Exhibit A. I carried that gun for 5 years, either in the glove compartment of my car or in the toolbox of the Conquest bus. When I was coaching, I carried it in my gym bag. Carla came to dislike my work with Conquest because it took up so much of my free time. When Father Patrick asked for volunteers, I was always the first one to raise my hand. I'd have to say she was jealous. "You're almost never home on weekends anymore," she said. "I'm starting to wonder if you might be a little queer for those boys." Probably I did seem a little queer, because I made a habit of picking out special boys and giving them extra attention, making friends with them, helping them out. It wasn't hard. A lot of them came from low-income homes. Usually the single parent in those homes was a mom who had to work one minimum wage job or even 2 or 3 to keep food on the table. If there was a car, she'd need it. So I'd be happy to pick my current special boy up for the Thursday night Conquest meetings and bring him home again after. If I couldn't do that, I'd give the boys bus tokens. Never money, though. I found out early that giving those kids money was a bad idea. I had some successes along the way. One kid, I think he had maybe 2 pairs of pants and 3 shirts to his name when I met him, was a math prodigy. I got him a scholarship at a private school, and now he's a freshman at Kansas State, riding a full boat. A couple of others were dabbling in drugs, and I got at least one of them out of that, I think. You can never tell for sure. Another ran away after an argument with his mom and called me from Omaha a month later, right around the time his mother was deciding he was either dead or gone for good. I went and got him. Working with those Conquest boys gave me a chance to do more good than I ever did, filing tax returns and setting up tax dodge corporations in Delaware. But that wasn't why I was doing it, only a side effect. Sometimes, Mr. Bradley, I'd take one of my special boys fishing out to Dixon Creek or to the big river on the lower city bridge. I was fishing too, but not for trout or carp. For a long time I didn't feel a single nibble on my line. Then along came Ronald Gibson. Ronnie was 15 but looked younger. He was blind in one eye, so he couldn't play baseball or football, but he was a whiz at chess and all the other board games the boys played on rainy days. No one bullied him. He was sort of the group mascot. His father walked out on the family when he was 9 or so, and he was starved for male attention. Pretty soon he was coming to me with all his problems. The main one, of course, was that bad eye. It was a congenital defect called a keratoconus, a misshapen cornea. A doctor told his mother it could be fixed with a corneal transplant, but it would be expensive, and his moms couldn't afford anything like that. I went to Father Patrick, and between us we ran 6 fundraisers called Fresh Sight for Ronnie. We even got on TV, the local news on Channel 4. There was one shot of Ronnie and me walking in Barnum Park with my arm around his thin shoulders. Carla sniffed when she saw it. "If you aren't queer for them," she said, "people will say you are when they see that." I didn't care what people said, because not long after that news report, I got the first tug on my line, right in the middle of my head. It was the bad little kid. I'd finally caught his attention. I could feel him. Ronnie had the surgery. He didn't get all the sight back in his bad eye, but he got most of it. For the first year afterward, he was supposed to wear special glasses that got dark in bright sunshine. But he didn't mind that. He said they made him look sort of cool. Not too long after the operation, he and his mother came to see me one afternoon after school in the little Conquest office in the basement of St. Andrew's. She said, "If there's ever anything we can do to pay you back, Mr. Hallis, all you have to do is ask." I told them that wasn't necessary. It had been my pleasure. Then I pretended to get an idea. "There might be something," I said, "just a little thing." "What is it, Mr. H?" Ronnie asked. I said one day last month I parked behind the church and was halfway down the stairs when I remembered I hadn't locked up my car. I went back and saw a kid inside it, rummaging around. I shouted at him and he was out like a shot with my little change box, the one I keep in the glove compartment for tolls. I chased him, but he was too fast for me. "All I want," I told Ronnie and his moms, is to find him and talk to him. Tell him what I tell all you boys stealing's the wrong start in life. Ronnie asked me what he looked like. Short and kind of pudgy, I said. Bright orange hair, a real carrot top. When I saw him, he was wearing gray shorts and a green sweater with stripes the same color as his hair. Mrs. Gibson said, "Oh my goodness, was he wearing a little hat with a propeller on top?" "Why, yes," I said, keeping my voice nice and steady. "Now that you mention it, I believe he was." "I've seen him across the street," she said. "I thought he moved into one of the projects over there." "What about you, Ronnie?" I asked. "Nope," he said. "Never seen him." "Well, if you do, don't say anything to him. Just come and get me. Will you do that?" He said he would, and I was satisfied, because I knew the bad kid was back, and I knew I'd be around when he made his move. He'd want me to be around because that was the whole point. I was the one he wanted to hurt. All the others, Marley, Vicky, my father, Mama Noni, were just collateral damage. A week went past, then too, I was beginning to think the kid had sensed what I was planning. Then one day, Mr. Bradley, one of the boys, ran into the playground behind the church, where I was helping a bunch of them set up the volleyball net. A kid knocked Ronnie down and stole his glasses. This boy shouted. Then he ran off into the park. Ronnie's chasing him. I didn't wait, just grabbed up my gym bag. I took it everywhere with me during the years when I had special boys and ran through the gate into Barnum Park. I knew it wasn't the bad little kid who stole Ronnie's glasses. That wasn't his style. The glasses stealer would be as ordinary as the M80 thrower, and just as sorry after whatever the bad little kid was planning played out. If I let it play out. Ronnie wasn't an athletic boy, and he couldn't run fast. The glasses-stealing boy must have seen that, because he pulled up short on the far side of the park, waving them over his head and shouting, "Come and get him, Ray Charles! Come and get him, Stevie Wonder!" I could hear the traffic on Barnum Boulevard and knew exactly what that bad boy was planning. He thought what worked once would work again. It was a pair of special glare-reducing glasses instead of a Steve Austin lunchbox. But the basic idea was the same. Later, the kid who took Ronnie's glasses would cry and say he didn't know what was going to happen. He thought it was just a joke or a tease or maybe payback for Ronnie pushing the pudgy little carrot top down on the sidewalk. I could easily have caught up with Ronnie, but at first I didn't. He was my lure, you see, and the last thing I wanted was to reel him in too soon. When Ronnie got close, the boy doing the bad little kid's dirty work darted through the stone arch between the park and Barnum Boulevard, still waving Ronnie's glasses over his head. Ronnie ran after him, and I came third. I jogged as I unzipped my gym bag, but once I had the revolver in my hand, I dropped the bag and went into overdrive. "Stay back!" I shouted at Ronnie as I ran past him. "Don't you go one step further!" He did what I said, and thank God for that. If anything had happened to him, I wouldn't be here waiting for the needle, Mr. Bradley. I would have killed myself. When I got through the arch, I saw the bad little kid waiting on the sidewalk. He was the same as always. The big kid was handing him Ronnie's glasses, and the bad little kid was handing him a bill. When he saw me coming, he lost the nasty little smirk on those weird red lips of his for the first time, because that wasn't the plan. The plan was Ronnie first, then me. Ronnie was supposed to chase the bad little kid into the street and be hit by a truck or a bus. I was supposed to come last and see it. Carrot Top ran into Barnum Boulevard. You know what it looks like outside the park, at least you ought to, after the prosecution showed their video 3 times at the trial, 3 lanes in each direction, 2 for travel and 1 for turning, with a concrete divider in the middle. The bad little kid looked back when he got to the divider, and by then he was a lot more than startled. That look was pure fear. Seeing it made me happy for the first time since Carla went upsy-turvy down those church steps. One quick glimpse was all I got. Then he charged into the southbound lanes without a single look to see what might be coming at him. I ran into the northbound lanes the same way. I knew I might get hit, but I didn't care. At least it would be a genuine accident. No mysterious stuck accelerator. You can call that suicidal, but it wasn't. I just couldn't let him slip away. I might not have seen him for another 20 years, and by then I would have been an old man. I don't know how close I came to getting creamed, but I heard plenty of screeching brakes and squalling tires. A car swerved to avoid the kid and sideswiped a panel truck. Someone called me a crazy asshole. Someone else shouted, "What the fuck is he doing? That was just background noise." I had all my attention fixed on the bad little kid eyes on the prize, right? He was running as fast as he could, but no matter what kind of monster he was on the inside. On the outside he was stuck with short legs and a fat ass, and he never had a chance. All he could hope for was that a car would hit me, but none of them did. He got to the far side and stumbled on the curb. I heard some woman, a stout lady with dyed blonde hair, scream, "That man has a gun." Mrs. Jane Hurley. She testified at the trial. The kid tried to get up. I said, "This is for Marley, you little son of a bitch," and shot him in the back. That was number 1. He started crawling on his hands and knees. Blood was dripping onto the sidewalk. I said, "This is for Vicky," and put another one in his back. That was number 2. Then I said, "This is for my dad and Mama Noni," and put a bullet into the back of each knee, just where those baggy gray shorts ended. That was 3 and 4. Lots of people were screaming by then. Some man was yelling, "Get it away from him, just tackle him," but no one did. The bad little kid rolled over and looked at me. When I saw his face, I almost stopped. He didn't look 6 or 7 anymore. Bewildered and in pain, he looked no more than 5. His beanie had fallen off and lay next to him on its side. One of the 2 plastic propeller blades was all crooked. My God, I thought. I have shot a blameless child, and he's lying here at my feet, mortally wounded. Yes, he almost got me. It was a good act, Mr. Bradley, real Academy Award stuff, but then the mask slipped. He could make most of his face all wounded and hurt, but not his eyes. That thing was still in his eyes. "You can't stop me," his eyes were saying. "You won't stop me until I'm done with you, and I'm not done with you yet. Get the gun away from him, somebody," a woman yelled, "before he murders that child." A big fellow ran toward me. He testified too, I believe, but I pointed my gun at him and he stepped away fast, with his hands raised. I turned back to the bad little kid and shot him in the chest and said, "For baby Helen." That was number 5. By then blood was pouring out of his mouth and down his chin. My .45 was an old-fashioned 6-shooter, so there was only 1 bullet left. I dropped to one knee in a puddle of his blood. It was red, but it should have been black, like the goo that comes out of a poisonous insect when you step on it. I put the muzzle of the gun right between his eyes. "This is for me," I said. "Now go back to whatever hell you came from." I pulled the trigger, and that was number 6. But just before I did, those green eyes of his met mine. "I'm not done with you," his eyes said. "I'm not, and I won't be until you stop drawing breath. Maybe not even then. Maybe I'll be waiting for you on the other side." His head flopped over. One of his feet twitched and then went still. I put the gun down beside his body, raised my hands, and started to stand up. A couple of men grabbed me before I could. One of them kneed me in the groin. The other punched me in the face. A few more joined in. One was Mrs. Hurley. She got me at least 2 good ones. She didn't testify about that at the trial, did she? Not that I blame her, counselor. I don't blame any of them. What they saw lying on the sidewalk that day was a little boy so disfigured by bullets that his own mother wouldn't have recognized him, supposing he ever had one. 7, McGregor took Bradley's client back into the bowels of Needle Manor for the midday count, promising to bring him back afterward. "I'll bring you some soup and a sandwich if you want it," McGregor told Bradley. "You must be hungry." Bradley wasn't, not after all that. He sat waiting on his side of the plexiglass partition, hands folded on his blank legal pad. He was meditating on the ruination of lives. Of the 2 under current consideration, the demolition of Hallis's was easier to accept, because the man was clearly mad. If he had taken the stand at his trial and told this story, and in the same reasonable "how can you possibly doubt me" tone of voice, Bradley felt sure Hallis would now be in one of the state's 2 maximum security mental institutions, instead of awaiting sequential injections of sodium thiopentyl pancuronium bromide and potassium chloride, the lethal cocktail Needle Manor inmates called Goodnight Mother. But Hallis, most likely pushed over the edge of sanity by the loss of his own child, had gotten at least half a life. It had clearly been an unhappy one, beset by paranoid fantasies and delusions of persecution, but to bend an old aphorism, half a life was better than none. The little boy was a far sadder case. According to the state medical examiner, the child who had just happened to be on Barnum Boulevard at the wrong time had been no more than 8, and probably closer to 6 or 7. That wasn't a life, it was a prologue. McGregor led Hallis back, chained him to his chair, and asked how much longer they'd be. Because he didn't want any lunch, but I wouldn't mind having some. Not long, Bradley said. In truth, he only had one question, and when Hallis was seated once more, he asked it. Why you? Hallis raised his eyebrows. Beg pardon? This demon, I presume that's what you think he was. Why did he pick you? Hallis smiled, but it was a mere stretching of the lips. That's rather naive, counselor. You might as well ask why one baby is born with a misshapen cornea as Ronnie Gibson was, and the next 50 delivered in the same hospital are just fine. Or why a good man leading a decent life is struck down by a brain tumor at 30, and a monster who helped oversee the gas chambers of Dachau can live to be 100. If you're asking why bad things happen to good people, you've come to the wrong place. You shot a fleeing child 6 times, Bradley thought. The last 3 or 4 at point-blank range. How in God's name does that make you a good person? Before you go, Hallis said, let me ask you something. Bradley waited. Have the police identified him yet? Hallis asked in the idle tone of a prisoner who is just making conversation in order to stay out of his cell a little longer, but for the first time since this lengthy visit began, his eyes shone with real life and interest.
I don't believe so,
Bradley replied carefully. In fact, he knew they hadn't. He had a source in the prosecutor's office who would have given him the child's name and background well before the newspapers got hold of it and published it, as they were of course eager to do. Unknown Boy Victim was a human interest story that had gone nationwide. It had died down in the last 4 months or so, but following Hallis's execution, it would certainly flare up again. I'd tell you to think about that, Hallis said, but I don't need to, do I? You've been thinking about it. It probably hasn't been keeping you up nights, but yes, you've been thinking about it. Bradley didn't reply. This time, Hallis's smile was wide and genuine. I know you don't believe a word of what I've told you, and hey, who could blame you? But just for a minute, engage those brains of yours and think about it. This was a white, male child, the sort of kid most apt to be missed and eagerly sought after, in a society that still values white male children above all others. The kiddies are fingerprinted these days as a matter of course when they start school, to help ID them if they're lost, murdered, or abducted. I believe in this state it's even a law, or am I wrong? You're not, Bradley said this reluctantly, but it would be wrong to make too much of it, George. This kid happened to fall through the cracks. That's all. It happens. The system is fallible. Hallis's smile became a full-fledged grin. Keep telling yourself that, Mr. Bradley. You just keep telling yourself that. He turned and waved to McGregor, who removed his earbuds and got to his feet. All done? Yes, Hallis said. He turned back to Bradley as McGregor bent to unchain him. His grin, the only one Bradley had ever seen on his face, was gone as if it had never been. Will you come when it's time? I'll be here, Bradley said. 8. And so he was, 6 days later, when the curtains in the observation room drew back at 11:52 a.m. to reveal the death chamber with its white tiles and Y-shaped table. Only 2 other witnesses were present. One was Father Patrick of St. Andrews. Bradley sat with him in the back row. The district attorney was all the way down front with his arms folded across his chest, and his eyes never leaving the room on the other side of the window. The execution party, a grotesque term if ever there was one, Bradley thought was in place. There were 5 in all Warden Toomey, McGregor and 2 other guards, a pair of medical personages in white coats. The star of the show lay on the table, his outstretched arms secured by Velcro straps, but when the curtains opened, Bradley's eye was first taken by the warden, who was weirdly sporty in an open-necked blue shirt that would have been more appropriate on the golf course. Wearing a seat belt around his waist and a three-point harness over his shoulders, George Hallis looked more ready to zoom off in a space capsule than to die by lethal injection. As per his request, there was no chaplain, but when he saw Bradley and Father Patrick, he raised one hand as far as the wrist straps would allow in a gesture of recognition. Patrick raised a hand in return, then turned toward Bradley. His face was paper pale. "Have you ever attended one of these?" Bradley shook his head. His mouth was dry, and he didn't trust himself to speak in a normal tone of voice. "Me, either. I hope I'll be all right." Father Patrick, swallowed. "He was very good to all the children. They loved him. I just can't believe. Even now, I just can't believe." Bradley couldn't either, yet he did, had to. The DA turned to them, frowning like Moses above his crossed arms. "Zip your lips, gentlemen." Hallis looked around the last room he would ever inhabit. He seemed bewildered, as if he wasn't quite sure where he was or what was happening. McGregor laid a hand on his chest in a comforting gesture. It was now 11:58. One of the whitecoats and IV tech, Bradley assumed cinched a length of rubber tubing around Hallis's right forearm, then slipped in a needle and taped it down. The needle was attached to an IV line. The line went to a wall console, where 3 red lamps burned above 3 switches. The second whitecoat moved to the console and clasped his hands before him. Now the only movement in the death chamber came from George Hallis, who was blinking his eyes rapidly. "Are they doing it?" Father Patrick whispered, "I can't tell." "I can't either," Bradley whispered back. "Maybe, but—" There was an amplified click that made them both jump. The state's legal representative remained as still as a statue. The warden said, "Can you folks hear me okay in there?" The DA gave a thumbs up, then crossed his arms again. The warden turned to Hallis. "George Peter Hallis, you have been condemned to death by a jury of your peers, a sentence affirmed by this state's Supreme Court and the Supreme Court of the United States of America." Like they ever said balls about it one way or the other, Bradley thought. "Do you have any last words before sentence is carried out?" Hallis began to shake his head, then appeared to change his mind. He peered through the glass and into the observation room. "Hello, Mr. Bradley. I'm glad you came. Listen, okay? I'd watch out if I were you. Remember, it comes as a child." "Is that it?" the warden asked almost jovially. Hallis regarded the warden. "One more thing, I guess. Where in the Christ did you get that shirt?" Warden Toomey blinked as if someone had suddenly flicked cold water in his face, then turned to the doctor. "Are you prepared?" The whitecoat standing beside the panel nodded. The warden recited a mouthful of legal rigmarole, checked the clock, and frowned. It was 12:01 p.m., which made them a minute late. He pointed to the whitecoat like a stage director cueing an actor. The whitecoat flicked the switches and the 3 red lights turned green. The intercom was still open, and Bradley heard Hallis paraphrase Father Patrick. "Is it happening?" No one answered. It didn't matter. His eyes closed. He made a snoring sound. A minute passed, another long, ragged snore, then 2 minutes, then 4. No snores and no movement. Bradley looked around. Father Patrick was gone. 9, a cold prairie wind was blowing when Bradley left Needle Manor. He zipped his coat and stood taking long breaths, trying to get as much outside as possible into his insides, and as fast as he could. It wasn't the execution per se, except for the warden's bizarre blue shirt. It had seemed as prosaic as getting a tetanus shot or a shingles vaccination. That was actually the horror of it. Something moved at the corner of his eye in the chicken run, where the condemned prisoners took their exercise, except there wasn't supposed to be anyone there. Exercise periods were canceled on days when an execution was scheduled. McGregor had told him this, and sure enough, when he turned his head, he saw the chicken run was empty. Bradley thought, "It comes as a child." He laughed. He made himself laugh. It was just a well-deserved case of the whim-whams, no more than that. As if to prove it to himself, he shivered. Father Patrick's elderly Volvo had departed. There was no car but his own in the small visitors' parking lot adjacent to Needle Manor. Bradley walked a few steps in that direction, then whirled suddenly toward the chicken run, the hem of his overcoat flapping around his knees. No one there. Of course not. Jesus Christ. George Hallis had been mad, and even if his bad little kid had been real, he was dead now. 6 shots from a .45, pretty much guaranteed dead. Bradley resumed walking, but when he got around the hood of his car, he once more came to a halt. An ugly scratch ran all the way from his Ford's front bumper to the rear left taillight. Someone had keyed his car in a maximum security prison where you had to pass 3 walls and a like number of checkpoints. Someone had keyed his car. Bradley's first thought was of the DA who had sat there with his arms crossed over his chest, a portrait of Talmudic self-righteousness. But the idea had no logic to support it. The DA had gotten what he wanted after all. He had watched George Hallis die. Bradley opened the car door, which he had not bothered to lock. He was in a prison after all, and stood stock still for several seconds. Then, as if controlled by a force outside himself, his hand rose slowly to his mouth and covered it. Lying on the driver's seat was a beanie with a propeller on top. One of the 2 plastic blades was crooked. At last he bent and plucked it up, tweezing it between 2 fingers just as Hallis had done. Bradley turned it over. A note had been tucked inside, the letters crooked and bunched together and down-slanted. A kid's printing. Keep it. I have another one. He heard a child's laughter, high and bright. He looked toward the chicken run, but it was still empty. He turned the note over and saw another, even briefer communique. See you soon. For Russ Dorr, in The Hair of Harold Rook, probably the best novel about writing ever published. Thomas Williams offers a striking metaphor, maybe even a parable, for how a story is born. He envisions a dark plain with a small fire burning on it. One by one, people come out of the dark to warm themselves. Each one brings a little fuel, and eventually the small fire becomes ablaze with the characters standing around it, their faces brightly lit and each beautiful in its own way. One night, as I lay drifting towards sleep, I saw a very small fire, a kerosene lantern. In fact, with a man trying to read a newspaper by its light. Other men came with their own lanterns, casting more light on a dreary landscape that turned out to be the Dakota Territory. I have visions like this frequently, although it makes me uneasy to admit it. I don't always tell the stories that go with them. Sometimes the fire goes out. This one had to be told, because I knew exactly what kind of language I wanted to use. Dry and laconic. Not like my usual style at all. I had no idea where the story was going, but I felt perfectly confident that the language would take me there. And it did. A death. Jim Trussdale had a shack on the west side of his father's gone-to-seed ranch, and that's where he was when Sheriff Barclay and half a dozen deputized townsmen found him, sitting in the one chair by the cold stove, wearing a dirty barn coat and reading an old issue of the Black Hills Pioneer by lantern light, looking at it anyway. Sheriff Barclay stood in the doorway, mostly filling it up. He was holding his own lantern. Come out of there, Jim, and do it with your hands up. I ain't drawn my pistol and don't want to. Trussdale came out. He still had the newspaper in one of his raised hands. He stood there, looking at the sheriff out of his flat gray eyes. The sheriff looked back. So did the others, 4 on horseback and 2 on the seat of an old buckboard with Hines Mortuary printed on the side in faded yellow letters. I notice you ain't asked why we're here, Sheriff Barclay said. Why are you here, Sheriff? Where's your hat, Jim? Trussdale put the hand, not holding the newspaper, to his head as if to feel for his hat, which was a flat brown plainsman, and not there. In your place, is it? The sheriff asked. A cold breeze kicked up, blowing the horses' manes and flattening the grass in a wave that ran south. No, Trussdale said. I don't believe it is. Then where? I might have lost it. You need to get in the back of the wagon, the sheriff said. I don't want to ride in no funeral hack, Trussdale said. That's bad luck. You got bad luck all over, one of the men said. You're painted in it. Get in. Trussdale went to the back of the buckboard and climbed up. The breeze kicked again, harder, and he turned up the collar of his barn coat. The two men on the seat of the buckboard got down and stood either side of it. One drew his gun, the other did not. Truesdale knew their faces, but not their names. They were town men. The sheriff and the other four went into his shack. One of them was Hines, the undertaker. They were in there for some time. They even opened the stove, which was unlit in spite of the cold evening, and dug through the ashes. At last they came out. "No hat," Sheriff Barkley said, "and we would have seen it. That's a damn big hat. Got anything to say about that? It's too bad I lost it. My father gave it to me back when he was still right in the head." "Where is it, then?" "Told you. I might have lost it. Or had it stoled. That might have happened, too. Say, I was going to bed right soon." "Never mind going to bed. You were in town this afternoon, weren't you?" "Sure he was," one of the men said, mounting up again. "I seen him myself, wearing that hat, too." "Shut up, Dave," Sheriff Barkley said. "Were you in town, Jim?" "Yes, sir, I was," Truesdale said, in the chuck-a-luck. "Yes, sir, I was. I walked from here and had 2 drinks, and then I walked home. I guess the chuck-a-luck's where I lost my hat." "That's your story." Truesdale looked up at the black November sky. "It's the only story I got." "Look at me, son." Truesdale looked at him. "That's your story." "Told you the only one I got," Truesdale said, looking at him. Sheriff Barkley sighed. "All right, let's go to town." "Why? Because you're arrested." "Ain't got a brain in his fucking head," one of the men remarked. "Makes his daddy look smart." They went back to town. It was 4 miles. Truesdale rode in the back of the mortuary wagon with the collar of his coat turned up. Without turning around, the man holding the reins said, "Did you rape her as well as steal her dollar, you hound?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Truesdale said. The rest of the trip went in silence except for the wind. In town, people lined the street. At first they were silent. Then an old woman in a brown shawl ran at the funeral hack in a sort of limping run and spit at Truesdale. She missed, but there was a spatter of applause. At the jail, Sheriff Barkley helped Truesdale down from the wagon. The wind was brisk now and smelled of snow. Tumbleweeds blew straight down the main street and toward the town water tower, where they piled up against a shake-pole fence and rattled there. "Hang that baby killer!" a man shouted, and someone threw a rock. It went between Truesdale's head and right shoulder and clattered on the board sidewalk. Sheriff Barkley turned and held up his lantern and surveyed the crowd that had gathered in front of the mercantile. "Don't do that," he said. "Don't act foolish. This is in hand." The sheriff took Truesdale through his office, holding him by his upper arm, and into the jail. There were 2 cells. Barkley led Truesdale into the one on the left. There was a bunk and a stool and a waste bucket. Truesdale made to sit down on the stool, and Barkley said, "No, just stand there." The sheriff looked around and saw the possemen crowding into the doorway. "You all get out of here," he said. "Otis," said the one named Dave. "What if he attacks you? Then I will subdue him. I thank you for doing your duty, but now you need to scat." When they were gone, he said, "Take off that coat and give it to me." Truesdale took off his barn coat and began shivering. Underneath, he was wearing nothing but an undershirt and corduroy pants so worn, the wale was almost gone and one knee was out. Sheriff Barkley went through the pockets of the coat and found a twist of tobacco in a page of the J.W. Sears catalog and an old lottery ticket promising a payoff in pesos. There was also a black marble. "That's my lucky marble," Truesdale said. "I had it since I was a boy. Turn out your pants pockets." Truesdale turned them out. He had a penny and 3 nickels and a folded-up news clipping about the Nevada silver rush that looked as old as the Mexican lottery ticket. "Take off your boots." Truesdale took them off. Barkley took them and felt inside them. There was a hole in one sole the size of a dime. "Now your stockings." Barkley turned them inside out and tossed them aside. "Drop your pants." "I don't want to. No more than I want to see what's in there, but drop them anyway." Truesdale dropped his pants. He wasn't wearing underdrawers. "Turn around and spread your cheeks." Truesdale turned, grabbed his buttocks and pulled them apart. Sheriff Barkley winced, sighed, and poked a finger into Truesdale's anus. Trussdale groaned. Barclay removed his finger, wincing again at the soft pop, and wiped his finger on Trussdale's undershirt. "Where is it, Jim?" "My hat? You think I went up your ass looking for your hat? Or through the ashes in your stove? Are you being smart?" Trussdale pulled up his trousers and buttoned them. Then he stood shivering and barefoot. Not long ago he had been at home reading his newspaper and thinking about starting a fire in the stove, but that seemed long ago. "I've got your hat in my office." "Then why did you ask about it? To see what you'd say?" "That hat is all settled. What I really want to know is where you put the girl's silver dollar. It's not in your house or your pockets or up your poop chute. Did you get feeling guilty and throw it away?" "I don't know about no silver dollar. Can I have my hat back?" "No, it's evidence, Jim Trussdale. I'm arresting you for the murder of Rebecca Clean. Do you have anything you want to say to that?" "Yes, sir, that I don't know no Rebecca Clean." The sheriff left the cell, closed the door, took a key from the wall, and locked it. The tumblers screeched as they turned. The cell mostly housed drunks and was rarely locked. He looked in at Trussdale and said, "I feel sorry for you, Jim. Hell ain't too hot for a man who'd do such a thing." "What thing?" The sheriff clumped away without any reply. Trussdale stayed in the cell for a week, eating grub from Mother's Best, sleeping on the bunk, shitting and pissing in the bucket, which was emptied every 2 days. His father didn't come to see him, because his father had gone foolish in his 80s and in his 90s was being cared for by a couple of squaws, one Sioux and the other Lakota. Sometimes they stood on the porch of the deserted bunkhouse and sang hymns in harmony. His brother was in Nevada hunting for silver. Sometimes children came and stood in the alley outside his cell, chanting, "Hangman, hangman, come on down." Sometimes men stood out there and threatened to cut off his privates. Once Rebecca Clean's mother came and said she would hang him herself, were she allowed. "How could you kill my baby?" she asked through the barred window. She was only 10 years old, and 'twas her birthday. "Ma'am," Trussdale said, standing on the bunk so he could look down at her white upturned face, "I didn't kill your baby, nor no one." "Black liar," she said, and went away. Almost everyone in town attended the child's funeral. The squaws went. Even the 2 whores who plied their trade in the Chuckaluck went. Trussdale heard the singing from his cell as he squatted over the bucket in the corner. Sheriff Barclay telegraphed Fort Pierre, and eventually the circuit-riding judge came. He was newly appointed and young for the job, a dandy with long blonde hair down his back like Wild Bill Hickok. His name was Roger Mizell. He wore small round spectacles, and in both the Chuck-a-Luck and Mother's Best proved himself a man with an eye for the ladies, although he wore a wedding band. There was no lawyer in town to serve as Trussdale's defense, so Mizell called on George Andrews, owner of the Mercantile, the Hostelry, and the Good Rest Hotel. Andrews had gotten 2 years of higher education at a business school in Omaha. He said he would serve as Trussdale's attorney only if Mr. and Mrs. Klein agreed. "Then go see them," Mizell said. He was in the barber shop, tilted back in the chair and taking a shave. "Don't let the grass grow under your feet." "Well," Mr. Klein said, after Andrews had stated his business, "I got a question. If he doesn't have someone to stand for him, can they still hang him?" "That would not be American justice," George Andrews said. "And although we are not one of the United States just yet, we will be soon." "Can he wriggle out of it?" Mrs. Klein asked. "No, ma'am," Andrews said. "I don't see how." "Then do your duty, and God bless you," Mrs. Klein said. The trial lasted through one November morning and halfway into the afternoon. It was held in the Municipal Hall, and on that day there were snow flurries as fine as wedding lace. Slate-gray clouds rolling toward town threatened a bigger storm. Roger Mizell, who had familiarized himself with the case, served as prosecuting attorney as well as judge, like a banker taking out a loan from himself and then paying himself interest. One of the jurors was overheard to say during the lunch break at Mother's Best, and although no one disagreed with this, no one suggested it was a bad idea. It had a certain economy, after all. Prosecutor Mizell called 6 witnesses, and Judge Mizell never objected once to his line of questioning. Mr. Klein testified first, and Sheriff Barclay came last. The story that emerged was a simple one. At noon on the day of Rebecca Klein's murder, there had been a birthday party with cake and ice cream. Several of Rebecca's friends attended. Around 2 o'clock, while the little girls were playing pin the tail on the donkey and musical chairs, Jim Trussdale entered the Chuck-a-Luck and ordered a knock of whiskey. He was wearing his plainsman's hat. He made the drink last, and when it was gone, he ordered another. Did he at any point take off the hat? Perhaps hang it on one of the hooks by the door. No one could remember. Only I never seen him without it, said Dale Gerard, the barman. He was partial to that hat. If he did take it off, he probably laid it on the bar beside him. He had his second drink, and then he left. Was his hat on the bar when he left? Maisel asked. No, sir. Was it on one of the hooks when you closed up shop for the night? No, sir. Around 3 o'clock that day, Rebecca Klein left her house at the south end of town to visit the apothecary on Main Street. Her mother told her she could buy some candy with her birthday dollar, but not eat it, because she had had sweets enough for one day. When 5 o'clock came, and she hadn't returned home, Mr. Klein and some other men searched for her. They found her in Barker's Alley, between the stage depot and the Good Rest. She had been strangled. Her silver dollar was gone. It was only when the grieving father took her in his arms that the men saw Trussdale's broad-brimmed leather hat. It had been hidden beneath the skirt of the girl's party dress. During the jury's lunch hour, hammering was heard from behind the stage depot and not 90 paces from the scene of the crime. This was the gallows going up. The work was supervised by the town's best carpenter, whose name, appropriately enough, was Mr. John House. Big snow was coming, and the road to Fort Pierre would be impassable, perhaps for a week, perhaps for the entire winter. There were no plans to jug Trussdale in the local calaboose until spring. There was no economy in that. Nothing to building a gallows house, told folks who came to watch. A child could build one of these. He told how a lever-operated beam would run beneath the trapdoor, and how it would be axle grease to make sure there wouldn't be any last-minute holdups. If you have to do a thing like this, you want to do it right the first time, House said. In the afternoon, George Andrews put Trussdale on the stand. This occasioned some hissing from the spectators, which Judge Maisel gavelled down, promising to clear the courtroom if folks couldn't behave themselves. Did you enter the Chuck-a-Luck saloon on the day in question? Andrews asked when order had been restored. I guess so, Trussdale said. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. There was some laughter at that, which Maisel also gavelled down, although he was smiling himself and did not issue a second admonition. Did you order 2 drinks? Yes, sir, I did. 2 was all I had money for. But you got another $1 right quick, didn't you? You hound? Abel Hines shouted. Maisel pointed his gavel first at Hines, then at Sheriff Barkley, sitting in the front row. Sheriff, escort that man out and charge him with disorderly conduct, if you please. Barkley escorted Hines out, but did not charge him with disorderly conduct. He asked what had gotten into him instead. I'm sorry, Otis, Hines said. It was seeing him sitting there with his bare face hanging out. You go on down street and see if John House needs some help with his work, Barkley said. Don't come back in here until this mess is over. He's got all the help he needs, and it's snowing hard now. You won't blow away, go on. Meanwhile, Trussdale continued to testify. No, he hadn't left the Chuck-a-Luck wearing his hat, but hadn't realized it until he got to his place. By then, he said he was too tired to walk all the way back to town in search of it. Besides, it was dark. Maisel broke in. Are you asking this court to believe you walked 4 miles without realizing you weren't wearing your damn hat? I guess since I wear it all the time, I just figured it must be there, Trussdale said. This elicited another gust of laughter. Barkley came back in and took his place next to Dave Fisher. What are they laughing at? Dummy don't need a hangman, Fisher said. He's tying the knot all by himself. I guess it shouldn't be funny, but it's pretty comical. Just the same. Did you encounter Rebecca Klein in that alley? George Andrews asked in a loud voice. With every eye on him, he had discovered a heretofore hidden flair for the dramatic. Did you encounter her and steal her birthday dollar? No, sir, Trussdale said. Did you kill her? No, sir. I didn't even know who she was. Mr. Klein rose from his seat and shouted, You lying son of a bitch. "I ain't lying," Truesdale said, and that was when Sheriff Barclay believed him. "I have no further questions," George Andrews said, and walked back to his seat. Truesdale started to get up, but Mizell told him to sit still and answer a few more questions. "Do you continue to contend, Mr. Truesdale, that someone stole your hat while you were drinking in the Chuckaluck, and that someone put it on and went into the alley and killed Rebecca Klein and left it there to implicate you?" Truesdale was silent. "Answer the question, Mr. Truesdale." "Sir, I don't know what implicate means. Do you expect us to believe someone framed you for this heinous murder?" Truesdale considered, twisting his hands together. At last, he said, "Maybe somebody took it by mistake and throwed it away." Mizell looked out at the wrapped gallery. "Did anyone here take Mr. Truesdale's hat by mistake?" There was silence, except for the wind. It was picking up. The snow was no longer flurries. The first big storm of winter had arrived. That was the one townsfolk called the wolf winter, because the wolves came down from the Black Hills in packs to hunt for garbage. "I have no more questions," Mizell said, "and due to the weather, we are going to dispense with any closing statements. The jury will retire to consider a verdict. You have 3 choices: gentleman, innocent, manslaughter, or murder in the first degree." "Girl slaughter, more like it," someone remarked. Sheriff Barclay and Dave Fisher retired to the Chuckaluck. Abel Hines joined them, brushing snow from the shoulders of his coat. Dale Gerard served them schooners of beer on the house. "Mizell might not have had no more questions," Barclay said, "but I got one. Never mind the hat. If Truesdale killed her, how come we never found that silver dollar?" "Because he got scared and threw it away," Hines said. "I don't think so. He's too bone stupid. If he'd had that dollar, he'd have gone back to the Chuckaluck and drunk it up." "What are you saying?" Dave asked. "That you think he's innocent? I'm saying I wish we'd found that cartwheel." "Maybe he lost it out a hole in his pocket." "He didn't have any holes in his pockets," Barclay said. "Only one in his boot, and it wasn't big enough for a dollar to get through." He drank some of his beer. The wind gusted, and tumbleweeds blew up Main Street, looking like ghostly brains in the snow. "The jury took an hour and a half. We voted to hang him on the first ballot," Kelton Fisher said later, "but we wanted it to look decent." Mizell asked Truesdale if he had anything to say before sentence was passed. "I can't think of nothing," Truesdale said. "Just I never killed that girl." The storm blew for 3 days. John House asked Barclay how much he reckoned Truesdale weighed, and Barclay said he guessed the man went around 140. House made a dummy out of burlap sacks and filled it with stones, weighing it on the hostelry scales until the needle stood pat on 140. Then he hung the dummy while half the town stood around in the snowdrifts and watched. The trial run went all right. On the night before the execution, the weather cleared. Sheriff Barclay told Truesdale he could have anything he wanted for dinner. Truesdale asked for steak and eggs, with home fries on the side soaked in gravy. Barclay bought it out of his own pocket and sat at his desk, cleaning his fingernails and listening to the steady clink of Truesdale's knife and fork on the china plate. When it stopped, he went in. Truesdale was sitting on his bunk. His plate was so clean Barclay figured he must have lapped up the last of the gravy like a dog. He was crying. "Something just come to me," Truesdale said. "What's that, Jim?" "If they hang me tomorrow morning, I'll go into my grave with steak and eggs still in my belly. It won't have no chance to work through." For a moment Barclay said nothing. He was horrified, not by the image, but because Truesdale had thought of it. Then he said, "Wipe your nose." Truesdale wiped it. "Now listen to me, Jim, because this is your last chance. You were in that bar in the middle of the afternoon. Not many people in there then. Isn't that right? I guess it is. Then who took your hat? Close your eyes. Think back. See it." Truesdale closed his eyes. Barclay waited. At last, Truesdale opened his eyes, which were red from crying. "I can't even remember was I wearing it." Barclay sighed. "Give me your plate and mind that knife." Truesdale handed the plate through the bars with the knife and fork laid on it and said he wished he could have some beer. Barclay thought it over, then put on his heavy coat and Stetson and walked down to the Chuckaluck, where he got a small pail of beer from Dale Gerard. Undertaker Hines was just finishing a glass of wine. He followed Barkley out into the wind and cold. "Big day tomorrow," Barkley said. "There hasn't been a hanging here in 10 years, and with luck there won't be another for 10 more. I'll be gone out of the job by then. I wish I was now." Hines looked at him. "You really don't think he killed her?" "If he didn't," Barkley said, "whoever did is still walking around." The hanging was at 9 o'clock the next morning. The day was windy and bitterly cold, but most of the town turned out to watch. Pastor Ray Rowell stood on the scaffold next to John House. Both of them were shivering in spite of their coats and scarves. The pages of Pastor Rowell's Bible fluttered, tucked into House's belt. Also fluttering was a hood of homespun cloth, dyed black. Barkley led Trussdale, his hands cuffed behind his back, to the gallows. Trussdale was all right until he got to the steps. Then he began to buck and cry. "Don't do this," he said. "Please don't do this to me. Please don't hurt me. Please don't kill me." He was strong for a little man, and Barkley motioned Dave Fisher to come and lend a hand. Together they muscled Trussdale, twisting and ducking and pushing up the 12 wooden steps. Once he bucked so hard all 3 of them almost fell off, and arms reached up to catch them if they did. "Quit that and die like a man," someone shouted. When they reached the platform, Trussdale was momentarily quiet, but when Pastor Rowell commenced Psalm 51, he began to scream. "Like a woman with her tit caught in the wringer," someone said later in the Chuck-a-Luck. "Have mercy on me, O God, after thy great goodness," Rowell read, raising his voice to be heard over the condemned man's shrieks to be let off. "According to the multitude of thy mercies, do away with mine offenses." When Trussdale saw House take the black hood out of his belt, he began to pant like a dog. He shook his head from side to side, trying to dodge the hood. His hair flew. House followed each jerk patiently, like a man who means to bridle a skittish horse. "Let me look at the mountains." Trussdale bellowed. Runners of snot hung from his nostrils. "I'll be good if you let me look at the mountains one more time." But House only jammed the hood over Trussdale's head and pulled it down to his shaking shoulders. Pastor Rowell was droning on, and Trussdale tried to run off the trap door. Barkley and Dave Fisher pushed him back onto it. Down below, someone cried, "Ride 'em, cowboy. Say amen," Barkley told Pastor Rowell. "For Christ's sake, say amen." "Amen," Pastor Rowell said, and stepped back, closing his Bible with a clap. Barkley nodded to House. House pulled the lever. The greased beam retracted, and the trap dropped. So did Trussdale. There was a crack when his neck broke. His legs drew up almost to his chin, then fell back limp. Yellow drops stained the snow under his feet. "There, you bastard," Rebecca Klein's father shouted. "Deed pissing like a dog on a fire plug. Welcome to hell." A few people clapped. The spectators stayed until Trussdale's corpse, still wearing the black hood, was laid in the same hurry-up wagon he'd ridden to town in. Then they dispersed. Barkley went back to the jail and sat in the cell. Trussdale had occupied. He sat there for 10 minutes. It was cold enough to see his breath. He knew what he was waiting for, and eventually it came. He picked up the small bucket that had held Trussdale's last drink of beer and vomited. Then he went into his office and stoked up the stove. He was still there 8 hours later, trying to read a book, when Abel Hines came in. He said, "You need to come down to the funeral parlor, Otis. There's something I want to show you." "What?" "No? You'll want to see it for yourself." They walked down to the Hines, funeral parlor and mortuary. In the back room, Trussdale lay naked on a cooling board. There was a smell of chemicals and shit. "They load their pants when they die that way," Hines said. "Even men who go to it with their heads up. They can't help it. The sphincter lets go. And, step over here, I figure a man in your job has seen worse than a pair of shitty drawers. They lay on the floor, mostly turned inside out. Something gleamed in the mess." Barkley leaned closer and saw it was a silver dollar. He reached down and plucked it out of the crap. "I don't understand it," Hines said. "Son of a bitch was locked up almost a month. There was a chair in the corner. Barkley sat down in it so heavily he made a little woof sound. He must have swallowed it the first time when he saw our lanterns coming, and every time it came out he cleaned it off and swallowed it again. The two men stared at each other. "You believed him," Hines said at last. "Fool that I am, I did. Maybe that says more about you than it does about him." He went on saying he was innocent right to the end. He'll most likely stand at the throne of God saying the same thing. "Yes," Hines said, "I don't understand. He was going to hang. Either way, he was going to hang. Do you understand it? I don't even understand why the sun comes up. What are you going to do with that cartwheel? Give it back to the girl's mother and father. It might be better if you didn't, because—" Hines shrugged, because the Kleins knew all along. Everyone in town knew all along. He was the only one that hadn't known. Fool that he was. "I don't know what I'm going to do with it," he said. The wind gusted, bringing the sound of singing. It was coming from the church. It was the doxology, thinking of Elmore Leonard. "I have written poetry since I was 12 and fell in love for the first time, 7th grade. Since then, I've written hundreds of poems, usually scribbled on scraps of paper or in half-used notebooks, and have published less than half a dozen of them. Most are stowed in various drawers, God knows where. I don't. There's a reason for this. I'm not much of a poet. That's not low-balling, just the truth. When I do manage something I like, it's mostly by accident. The rationale for including this piece of work is that it, like the other poem in this collection, is narrative rather than lyric. The first draft long lost, like my original take on the story that became Mile 81, was written in college and very much under the influence of Robert Browning's dramatic monologues, most notably My Last Duchess. Another Browning poem, Chilled Roland to the Dark Tower Came, became the basis of a series of books many of my constant readers know quite well. If you've read Browning, you may hear his voice rather than mine. If not, that's fine. It's basically a story, like any other, which means it's to be enjoyed rather than deconstructed. A friend of mine named Jimmy Smith read that lost first draft at a University of Maine poetry hour one Tuesday afternoon in 1968 or 69, and it was well received. Why not? He gave it his all, really belting it out, and people are captivated by a good story, whether it's in verses or paragraphs. This was a pretty good one, especially given the format, which allowed me to strip away all the prosy exposition. In the fall of 2008, I got to thinking about Jimmy's reading, and since I was between projects, I decided to try recreating the poem. This is the result. How much resemblance it bears to the original, I really can't say. Jimmy, I hope you're out there someplace and come across this. You rocked the house that day, the Bone Church. If you want to hear, buy me another drink. Ah, this is slop. But never mind, what isn't? There were 32 of us went into that green sore. 30 days in the green and only 3 who rose above it. 3 rose above the green. 3 made it to the top. Manning and Rivoire and me, and what does that book say? The famous one. Only I am left to tell you. I'll die of the drink in bed, as many obsessed Horsens do, and do I mourn Manning? Balls. It was his money, put us there, his will that drove us on, death by death. But did he die in bed? Not that one. I saw to it. Now he worships in that bone church forever. Life is grand. What slop is this? Still buy me another, do. Buy me 2. I'll talk for whiskey. If you want me to shut up, switch me to champagne. Talk is cheap, silence is dear, my dear. What was I saying? 29 dead on the march and 1 a woman. Fine tits she had, and an ass like an English saddle. We found her face down one morning, as dead as the fire she lay in, an ash baby smoked at the cheeks and throat. Never burnt. That fire must have been cold when she went in. She talked the whole voyage and died without a sound. What's better than being human? Do you say so? No? Then balls to you and your mother too. If she'd had a pair, she'd have been a fucking king. Anthropologist errar, so she said. Didn't look like. No anthropologist when we pulled her out of the ashes with char on her cheeks and the whites of her eyes, dusted gray with soot. Not a mark on her otherwise. Dorrance said it might have been a stroke, and he was as close to a doctor as we had. That poxy bastard. For the love of God, bring whiskey, for life's a trudge without it. The green did him down day by day. Carson died of a stick in his boot. His foot swole up, and when we cut away the boot leather, his toesies were as black as the squid's ink that drove Manning's heart. Reston and Polgoy, they were stung by spiders, big as your fist. Ackerman bit by a snake what dropped, out of a tree where it hung like a lady's fur stole draped on a branch. Bit its poison into Ackerman's nose. How strong a throw, you ask? Try this. He ripped his own snoot clean off. Yes, tore it away, like a rotten peach off a branch, and died, spitin' his own dyin' face. Goddamn life, I say. If you can't laugh, you might as well laugh anyway. That's my goddamn attitude, and I stick by it. This ain't a sad world unless you're sane. Now where was I? Javier fell off a plank bridge, and when we hauled him out, he couldn't breathe, so Dorrance tried to kiss him back to life and sucked from his throat a leech as big as a hothouse tomato. It popped free like a cork from a bottle and split between them, sprayed both with the claret. We live on, for we're all alcoholics that way, if you see my figure. And when the Spaniard died raving, Manning said the leech's gone to his brain. As for me, I hold no opinion on that. All I know is that JV's eyes wouldn't stay shut but went on, bulging in and out even after he were an hour cold. Something hungry there, all right, AR, yes there was. And all the while the macaws screamed at the monkeys, and the monkeys screamed at the macaws, and both screamed for the blue sky they couldn't see, for it was buried in the goddamn green. Is this whiskey or diarrhea in a glass? There was one of those suckers in the Frenchie's pants. Did I tell you? You know what that one ate, don't you? It was Dorrance himself went next. We were, climbing by then, but still in the green. He fell in a gorge and we could hear the snap. Broke his neck, 26 years of age, engaged to be married. Case closed. Ain't life grand? Life's a sucker in the throat. Life's the gorge we all fall in. It's a soup. And we all end up vegetables, ain't I philosophical? Never mind. It's too late to count the dead, and I'm too drunk. In the end, we got there. Just say that. Climbed the high path out of all that sizzling green after we buried Rostoy, Timmons, the Texan, I forget his name, and Dorrance, and a couple of other ones. In the end, most went down of some fever that boiled their skin and turned it green. At the end, it was only Manning, Revoix, and me. We caught the fever too, but killed it before it killed us. Only I ain't never really got better. Now whiskey's my quinine, what I take for the shakes, so buy me another before I forget my manners, and cut your fucking throat. I might even drink what comes out. So be wise, sonny, and trot it over, goddamn you. There was a road we came to, even Manning agreed it was, and wide enough for elephants if the ivory hunters hadn't picked clean the jungles and the plains beyond them, back when gas was still a nickel. It bore up that road, and we bore up with it on tilted slabs of stone a million years jounced free of Mother Earth, leaping one to another like frogs in the sun, Revoix still burning with the fever, and me. Oh, I was light like milkweed gauze on a breeze, you know? I saw it all. My mind was as clear then as clean water, for I was as young then as horrid now. Yes, I see how you look at me, but you needn't frown so, for it's your own future you see on this side, O table. We climbed above the birds, and there was the end. A stone tongue poked straight into the sky. Manning broke into a run, and we ran after Revoix, trotting a right smart sick as he was. But he wasn't sick long, he. We looked down and saw what we saw. Manning flushed red at the sight. And why not? For greed's a fever, too. He grabbed me by the rag that was once my shirt, and asked were it just a dream. When I said I saw what he saw, he turned to Revoix. But before Revoix could say aye or nay, we heard thunder coming up from the green roof we'd left behind, like a storm turned upside down, or say like all of Earth had caught the fever that stalked us and was sick in its bowels. I asked Manning what he heard, and Manning said nothing. He was hypnotized by that cleft, looking down 1,000 feet of ancient air into the church below. 1,000,000 years' worth of bone and tusk, a whited sepulchre of eternity, a thrash pit of prongs, such as you'd see if hell burned dry to the slag of its cauldron. You expected to see bodies impaled on the ancient thorns of that sunny tomb. There were none, but the thunder was coming, rolling up from the ground instead of down from the sky. The stones shook beneath our heels as they burst free of the green that took so many of us Rostoy with his mouth harp, Dorrance who sang along, the anthropologist, with the ass like an English saddle, 26 others. They arrived, those gaunt ghosts, and shook the green roof from their feet and came in a shuddering wave, elephants stampeding from the green cradle of time. Towering among 'em, believe what you want, were mammoths from the dead age when man was not. Their tusks in corkscrews and their eyes as red as the whips of sorrow, wrapped around their wrinkled legs, were jungle vines. One come yes with a flower stuck in a fold of his chest hide like a boutonniere. Revoy screamed and put his hand over his eyes. Manning said, "I don't see that." He sounded like a man explaining to a fucking traffic cop. I pulled him aside and we three stumbled into a stony cunt near the edge. From there we watched him roll, a tide in the face of reality that made you wish for blindness and glad for sight. They went past us, never slowing. The ones behind driving the ones before, and over they went, trumpeting their way to suicide, crashing into the bones of their oblivion a dusty mile below. Hours it went on, that endless convention of tumbling death, trumpets all the way down a brass orchestra, diminishing. The dust and the smell of their shit near choked us, and in the end Revoy ran mad, stood up, whether to pelt away or to join 'em, I don't never knew which, but join 'em he did, head first and down with his booth heels in the sky and all the nailheads winking. One arm waved, the other. One of those giant flat feet tore it off his body and the arm followed after, fingers waving, bye-bye and bye-bye, and so long, boys. Har. I leaned out to see him go, and it was a sight to remember, how he sprayed in pinwheels that hung in the air after he was gone, then turned pink and floated away. On a breeze that smelled of rotten carnations. His bones are with the others now, and where's my drink? But hear this, you idiot. The only new bones were his. Do you mark what I say? Then listen again, damn you. His, but no others. Nothing down there after the last of the giants had passed us. But for the bone church, which was as it was with one blot of red, and that was Revoy. For that was a stampede of ghosts or memories, and who's to say they're not the same? Manning got up, trembling, said our fortunes were made as if he didn't already have one. And what about what you just saw? I asked. Would you bring others to see such a holy place? Why, next thing you know, the Pope himself will be pissing his holy water over the side. But Manning only shook his head and grinned and held up hands without a speck of dust on them, although not a minute passed. We'd been choking on it by the bale and coated with it from top to toe. He said it was hallucination we'd seen, brought on by fever and stink water. Said again that our fortunes were made and laughed. The bastard, that laugh was his undoing. I saw that he was mad, or I was, and one of us would have to die. You know which one it was. Since here I sit before you, drunk with hair that once was black hanging in my eyes, he said, "Don't you see, you fool?" And said no more, for the rest was just a scream, balls to him and balls to your grinning face. I don't remember how I got back. It's a dream of green with brown faces in it, then a dream of blue with white faces in it, and now I wake at night in this city where not one man in 10 dreams of what lies beyond his life, for the eyes they used to dream with are shut, as Manning's were until the end, when not all the bank accounts in hell, or Switzerland, they may be the same, could save him. I wake with my liver bellowing, and in the dark I hear the lumbering thunder of those great ghosts rising, out of the green roof like a storm set loose to harrow the earth, and I smell the dust and the shit, and when the horde breaks free into the sky of their undoing, I see. The ancient fans of their ears and the hooks of their tusks. I see their eyes and their eyes and their eyes. There's more to life than this. There are maps inside your maps. It's still there, the bone church, and I'd like to go back and find it again, so I could throw myself over and be done this wretched comedy. Now turn away your sheep's face before I turn it away for you. Our reality's a dirty place with no religion in it. So buy me a drink, goddamn you. We'll toast elephants that never were. For Jimmy Smith morality is a slippery subject. If I didn't know that as a boy, I found out when I went to college. I attended the University of Maine on a slapped-together financial scaffolding of small scholarships, government loans, and summer jobs. During the school year, I worked the dish line in West Commons. The money never stretched far enough. My single mother, who was working as head housekeeper in a mental institution called Pineland Training Center, sent me $12 a week, which helped a little. After Mom died, I found out from one of her sisters that she had managed it by giving up her monthly beauty parlor visit and economizing on groceries. She also skipped lunch every Tuesday and Thursday. Once I moved off campus and away from West Commons, I sometimes supplemented my own diet by shoplifting steaks or packages of hamburger from the local supermarket. You had to do it on Fridays when the store was really busy. I once tried for a chicken, but it was too fucking big to go under my coat. Word got around that I would write papers for students who found themselves in a bind. I had a sliding scale for this service. If the student got an A, my fee was $20. I got $10 for a B. A grade of C was a wash, and no money changed hands. For a D or an F, I promised my client that I would pay him or her $20. I made sure I would never have to pay because I couldn't afford it, and I was sly. It embarrasses me to say that, but it's the truth. I wouldn't take on a project unless the student in need could provide at least one paper he or she had written, so I could copy the style. I didn't need to do this a lot, thank God. But when I had to, when I was broke and simply couldn't live without a burger and fries at the Bear's Den in Memorial Union, I did. Then when I was a junior, I discovered that I had a fairly rare blood type A negative, roughly 6% of the population. There was a clinic in Bangor that would pay $25 per pint for A-neg. I thought that an excellent deal. Every 2 months or so, I drove my battered old station wagon up Route 2 from Orono, or hitchhiked when it was broke down, a frequent occurrence, and rolled up my sleeve. There was far less paperwork in those pre-AIDS years, and when your pint was in the bag, you had your choice of a small glass of orange juice or a small knock of whiskey. Being an alcoholic in training even then, I always opted for the whiskey. Headed back to school after one of these donations, it occurred to me that if whoring is selling yourself for money, then I was a whore. Writing English essays and sociology term papers was also whoring. I had been raised mainstream Methodist. I had a clear fix on right and wrong, but there it was. I had become a whore, only peddling my blood and writing skills instead of my ass. That realization raised questions of morality that still engage me to this day. It's a rubbery concept, isn't it? Uniquely stretchable, but if you stretch anything too far, it will tear. Nowadays I give my blood instead of selling it, but it occurred to me then and still seems true to me now. Under the right circumstances, anyone might sell anything and live to regret it. Morality. Chad knew something was up as soon as he walked in. Nora was home already. Her hours were from 11 to 5, 6 days a week. The way it usually worked, he got home from school at 4 and had dinner on when she came in around 6. She was sitting on the fire escape where he went to smoke, and she had some paperwork in her hands. He looked at the refrigerator and saw that the email printout was gone from beneath the magnet that had been holding it in place for almost 4 months. "Hey, you," she said. "Come on out here." She paused. "Bring your butts if you want." Chad was down to just a pack a week, but that didn't make her like his habit any better. The health issue was part of it, but the expense was an even bigger part. Every cigarette meant 40 cents up in smoke. He didn't like smoking around her, even outside, but he got the current pack out of the drawer under the dish drainer and put it in his pocket. There was something about her solemn face that suggested he might want them. He climbed out the window and sat down beside her. She had changed into jeans and one of her old blouses, so she had been home for a while. Stranger and stranger. They looked out over their little bit of the city for a while without speaking. He kissed her, and she smiled in an absent way. She had the agent's email. She also had the file folder with the red and the black written on it in big capitals. His little joke, but not so funny. The file contained their financial stuff bank and credit card statements, utility bills, insurance premiums, and the bottom line was red, not black. It was an American story these days. He supposed there just wasn't enough. 2 years ago, they'd talked about having a kid. They didn't now. What they talked about now was getting out from under and maybe enough ahead to leave the city without a bunch of creditors snapping at their heels. Move north to New England, but not yet. At least here they were working. How was school, she asked. Fine. Actually, the job was a plum. But after Anita Biederman got back from maternity leave, who knew? Probably not another job at PS 321. He was high on the list of subs, but that didn't mean anything if the regular teaching roster was all present and accounted for. "You're home early," he said. "Don't tell me Winnie died." She looked startled, then smiled again. But they had been together for 10 years, married for the last 6, and Chad had seen that smile before. "It meant trouble, Nora. He sent me home early to think. I've got a lot to think about. She shook her head. He took her by the shoulder and turned her to him. "You're what? Is everything okay with Winnie?" "That's a good question. Go on, light up. Smoking lamps lit. Tell me what's going on." She had been cut from the staff of Congress Memorial Hospital 2 years ago during a reorganization. Luckily for the Chad and Nora Corporation, she had landed on her feet. Getting the home nursing job had been something of a coup. One patient, a retired minister recovering from a stroke, 36 hours a week, very decent wages. She made more than he did, and by a good bit. The 2 incomes were almost enough to live on, at least until Anita Biederman came back. "First, let's talk about this." She held up the agent's email. "How sure are you?" "What? That I can do the work?" "Pretty sure. Almost positive. I mean, if I had the time about the rest." He shrugged. "It's right there in black and white. No guarantees. With the hiring freeze currently in effect in the city's schools, subbing was the best Chad could do. He was on every list in the system, but there was no full-time position teaching 4th or 5th grade in his immediate future. Nor would the money be much better, even if such a position opened up, just more reliable. As a sub, he sometimes spent weeks on the bench. For a while, 2 years ago, the layoff had been 3 months, and they almost lost the apartment. That was when the trouble with the credit cards had started. Out of desperation and a need to fill up the empty hours when Nora was tending to the Reverend Winston, Chad had started a book he called Living with the Animals, the life of a substitute teacher in 4 city schools. Words did not come easily to him, and on some days they did not come at all. But by the time he was called in to St. Savior to teach 2nd grade, Mr. Cardelli had broken a leg in a car accident. He had finished 3 chapters. Nora received the pages with a troubled smile. No woman wants the job of telling the man in her life that he's been wasting his time. He hadn't been. The stories he told of the substitute teaching life were sweet, funny, and often moving, much more interesting than anything she'd heard over dinner or while they were lying in bed together. Most of his query letters to agents weren't answered. A few were courteous enough to drop him a sorry, but my plate's full note. He finally found one who would at least look at the 80 pages he had managed to wring out of his old and limping Dell laptop. The agent's name had a circusy feel, Edward Ringling. His response to Chad's pages was long on praise and short on promise. "I might be able to get you a book contract based on this and an outline of the rest," Ringling had written. "But it would be a very small contract. Likely a good deal less than you currently make as a teacher, and you might find yourself financially worse off than you are now. Insane. I know. But today's market is pretty sick. What I suggest is that you finish another 7 or 8 chapters, possibly even the whole book. Then I might be able to take it to auction and get you a much better deal." It made sense, Chad supposed, if you were overseeing the literary world from a comfy office in Manhattan. Not so much if you were hopscotching all over the boroughs, teaching a week here and 3 days there, trying to keep ahead of the bills. Ringling's letter had come in May. Now, it was September, and although Chad had had a relatively good summer teaching, God bless the dummies, he sometimes thought, he hadn't added a single page to the manuscript. It wasn't laziness teaching, even when it was just subbing, was like having a pair of jumper cables attached to some critical part of your brain. It was good that the kids could draw power from that part, but there was precious little left over. Many nights, the most creative thing of which he found himself capable was reading a few chapters of the latest Linwood Barclay. That might change if he spent another 2 or 3 months without work, except a few months of living on just his wife's salary would tip them over. Nor was anxiety helpful when it came to literary endeavors. How long would it take to finish it? Nora asked. If you were writing full-time? He drew out his cigarettes and lit one. He felt a strong urge to give an over-optimistic answer, but overcame it. He had no idea what was going on with her, but she deserved the truth. 8 months at least, probably more like a year, and how much money do you think it would mean if Mr. Ringling held an auction and people actually came? Ringling hadn't mentioned numbers, but Chad had done his homework. I'd guess the advance could be in the neighborhood of 100,000. A fresh start in Vermont, that was the plan. That was what they talked about in bed. A small town, maybe up in the Northeast Kingdom, she could catch on at the local hospital or get another private. He could land a full-time teaching position, or maybe write another book. Nora, what's this about? I'm afraid to tell you, she said, but I will. Crazy or not, I will, because the number Winnie mentioned was bigger than 100,000. Only one thing, I'm not quitting my job. He said I could keep it no matter what we decided, and we need that job. He reached for the aluminum ashtray he kept tucked under the windowsill and butted his cigarette in it. Then he took her hand. Tell me. He listened with amazement, but not disbelief. He sort of wished he could disbelieve it, but he did not. If asked before that day, Nora would have said she knew little about the Reverend George Winston, and he knew next to nothing about her. In light of his proposal, she realized she had actually told him quite a bit about the financial treadmill they were on. For one thing, the chance Chad's book offered to get them off it for another. And what had she actually known about Winnie? That he was a lifelong bachelor. That 3 years into his retirement from the Second Presbyterian Church of Park Slope, where he was still listed on the church slate as pastor emeritus, he had suffered a stroke that left him partially paralyzed on the right side. That was when she had entered his life. He could now walk to the bathroom, and on good days to his rocker on the front porch, with the help of a plastic brace that kept his bad knee from buckling. And he could talk understandably again, although he still sometimes suffered from what Nora called sleepy tongue. Nora had previous experience with stroke victims. It was what had clinched the job, and she had a large appreciation for how far he had come in a short time. Until the day of his outrageous proposal, it had never occurred to her that he must be wealthy, although the house he lived in should have offered a clue. If she had assumed anything, it was that the house was a gift from the parish, and that her paid presence in his life was more of the same. Her job had been called practical care in the last century. In addition to such nursely duties as giving him his pills and monitoring his blood pressure, she worked as a physical therapist. She was also a speech therapist, a masseuse, and occasionally, when he had letters to write, a secretary. She ran errands and sometimes read to him. Nor was she above light housekeeping on days when Mrs. Granger did not come in. On those days she made sandwiches or omelets for lunch, and she supposed it was over those lunches that he had drawn out the details of her own life, and done it so carefully and casually that Nora never realized what was going on. The one thing I remember saying, she told Chad, and probably only because he mentioned it today, was that we weren't living in abject poverty or even in discomfort. That it was the fear of those things that got me down. Chad smiled at that. You and me both. That morning Winnie had refused both the sponge bath and the massage. Instead, he had asked her to put on his brace and help him into his study, which was a relatively long walk for him, certainly farther than the porch rocker. He got there, but by the time he fell into the chair behind his desk, he was red-faced and panting. She had gotten him a glass of orange juice, taking her time so he could get his breath back. When she returned, he drained half the glass at a single go. "Thank you, Nora. I want to talk to you now, very seriously." He must have seen her apprehension, because he smiled and made a waving-off gesture. "It's not about your job. You'll have that no matter what. If you want it. If not, I'll see that you have a reference that can't be beat." Nice of him, but there weren't many jobs like this around. "You're making me nervous, Winnie," she said. "Nora, how would you like to make $200,000? She gawked at him. On either side, high shelves of smart books frowned down. The noises from the street were muffled. They might have been in another country, a quieter country than Brooklyn. If you think this is about sex, I assure you it is not. At least I don't think so. If one looks below the surface, and if one has read Freud, I suppose any aberrant act may be said to have a sexual basis. I don't know, myself. I haven't studied Freud since seminary, and even there my reading was cursory. Freud offended me. He seemed to feel that any suggestion of depth in human nature was an illusion. He seemed to be saying, what you think of as an artesian well is actually a puddle. I beg to differ. Human nature has no bottom. It is as deep and mysterious as the mind of God. Nora stood up. "With all respect, I'm not sure I believe in God, and I'm not sure this is a proposal I want to hear. But if you don't listen, you won't know, and you'll always wonder." She stood looking at him, unsure what to do or say. What she thought was, that desk he's sitting behind must have cost thousands. It was the first time she had really thought of him in connection with money. $200,000 in cash is what I'm offering. Enough to pay off all the outstanding bills. Enough to enable your husband to finish his book. Enough, perhaps, to start a new life in, was it Vermont? Yes. Thinking, if you knew that, you've been listening a lot more carefully than I was. No need to get the IRS involved, either. He had long features and white woolly hair. A sheep-like face, she had always thought it before today. Cash can be nice that way, and causes no problems if it's fed slowly into the stream of one's accounts. Also, once your husband's book is sold and you're established in New England, we need never see each other again. He paused. Although if you decide not to stay on, I doubt if my next nurse will be half as competent as you have proved to be. Please, sit down. You'll give me a stiff neck, she did as he asked. It was the thought of $200,000 in cash that kept her in the room. She found she could actually see it. Bills stuffed into a padded brown envelope, or perhaps it would take 2 envelopes to hold that much. I suppose it would depend on the denomination of the bills, she thought. "Let me talk for a bit," he said. "I haven't really done much of that, have I? Mostly I've been listening. It's your turn to listen now, Nora. Will you do that?" "I suppose." She was curious. She supposed anybody would be. "Who do you want me to kill?" It was a joke, but as soon as it was out of her mouth, she was afraid it might be true, because it didn't sound like a joke. No more than the eyes in his long sheep's face looked like sheep's eyes. To her relief, Winnie laughed. Then he said, "Not murder, my dear. We won't need to go that far." He talked then as he never had before to anyone, probably. "I grew up in a wealthy home on Long Island. My father was successful in the stock market. It was a religious home, and when I told my parents I felt called to the ministry, there was no puffing and blowing about the family business. On the contrary, they were delighted. Mother, especially, most mothers are happy, I think, when their sons discover a vocation with a capital V. I went to seminary in upstate New York, after which I was assigned as associate pastor to a church in Idaho. I wanted for nothing. Presbyterians take no vow of poverty, and my parents made sure I never had to live as though I had. My father survived my mother by only 5 years, and when he passed on, I inherited a great deal of money, mostly in bonds and solid stocks. Over the years since, I have converted a small percentage of that to cash, a bit at a time. Not a nest egg, because I've never needed one, but what I'd call a wish egg. It's in a Manhattan safe deposit box, and it's that cash that I'm offering you, Nora. It may actually be closer to 240,000, but we'll agree, shall we, not to quibble over $1 here and $1 there. I wandered a few years in the hinterlands before coming back to Brooklyn and Second Presbo. After 5 years as an associate, I became the senior pastor. I served as such without blemish until 2006. My life has been one. I say it with neither pride nor shame of unremarkable service. I have led my church in helping the poor both in countries far from here and in this community. The local AA drop-in center was my idea, and it's helped hundreds of suffering addicts and alcoholics. I've comforted the sick and buried the dead. More cheerfully, I've presided over more than 1,000 weddings and inaugurated a scholarship fund that has sent many boys and girls to colleges they could not otherwise have afforded. One of our scholarship girls won a National Book Award in 1999, and my only regret is this: in all my years I have never committed one of the sins about which I have spent a lifetime warning my various flocks. I am not a lustful man, and since I've never been married, I never had so much as the opportunity to commit adultery. I'm not gluttonous by nature, and although I like nice things, I've never been greedy or covetous. Why would I be when my father left me $15 million? I've worked hard, kept my temper, envy no one except perhaps Mother Teresa, and have little pride of possessions or position. I'm not claiming I'm without sin. Not at all. Those who can say, and I suppose there are a few, that they have never sinned in deed or word can hardly say they've never sinned in thought. Can they? The church covers every loophole. We hold out heaven, then make people understand they have no hope of achieving it without our help, because no one is without sin, and the wages of sin are death. I suppose this makes me sound like an unbeliever, but raised as I was, unbelief is as impossible for me as levitation. Yet I understand the cozening nature of the bargain, and the psychological tricks believers use to ensure the prosperity of those beliefs. The Pope's fancy hat was not conferred on him by God, but by men and women paying theological blackmail money. I can see you fidgeting, so I'll come to the point. I want to commit a major sin before I die. A sin not of thought or word, but of deed. This was on my mind, increasingly on my mind before my stroke, but I thought it a frenzy that would pass. Now I see that it will not, because the idea has been with me more than ever during the last 3 years. But how great a sin can an old man stuck in a wheelchair commit, I asked myself. Surely not one very great, at least without being caught, and I would prefer not to be caught. Such grave matters as sin and forgiveness should remain between man and God. Listening to you talk about your husband's book and your financial situation, it occurred to me that I could sin by proxy. In fact, I could double my sin quotient, as it were, by making you my accessory. She spoke from a dry mouth. I believe in wrongdoing, Winnie, but I don't believe in sin. He smiled. It was a benevolent smile. Also unpleasant. Sheep lips, wolf teeth, that's fine, but sin believes in you. I understand you think so. So why? It's perverse. His smile widened. Yes, that's why I want to know what it's like to do something entirely against my nature. To need forgiveness for the act, and more than the act. Do you know what doubles sin, Nora? No, I don't go to church. What doubles sin is saying to yourself, I will do this because I know I can pray for forgiveness once it's done. To say to yourself that you can have your cake and eat it too. I want to know what being that deep in sin is like. I don't want to wallow. I want to dive in over my head. And take me with you. She said it with real indignation. Ah, but you don't believe in sin, Nora. You just said so, from your standpoint. All I want is for you to get a little dirty and risk arrest, I suppose. Although the risk should be minor for these things, I will pay you $200,000. Over 200,000. Her face and hands felt numb, as if she had just come in from a long walk in the cold. She would not do it, of course. What she would do was walk out of this house and get some fresh air. She wouldn't quit, or at least not immediately, because she needed the job, but she would walk out, and if he fired her for deserting her post, let him. But first, she wanted to hear the rest. She wouldn't admit to herself that she was tempted, but curious. Yes, that much she would own. What is it you want me to do? Chad had lit another cigarette. She motioned with her fingers. Give me a drag on that. Nori, you haven't smoked a cigarette in 5. Give me a drag, I said. He passed the cigarette to her. She dragged deep, coughed the smoke out. Then she told him. That night she lay awake late into the small hours, quite sure he was sleeping, and why not? The decision had been made. She would tell Winnie no and never mention the idea again. Decision made, sleep follows. Still, she wasn't entirely surprised when he turned to her and said, I can't stop thinking about it. Nor could Nora. I'd do it, you know, for us, if... Now they were face to face, inches apart. Close enough to taste each other's breath. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, the hour of conspiracy, if there ever was one, she thought. If I didn't think it would taint our lives, some stains don't come out. It's a moot question, nor we've decided. You play Sarah Palin and tell him thanks, but no thanks for that bridge to nowhere. I'll find a way to finish the book without his weird idea of a grant in aid. When? On your next unpaid leave? I don't think so. It's decided. He's a crazy old man. The end, he rolled away from her. Silence descended. Upstairs, Mrs. Reston, whose picture belonged in the dictionary next to insomnia, walked back and forth. Somewhere, maybe in deepest, darkest Gowanus, a siren wailed. 15 minutes went by before Chad spoke to the end table and the digital clock, which now read 2:17 Also, we'd have to trust him for the money, and you can't trust a man whose one remaining ambition in life is to commit a sin. But I do trust him, she said. It's myself I don't trust. Go to sleep, Chad. This subject is closed. Right, he said. Gotcha. The clock read 2:26 when she said, It could be done, I'm sure of that much. I could change my hair color, wear a hat, dark glasses, of course, which would mean it would have to be a sunny day. And there would have to be an escape route. Are you seriously? I don't know, $200,000. I'd have to work almost 3 years to make that much money, and after the government and the banks wet their beaks, there'd be next to nothing left. We know how that works. She was quiet for a while, looking at the ceiling above which Mrs. Reston trod her slow miles. And the insurance, she burst out. Do you know what we have for insurance? Nothing. We have insurance. Okay, next to nothing. What if you got hit by a car? What if I turned up with an ovarian cyst? Our coverage is okay. That's what everyone says, but what everyone knows is they fuck you at the drive-thru. With this, we could be sure. That's what I keep thinking about. We could be sure $200,000. Makes my financial hopes for the book seem kind of small, though, don't you think? Why even bother? Because this would be an on-time thing, and the book would be clean. Clean? You think this would make the book clean? He rolled over and faced her. Part of him had grown hard. So perhaps part of this was about sex. On their end of the bargain, at least. Do you think I'll ever get another job like the one with Winnie? She was angry, although with him or herself she couldn't tell, nor did she care. I'll be 36 in December. You'll take me to dinner for my birthday, and a week later I'll get my real present, a past due notice for the last car loan payment. Are you blaming me for? No. I'm not even blaming the system that keeps us and everyone like us treading water. Blame is counterproductive, and I told Winnie the truth. I don't believe in sin, but I also don't want to go to jail. She felt tears growing in her eyes. I don't want to hurt anyone, either, especially not. You're not going to. He started to turn over, but she grabbed his shoulder. If we did it? If I did it? We could never talk about it afterward, not one single time. No. She reached for him. In marriages, deals were sealed with more than a handshake. This they both knew. The clock said 2:58 and he was drifting to sleep when she said, Do you know anyone with a video camera? Because he wants. Yes, he said, Charlie Green. After that silence, except for Mrs. Reston walking slowly back and forth above them. Nora had an image, half a dream, of Mrs. Reston with a pedometer attached to the waistband of her pajama pants. Mrs. Reston patiently walking off all those miles between her and dawn. Nora fell asleep. The next day in Winnie's study, well, he said, her mother had never been a churchgoer, but Nora had attended vacation Bible school every summer and had enjoyed it. There were games and songs and flannelboard stories. She found herself remembering one of the stories now. She hadn't thought of it in years. I wouldn't have to really hurt, the person to get the money, she said. I want to be very clear about that. No, but I expect to see blood flow. Let me be clear about that. I want you to use your fist, but a cut lip or bloody nose will be quite sufficient. In one VBS story, the teacher put a mountain on the flannel board, then Jesus and a guy with horns. The teacher said the devil had taken Jesus up on top of a mountain and showed him all the cities of the earth. You can have everything in those cities, the devil had said, every treasure. All you have to do is fall down and worship me. But Jesus was a stand-up guy. He'd said, "Get thee behind me, Satan." Well, he asked again. Sin, she mused. That's what's on your mind. Sin for its own sake, deliberately planned and executed. Do you find the idea exciting? No, she said, looking up at the frowning bookshelves. Winnie let some time pass, then said for the third time, "Well, if I got caught, would I still get the money? If you lived up to your part of the agreement and didn't implicate me, of course you certainly would, and even if you were caught, the very worst to come of it would be probation. Plus court-ordered psychiatric evaluation," she said, "which I probably need for even considering this." Winnie said, "If you continue the way you are, dear, you'll need a marriage counselor at the very least. In my time in the ministry, I counseled many partners, and while money worries weren't always the root cause of their problems, that's what it was in most cases. And that's all it was. Thank you for the benefit of your experience, Winnie." He said nothing to this. "You're crazy, you know." He still said nothing. She looked at the books some more. Most of them were on religion. Finally, she turned her eyes back to his. "If I do this and you fuck me, I'll make you sorry." He showed no discomfiture at her choice of language. "I'll honor my commitment. You may be sure of that. You speak almost perfectly now, not even a lisp, unless you're tired." He shrugged. "Being with me has trained your ear. It's like learning to understand a new language, I suppose." She returned her eyes to the books. One of them was called The Problem of Good and Evil. Another was titled The Basis of Morality. That was a thick one. In the hall, an old regulator clock was ticking steadily. Finally, he said it again. "Well, isn't just putting this in front of me sin enough to satisfy you? You're tempting us both, and we're both considering the temptation. Isn't that enough? It's sin in thought and word only. That will not satisfy my curiosity." The regulator ticked. Without looking at him, she said, "If you say well again, I'll walk out of here." He didn't say well or anything else. She looked down at her hands twisting in her lap. The most appalling thing. Part of her was still curious. Not about what he wanted, that cat was out of the bag, but about what she wanted. At last she looked up and gave her answer. "Excellent," he said. With the decision made, neither of them wanted the actual act hanging over their heads. It cast too big a shadow. They chose Forest Park in Queens. Chad borrowed Charlie Green's video camera and learned how to use it. They went to the park twice beforehand, on rainy days when it was mostly empty, and Chad videoed the area they decided on. They had a lot of sex during that period, nervous sex, fumbling sex, the kind teenagers have in the backseat of a car, but usually good sex. Hot, at least. Nora found her other major appetites dwindling in the 10 days between her agreement and the morning when she executed her part of the bargain. She lost 9 pounds. Chad said she was starting to look like a college kid again. On a sunny day in early October, Chad parked their old Ford on Jewel Avenue. Nora sat beside him, her hair dyed red and hanging to her shoulders, looking very un-Nora-like in a long skirt and an ugly brown smock top. She was wearing sunglasses and a Mets cap. She seemed calm enough, but when he reached out to touch her, she shied away. Nor, come on. Have you got cab fare? Yes. And a bag to put the video cam in? Yes, of course. Then give me the car keys. I'll see you back at the apartment. Are you sure you'll be able to drive because the reaction to something like this? I'll be fine. Give me the keys. Wait here 15 minutes if there's something wrong. If anything even feels wrong, I'll come back. If I don't, you go to the spot we picked out. Do you remember it? Of course I remember it. She smiled, showed her teeth and dimples at least. That's the spirit, she said, and was gone. It was an excruciatingly long 15 minutes, but Chad waded through every one of them. Kids, all of them wearing clamshell helmets, pooted past on bikes. Women strolled in pairs, many with shopping bags. He saw an old lady laboriously crossing the avenue, and for one surreal moment he thought it was Mrs. Reston. But when she passed by, he saw that it wasn't. This woman was much older than Mrs. Reston. When the 15 minutes were almost up, it occurred to him in a sane and rational way that he could put a stop to this by driving away. In the park, Nora would look around and not see him. She would be the one to take the cab back to Brooklyn, and when she got there, she would thank him. She would say, "You saved me from myself." After that, take a month off. No substitute teaching. He would turn all his resources to finishing the book, throw his cap over the windmill. Instead, he got out and walked to the park with Charlie Green's video camera in his hand. The paper bag that would hold it afterward was stuffed in the pocket of his windbreaker. He checked 3 times to make sure the camera's green power lamp was glowing. How terrible it would be to go through all this and discover he'd never turned on the camera, or that he'd left the lens cap on. He checked that again, too. Nora was sitting on a park bench when she saw him. She brushed her hair back from the left side of her face. That was the signal. It was on behind her, was a playground swings, a push merry-go-round, teeter-totters, bouncy horses on springs, that sort of thing. At this hour, there were only a few kids playing. The moms were in a group on the far side, talking and laughing, not really paying much attention to the kids. Nora got up from the bench. $200,000, he thought, and raised the camera to his eye. Now that it was on, he felt calm. He shot it like a pro. Back at their building, Chad raced up the stairs. He felt sure that she wouldn't be there. He had seen her go skimming away at a full-out run, and the mothers had barely given her a look. They were converging on the child she had chosen, a boy of perhaps 4, but he was still sure she wouldn't be there and that he would get a call telling him that his wife was at the police station where she had collapsed and told everything, including his part in it. Worse, Winnie's part in it, thus ensuring it had all been for nothing. His hand was shaking so badly that he couldn't get the key in the slot. It went chattering madly around the key plate without even coming close. He was in the act of putting down the paper bag, now badly crumpled, with the video cam inside it, so he could use his left hand to steady his right, when the door opened. Nora was now wearing cut-off jeans and a shell top, the clothes she'd had on beneath the long skirt and smock. The plan had been for her to change in the car before driving away. She said she could do it like lightning, and it seemed she'd been right. He threw his arms around her and hugged her so tightly he heard the thump as she came against him, not exactly a romantic embrace. Nora bore this for a moment, then said, "Come inside, get out of the hall." And as soon as the door to the outside world was closed, she said, "Did you get it? Tell me you did. I've been here for almost half an hour, pacing around like Mrs. Reston in the middle of the night." Mrs. Reston, if she was on speed, that is, wondering. I was worried, too. He shoved his hair off his forehead where the skin felt hot and feverish. "Norrie, I was scared to death." She snatched the bag from his hands, peered inside, then glared at him. She had ditched the sunglasses. Her blue eyes burned. "Tell me you got it." "Yeah, that is, I think so. I must have. I haven't looked yet." The glare got hotter. He thought, "Watch out. Nor, your eyeballs will catch fire if you keep doing that." "You better have. You better have. The time I haven't been pacing around. I've been on the toilet. I keep having cramps." She went to the window and looked out. He joined her, afraid she knew something he didn't, but there were only the usual pedestrians going back and forth. She turned to him again and this time grabbed his arms. Her palms were dead cold. "Is he all right, the kid? Did you see if he was okay?" "He's fine," Chad said. "Are you lying?" She was shouting into his face. "You better not be. Was he all right?" Fine. Standing up even before the mothers got to him, bawling his head off. But I got worse at that kid's age when I was clopped in the back of the head by a swing. I had to go to the emergency room and have 5 stig. I hit him much harder than I meant to. I was so afraid that if I pulled the punch, if Winnie saw I pulled it, he wouldn't pay. And the adrenaline, Christ, it's a wonder I didn't tear that poor kid's head right off. Why did I ever do it? But she wasn't crying, and she didn't look remorseful. She looked furious. "Why did you let me? I never—" "Are you sure he's all right? You really saw him getting up, because I hit him much harder than I—" She wheeled away from him, went to the wall, knocked her forehead against it, then turned back. I walked into a playground, and I punched a 4-year-old child square in the mouth. For money. He had an inspiration. I think it's on the tape, the kid getting up. I mean, you'll see for yourself. She flew back across the room, put it on the TV. I want to see. Chad attached the VSS cable Charlie had given him. Then, after a little fumbling, he played the tape on the TV. He had indeed recorded the kid getting to his feet again, just before shutting the thing off and walking away. The kid looked bewildered, and of course he was crying, but otherwise he seemed fine. His lips were bleeding quite a lot, but his nose only a little. Chad thought he might have gotten the bloody nose when he fell down. No worse than any minor playground accident, he thought. Thousands of them happen every day. "See?" he asked her. "He's fee, run it again." He did, and when she asked him to run it a 3rd time and a 4th and a 5th, he did that too. At some point he became aware that she was no longer watching to see the kid get up. Neither was he. They were watching him go down and the punch delivered by the crazy red-haired bitch in the sunglasses, the one who walked up and did her business and then took off with wings on her sneakers. She said, "I think I knocked out one of his teeth." He shrugged. "Good news for the tooth fairy. After the 5th viewing, she said, 'I want to get the red out of my hair. I hate it.' Okay, but first, take me in the bedroom. Don't talk about it either. Just do it." She kept telling him to go harder, almost belting him with her up-thrusting hips as if she wanted to buck him off, but she wasn't getting there. "Hit me," she said. He did it. He was beyond rationality. "You can do better than that. Fucking hit me." He hit her harder. Her lower lip split open. She dabbed her fingers in the blood. While she was doing it, she came. "Show it to me," Winnie said. This was the next day. They were in his study. "Show me the money," a famous line. She just couldn't remember from where. "After I see the video." The camera was still in the crumpled bag. She took it out along with the cable. He had a little TV in the study, and she connected the cable to it. She pushed play, and they looked at the woman in the Mets cap sitting on the park bench. Behind her, a few children were playing. Behind them, mothers were talking mommy shit, body raps, plays they had seen or were going to see. The new car, the next vacation, blah, blah, blah. The woman got up from the bench. The video zoomed jerkily in. The picture shivered a bit, then steadied. That was where Nora hit the pause button. This was Chad's idea, and she had agreed to it. She trusted Winnie, but only so far. "I want to see the money." Winnie took a key from the pocket of the cardigan sweater he was wearing. He used it to open the center drawer of his desk, switching it to his left hand when the partially paralyzed right one wouldn't do his bidding. It wasn't an envelope after all. It was a medium-sized Federal Express box. She looked inside and saw bundled hundreds, each bundle secured with a rubber band. He said, "It's all there, plus some extra." "All right. Look at what you bought. All you have to do is push play. I'll be in the kitchen. Don't you want to watch it with me?" "No." "Nora, you appear to have had a small accident yourself." He tapped the corner of his mouth, the side that still turned down slightly. Had she thought he had a sheep's face? How stupid of her. How unseeing of her. Nor was it a wolf's face. Not really. It was somewhere in between, a dog's face maybe, the kind of dog that would bite and then run. I ran into a door, she said. I see. All right, I'll watch it with you, she said, and sat down. She pushed play herself. They watched the video twice, in complete silence. The running time was about 30 seconds. That amounted to about $6,600 per second. Nora had done the math while she and Chad were watching it. After the second time, he pushed stop. She showed him how to eject the small cassette. This is yours. The camera has to go back to the guy my husband borrowed it from. I understand. His eyes were bright, it seemed. He'd actually gotten what he'd paid for, what he wanted. Incredible. I shall have Mrs. Granger buy me another camera for future viewings. Or perhaps that's an errand you'd care to run. Not me, we're done. Ah, he didn't look surprised. All right. But, if I may make a suggestion, you may want to get another job, so no one thinks it odd when those bills begin getting paid off at a faster clip. It's only your welfare I'm thinking of, my dear, I'm sure. She unplugged the cable and put it back in the bag with the camera. And I wouldn't leave for Vermont too soon. I don't need your advice. I feel dirty, and you're the reason why. I suppose I am, but you won't get caught, and no one will ever know. The right side of his mouth was drawn down. The left side lifted in what could have been a smile. The result was a serpentine S below his beak of a nose. His speech was very clear that day. She would remember that, and ponder it, as if what he called sin had turned out to be therapy. And Nora? Is feeling dirty always a bad thing? She had no idea how to answer this, which she supposed was an answer in itself. I only ask, he said, because the second time you ran the tape, I watched you instead of it. She snatched up the bag with Charlie Green's video cam inside and walked to the door. Have a nice life, Winnie. Make sure you get an actual therapist as well as a nurse next time. Your father left you enough to afford both, and take care of that tape for both our sakes. You're unidentifiable on it, dear, and even if you weren't, would anyone care? He shrugged. It doesn't depict a rape or murder, after all. She stood in the doorway, wanting to be gone, but curious. Still curious, Winnie. How will you square this with your God? How long will it take to pray it off? He chuckled. If an outrageous sinner like Simon Peter could go on to found the Catholic Church, I expect I'll be fine. Yes, but did Simon Peter keep the videotape to watch on cold winter evenings? This finally silenced him, and Nora left before he could find his voice again. It was a small victory, but one she grasped eagerly. A week later, he called the apartment and told her she was welcome to come back, at least until she and Chad left for Vermont. He hadn't hired anyone else, and if there was any possibility she might change her mind, he wouldn't. I miss you, Nora. She said nothing. His voice dropped. We could watch the tape again. Wouldn't you like to do that? Wouldn't you like to see it again at least once? No, she said, and hung up. She started toward the kitchen to make tea, but then a wave of faintness came over her. She sat down in the corner of the living room and bent her head to her upraised knees. She waited for the faintness to pass. Eventually it did. She got a job taking care of Mrs. Reston. It was only 20 hours a week, and the pay was nothing like what she had been making as Reverend Winston's employee. But money was no longer the issue, and the commute was easy, one flight of stairs. Best of all, Mrs. Reston, who suffered from diabetes and mild cardiac problems, was a feather-brained sweetie. Sometimes, however, especially during her endless monologues concerning her late husband Nora's hand, itched to reach out and slap her. Chad kept his name on the sub-list, but cut back on his hours. He set aside 6 of those newfound hours each weekend to work on living with the animals, and the pages began to mount up. Once or twice he asked himself if the weekend pages were as good as lively as the work he had done before that day with the video camera, and told himself that the question had only occurred to him because some old and false notion of retribution was lodged in his mind, like a kernel of popcorn between 2 back teeth. 12 days after the day in the park, there was a knock at the apartment door. When Nora opened it, a policeman was standing there. "Yes, officer," she asked. "Are you Nora Callahan?" She thought calmly. "I will confess everything, and after the authorities have done to me whatever they do, I'll go to that boy's mother and stick out my face and say, 'Hit me with your best shot, Mama. You'll be doing both of us a favor. Yes, I'm Mrs. Callahan. Ma'am, I'm here at the request of the Walt Whitman branch of the Brooklyn Public Library. You have 4 library books that are almost 2 months overdue, and one of them is quite valuable. An art book, I believe. Limited circulation. She gawked at him, then burst out laughing. You're a library policeman. He tried to keep a straight face, but then he laughed too. Today, I guess I am. Do you have those books? Yes. I forgot all about them. Would you care to walk a lady to the library, officer? She looked at his name tag, Abramowitz. Happy to. Just bring your checkbook. Maybe they'll take my visa, she said. He smiled. Probably will, he said. That night, in bed, hit me, as though it wasn't love-making she had in mind, but some nightmare blackjack game. No. She was on top of him, which made it easy to reach down and smack him. The sound of her palm hitting the side of his face was like the report of an air gun. Hit me, I said. Hit M. Chad slapped her back without thinking. She began to cry, but he was stiffening under her. Good? Now do me. He did her. Outside, someone's car alarm went off. They went to Vermont in January. They went on the train. It was lovely. Like a picture postcard. They saw a house they both liked about 20 miles outside of Montpelier. It was only the third one they looked at. The real estate agent's name was Jody Enders. She was very pleasant, but she kept looking at Nora's right eye. Finally, Nora said with an embarrassed little laugh, I slipped on a patch of ice while I was getting into a taxi. You should have seen me last week. I looked like a spouse abuse ad. I can hardly see it, Jody Enders said. Then shyly, You're very pretty. Chad put his arm around Nora's shoulders. I think so, too. What do you do for a living, Mr. Callahan? I'm a writer, he said. They made a down payment on the house, on the loan agreement. Nora checked, owner financed. In the details box, she wrote simply, savings. One day in February, while they were packing for the move, Chad went into Manhattan to see a movie at the Angelica and have dinner with his agent. Officer Abramowitz had given Nora his card. She called him. He came over and they fucked in the mostly empty bedroom. It was good, but it would have been better if she could have persuaded him to hit her. She asked, but he wouldn't. What kind of crazy lady are you? He asked, in that voice that people use when they mean, I'm joking, but not really. I don't know, Nora said. I'm still finding out. They were scheduled to make the move to Vermont on February 29th, the day before. What would have been the last day of the month in an ordinary year, the telephone rang. It was Mrs. Granger, Pastor Emeritus Winston's housekeeper. As soon as Nora registered the woman's hushed tone, she knew why she had called, and her first thought was, What did you do with the tape, you bastard? The obituary will say kidney failure. Mrs. Granger said in her hushed someone's dead voice. But I was in his bathroom. The medicine bottles were all out and too many of the pills were gone. I think he committed suicide. Probably not, Nora said. She spoke in her calmest, surest, most nursely manner. What's more likely is that he became confused about how many he'd taken. He may have even had another stroke, a small one. Do you really think so? Oh, yes, Nora said, and had to restrain herself from asking if Mrs. Granger had seen a new video camera around anywhere. Hooked up to Winnie's TV, most likely. It would be insane to ask such a question. She almost did anyway. That's such a relief, Mrs. Granger said. Good, Nora said. That night in bed, their last Brooklyn night. You need to stop worrying, Chad said. If someone finds that tape, they probably won't look at it. And if they do, the chance they'd connect it with you is so small as to be infinitesimal. Besides, the kid's probably forgotten it by now. The mother, too. The mother was there when a crazy lady assaulted her son and then ran away, Nora said. Believe me, she hasn't forgotten it. All right, he said in an equable tone that made her want to hike her knee into his balls. Maybe I ought to go over and help Mrs. Granger neaten the place up. He looked at her as if she were mad. Maybe I want to be suspected, she said, and gave him a thin smile, what she thought of as her inciting smile. He looked at her, then rolled away. Don't do that, she said. Come on, Chad. No, he said. What do you mean, no? Why? Because I know what you think of when we do it. She hit him. It was a pretty good thump on the back of the neck. You don't know shit. He turned over and raised a fist. Don't do that, Nora. Go on, she said, offering her face. You know you want to. He almost did. She saw the twitch. Then he lowered his hand and unrolled the fingers. No more. She said nothing but thought. That's what you think. Nora lay awake looking at the digital clock. Until A41A, she thought, this marriage is in trouble. Then, as 141 became 142, she thought, no, that's wrong. This marriage is over, but it had another 7 months to run. Nora never expected any real closure in her association with the Right Reverend George Winston, but as she went to work rounding the new house into shape, she was going to put in not one but 2 gardens, one for flowers and one for vegetables. She had days when she never thought of Winnie at all. The hitting in bed had stopped, or almost. Then, one day in April, she got a postcard from him. It was a shock. It came in a U.S. Postal Service envelope, because there was no more space on the card itself to scribble forwarding information. It had been everywhere, including Brooklyn, Maine, and Montpelier's in Idaho and Indiana. She had no idea why it hadn't reached her before she and Chad had left New York, and, considering its travels, it was a wonder it had reached her at all. It was dated the day before his death. She Googled his obituary online just to be sure of that. Maybe there's something to the Freud stuff after all, it said. How are you? Good, Nora thought. I'm good. There was a wood stove in the kitchen of their house. She crumpled up the postcard, tossed it in, and set a match to it. That's that. Chad finished living with the animals in July, writing the last 50 pages in a 9-day burst. He sent it to the agent. Emails and phone calls followed. Chad said Ringling seemed enthusiastic. If so, Nora thought he must have saved most of that enthusiasm for the phone calls. What she saw in the 2 emails was cautious optimism at best. In August, at Ringling's request, Chad did some rewriting. He was quiet about this part of the work, a sign that it wasn't going particularly well. But he stuck to it. Nora hardly noticed. She was absorbed with her garden. In September, Chad insisted on going to New York and pacing Ringling's office, while the man made phone calls to the 7 publishers to whom the manuscript had gone, hoping some of them would express an interest in meeting with the author. Nora thought about visiting a bar in Montpelier and picking someone up they could go to a Motel 6, and didn't. It seemed like too much work for too little gain. She worked in her garden instead. It was just as well. Chad flew back that evening instead of spending the night in New York as he had planned. He was drunk. He also professed to be happy. They had a handshake deal on the book with a good publisher. He named the publisher. She had never heard of it. How much? She asked. That doesn't really matter, babe. Doesn't came out douchnant, and he only called her babe when he was drunk. They really loved the book, and that's what matters. Matters? She realized that when Chad was drunk, he sounded quite a bit like Winnie in the first months after Winnie's stroke. How much? $40,000. Jollersh, she laughed. I probably made that much before I got from the bench to the playground. I figured it out the first time we watched. She didn't see the blow coming and didn't really feel it hit. There was a kind of big click in her head, that was all. Then she was lying on the kitchen floor, breathing through her mouth. She had to breathe through her mouth. He had broken her nose. You bitch, he said, starting to cry. Nora sat up. The kitchen seemed to make a large, drunken circle around her before steadying. Blood pattered down on the linoleum. She was amazed, in pain, exhilarated, full of shame and hilarity. I sure didn't see that one coming, she thought. That's right, blame me, she said. Her voice was foggy, hooting. Blame me and then cry your stupid little eyes out. He cocked his head as if he hadn't heard her or couldn't believe what he'd heard, then made a fist and drew it back. She raised her face, her now crooked nose leading the way. There was a beard of blood on her chin. Go on, she said. It's the only thing you're halfway good at. How many men have you slept with since that day? Tell me. Slept with none, fucked a dozen, a lie, actually. There had only been the cop and an electrician who'd come one day while Chad was in town. Lay on, Macduff. Instead of laying on, he opened his fist and let his hand drop to his side. The book would have been fine if not for you. He shook his head as if to clear it. That's not exactly right, but you know what I mean. You're drunk. I'm going to leave you and write another one, a better one. Pigs will whistle. You wait, he said, as tearfully childish as a little boy who has just lost in a schoolyard scuffle. You just wait and see. You're drunk. Go to bed. You poison bitch. Having delivered himself of this, he shuffled off to bed, walking with his head down. He even walked like Winnie after his stroke. Nora thought about going to urgent care for her nose, but was too tired to think of a story that would have just the right touch of veracity. In her heart, her nursely heart, she knew there was no such story. They would see through her no matter how good her story was. When it came to things like this, ER personnel always did. She stuffed cotton up her nose and took 2 Tylenol with codeine. Then she went outside and weeded her garden until it was too dark to see. When she went inside, Chad was snoring on the bed. He had taken his shirt off, but his pants were still on. She thought he looked like a fool. This made her feel like crying, but she didn't. He left her and went back to New York. Sometimes he emailed, and sometimes she emailed back. He didn't ask for his half of the remaining money, which was good. She wouldn't have given it to him. She had worked for that money and was still working with it, feeding it into the bank little by little, paying off the house. He said in his emails that he was subbing again and writing on the weekends. She believed him about the subbing, but not about the writing. His emails had a strengthless, washed-out feeling that suggested he might not have much left when it came to writing. She'd always thought he was pretty much a one-book man, anyway. She took care of the divorce herself. She found everything she needed on the internet. There were papers she needed him to sign, and he signed them. They came back with no note attached the following summer. A good one. She was working full-time at the local hospital, and her garden was an absolute riot. She was browsing in a used bookstore one day and came across a volume she had seen in Winnie's study, The Basis of Morality. It was a pretty beat-up copy, and she was able to take it home for $2 plus tax. It took her the rest of the summer and most of the fall to read it cover to cover. In the end, she was disappointed. There was little or nothing in it she did not already know for Jim Sprouse. I think that most people tend to meditate more on what comes next as they get older, and since I'm now in my late 60s, I qualify in that regard. Several of my short stories and at least one novel, Revival, have approached this question. I can't say have dealt with it, because that implies some conclusion, and none of us can really draw one, can we? Nobody has sent back any cell phone video from the land of death. There's faith, of course, and A Veritable Deluge of Heaven is real books, but faith is, by its very definition, belief without proof. When you boil it down, there are only 2 choices. Either there's something, or there's nothing, if it's the latter case closed. If it's the former, there are myriad possibilities, with heaven, hell, purgatory, and reincarnation being the most popular on the afterlife hit parade. Or maybe you get what you always believed you would get. Maybe the brain is equipped with a deeply embedded exit program that starts running just as everything else is running down, and we're getting ready to catch that final train. To me, the reports of near-death experiences tend to support this idea. What I'd like, I think, is a chance to go through it all again as a kind of immersive movie, so I could relish the good times and good calls, like marrying my wife and our decision to have that 3rd child. Of course, I'd also have to rue the bad calls. I've made my share, but who wouldn't like to re-experience that first good kiss, or have a chance to relax and really enjoy the wedding ceremony that went by in such a nervous blur? This story isn't about such a rerun, not exactly, but musing about the possibility led me to write about one man's afterlife. The reason fantasy fiction remains such a vital and necessary genre is that it lets us talk about such things in a way realistic fiction cannot. Afterlife William Andrews, an investment banker with Goldman Sachs, dies on the afternoon of September 23, 2012. It is an expected death. His wife and adult children are at his bedside. That evening, when she finally allows herself some time alone, away from the steady stream of family and condolence visitors, Lynn Andrews calls her oldest friend, who still lives in Milwaukee. It was Sally Freeman who introduced her to Bill, and if anyone deserves to know about the last 60 seconds of her 30-year marriage, it's Sally. He was out of it for most of the last week, the drugs but conscious at the end. His eyes were open and he saw me. He smiled. I took his hand and he squeezed it a little. I bent over and kissed his cheek. When I straightened up again, he was gone. She has been waiting for hours to say this, and with it said, she bursts into tears. Her assumption that the smile was for her is natural enough, but mistaken. As he is looking up at his wife and 3 grown children, these seem impossibly tall, creatures of angelic good health inhabiting a world he is now departing. Bill feels the pain he has lived with for the past 18 months. Leave his body, it pours out like slop from a bucket. So he smiles. With the pain gone, there's little left. His body feels as light as a fluff of milkweed. His wife takes his hand, reaching down from her tall and healthy world. He has reserved a little bit of strength, which he now expends by squeezing her fingers. She bends down. She is going to kiss him. Before her lips can touch his skin, a hole appears in the center of his vision. It's not a black hole, but a white one. It spreads, obliterating the only world he's known since 1956, when he was born in the small Hemingford County Hospital in Nebraska. During the last year, Bill has read a great deal about the passage from life to death on his computer, always careful to obliterate the history so as not to upset Lynn, who is constantly and unrealistically upbeat, and while most of it struck him as bullshit, the so-called white light phenomenon seemed quite plausible. For one thing, it has been reported in all cultures. For another, it has a smidgen of scientific credibility. One theory he's read suggests the white light comes as a result of the sudden cessation of blood flow to the brain. Another, more elegant, posits that the brain is performing a final global scan in an effort to find an experience comparable to dying. Or it may just be a final firework. Whatever the cause, Bill Andrews is now experiencing it. The white light obliterates his family and the airy room from which the mortuary assistants will soon remove his sheeted, breathless body. In his researches, he became familiar with the acronym NDE, standing for near-death experience. In many of these experiences, the white light becomes a tunnel, at the end of which stand beckoning family members who have already died, or friends, or angels, or Jesus, or some other beneficent deity. Bill expects no welcoming committee. What he expects is for the final firework to fade to the blackness of oblivion, but that doesn't happen. When the brilliance dims, he's not in heaven or hell. He's in a hallway. He supposes it could be purgatory, a hallway painted industrial green and floored in scuffed and dirty tile could very well be purgatory, but only if it went on forever. This one ends 20 feet down at a door with a sign on it reading, Isaac Harris, Manager. Bill stands where he is for a few moments, inventorying himself. He's wearing the pajamas he died in, at least he assumes he died, and he's barefoot. But there's no sign of the cancer that first tasted his body, then gobbled it down to nothing but skin and skeleton. He looks to be back at about 190, which was his fighting weight, slightly soft-bellied, granted, before the cancer struck. He feels his buttocks and the small of his back. The bed sores are gone. Nice. He takes a deep breath and exhales without coughing. Even nicer. He walks a little way down the hall. On his left is a fire extinguisher with a peculiar graffito above it. Better late than never. On his right is a bulletin board. On this, a number of photographs have been pinned, the old-fashioned kind with decal edges. Above them is a hand-printed banner reading Company, Picnic 1956. What fun we had. Bill examines the photographs, which show executives, secretaries, office personnel, and a gaggle of romping kids smeared with ice cream. There are guys tending a barbecue, one wearing the obligatory joke toque, guys and gals tossing horseshoes, guys and gals playing volleyball, guys and gals swimming in a lake. The guys are wearing bathing suits that look almost obscenely short and tight to his 21st century eye. but very few of them are carrying big guts. They have 50s physiques, Bill thinks. The gals are wearing those old-fashioned Esther Williams tank suits, the kind that make women look as if they have not buttocks, but only a smooth and cleftless swoop above the backs of their thighs. Hot dogs are being consumed. Beer is being drunk. Everybody appears to be having a whale of a good time. In one of the pictures, he sees Richie Blankmore's father handing Anne-Marie Winkler a toasted marshmallow. This is ridiculous, because Richie's dad was a truck driver and never went to a company picnic in his life. Anne-Marie was a girl he dated in college. In another photo, he sees Bobby Tisdale, a college classmate back in the early 70s. Bobby, who referred to himself as Tiz the Wiz, died of a heart attack while still in his 30s. He was probably on Earth in 1956, but would have been in kindergarten or the first grade, not drinking beer on the shore of Lake whatever. In this picture, the Wiz looks about 20, which would have been his age when Bill knew him. In a third picture, Eddie Scarpone's mom is baffing a volleyball. Eddie was Bill's best friend when the family moved from Nebraska to Paramus, New Jersey, and Gina Scarpone aunts glimpsed sunning herself on the patio in filmy white panties and nothing else, was one of Bill's favorite fantasies when he was still on his masturbation learner's permit. The guy in the joke toque is Ronald Reagan. Bill looks closely, his nose almost pressing against the black and white photo, and there can be no doubt. The 40th President of the United States is flipping burgers at a company picnic. What company, though? And where exactly is Bill now? His euphoria at being whole again and pain-free is fading. What replaces it is a growing sense of dislocation and unease. Seeing these familiar people in the photographs doesn't make sense, and the fact that he doesn't know the majority of them offers marginal comfort at best. He looks behind him and sees stairs leading up to another door. Printed on this one in large red block letters is locked. That leaves only Mr. Isaac Harris's office. Bill walks down there, hesitates, and then knocks. It's open. Bill walks in. Beside a cluttered desk stands a fellow in baggy, high-waisted suit pants held up by suspenders. His brown hair is plastered to his skull and parted in the middle. He wears rimless glasses. The walls are covered with invoices and corny leg art cheesecake pics that make Bill think of the trucking company Richie Blankmore's dad worked for. He went there a few times with Richie, and the dispatch office looked like this. According to the calendar on one wall, it is March of 1911, which makes no more sense than 1956. To Bill's right as he enters, there's a door, to his left is another. There are no windows, but a glass tube comes out of the ceiling and dangles over a Dandux laundry basket. The basket is filled with a heap of yellow sheets that look like more invoices, or maybe they're memos. Files are piled 2 feet high on the chair in front of the desk. Bill Anderson, isn't it? The man goes behind the desk and sits down. There is no offer to shake hands. Andrews, right? And I'm Harris. Here you are again, Andrews. Given all Bill's research on dying, this comment actually makes sense, and it's a relief, as long as he doesn't have to come back as a dung beetle or something. So it's reincarnation? Is that the deal? Isaac Harris sighs. You always ask the same thing, and I always give the same answer. Not really. I'm dead, aren't I? Do you feel dead? No, but I saw the white light. Oh yes, the famous white light. There you were, and here you are. Wait a minute, just hold the phone. Harris breezes through the papers on his desk, doesn't find what he wants, and starts opening drawers. From one of them, he takes a few more folders and selects one. He opens it, flips a page or two, and nods. Just refreshing myself a bit. Investment banker, aren't you? Yes. Wife and 3 kids. 2 sons, 1 daughter. Correct. Apologies. I have a couple of 100 pilgrims, and it's hard to keep them straight. I keep meaning to put these folders in some sort of order, but that's really a secretarial job, and since they've never provided me with one... Who's they? No idea. All communications come via the tube. He taps it. The tube sways, then stills, runs on compressed air. Latest thing. Bill picks up the folders on the client's chair and looks at the man behind the desk. Eyebrows raised. Just put them on the floor, Harris says. That'll do for now. One of these days I really am going to get organized. If there are days, probably are nights too, but who can say for sure? No windows in here, as you will have noticed. Also no clocks. Bill sits down. Why call me a pilgrim if it's not reincarnation? Harris leans back and laces his hands behind his neck. He looks up at the pneumatic tube, which probably was the latest thing at some time or other, say around 1911, although Bill supposes such things might still have been around in 1956. Harris shakes his head and chuckles, although not in an amused way. If you only knew how wearisome you guys become. According to the file, this is our 15th visit. I've never been here in my life, Bill says. He considers this, except it's not my life, is it? It's my afterlife. Actually, it's mine. You're the pilgrim, not me, you and the other bozos who parade in and out of here. You'll use one of the doors and go. I stay. There's no bathroom here because I no longer have to perform toilet functions. There's no bedroom because I no longer have to sleep. All I do is sit around and visit with you traveling bozos. You come in, you ask the same questions, and I give the same answers. That's my afterlife. Sound exciting? Bill, who has encountered all the theological ins and outs during his final research project, decides he had the right idea while he was still in the hall. You're talking about purgatory. Oh, no doubt. The only question I have is how long I'll be staying. I'd like to tell you I'll eventually go mad if I can't move on, but I don't think I can do that any more than I can take a shit or a nap. I know my name means nothing to you, but we've discussed this before. Not every time you show up, but on several occasions. He waves an arm with enough force to cause some of the invoices tacked on the wall to flutter. This is or was, I'm not sure which is actually correct, my earthly office in 1911. Just so I'd ask, if you know what a shirtwaist is, Bill? But since I know you don't, I'll tell you a woman's blouse. At the turn of the century, I and my partner, Max Blank, owned a business called the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory. Profitable business. But the women who worked there were a large pain in the keister. Always sneaking out to smoke, and this was worse stealing stuff, which they would put in their purses or tuck up under their skirts, so we locked the doors to keep them in during their shifts and searched them on their way out. Long story short, the damned place caught fire one day. Max and I escaped by going up to the roof and down the fire escape. Many of the women were not so lucky, although let's be honest and admit there's lots of blame to go around. Smoking in the factory was strictly verboten, but plenty of them did it anyway, and it was a cigarette that started the blaze. Fire marshal said so. Max and I were tried for manslaughter and acquitted. Bill recalls the fire extinguisher in the hall with "better late than never" printed above it. He thinks, you were found guilty in the retrial, Mr. Harris, or you wouldn't be here. How many women died? 146, Harris says. And I regret everyone, Mr. Anderson. Bill doesn't bother correcting him on the name. 20 minutes ago, he was dying in his bed. Now he is fascinated by this old story, which he has never heard before. That he remembers anyway. Not long after Max and I got down the fire escape, the women crammed onto it. The damn thing couldn't take the weight. It collapsed and spilled 24 of 'em 100 feet to the cobblestones. They all died. 40 more jumped from the 9th and 10th floor windows. Some were on fire. They all died too. The fire brigade got there with life nets, but the women tore right through them and exploded on the pavement like bags filled with blood. A terrible sight. Mr. Anderson, terrible. Others jumped down the elevator shafts, but most just burned. Like 9/11 with fewer casualties. So you always say? And you're here. Yes, indeedy. I sometimes wonder how many men are sitting in offices just like this. Women too. I'm sure there are women. I've always been forward-looking and see no reason why women can't fill low-level executive positions, and admirably, all of us answering the same questions and sending on the same pilgrims. You'd think that the load would lighten a little each time one of you decides to use the right-hand door instead of that one. He points to the left. But no. No. A fresh canister comes down the tube zoop, and I get a new bozo to replace the old one. Sometimes two. He leans forward and speaks with great emphasis. "This is a shitty job, Mr. Anderson." "It's Andrew's," Bill says. "And look, I'm sorry you feel that way. But Jesus, take a little responsibility for your actions, man." 146 women. And you did lock the doors. Harris hammers his desk. "They were stealing us blind." He picks up the folder and shakes it at Bill. "You should talk, pot, calling the kettle black, Goldman Sachs, securities fraud, profits in the billions, taxes in the millions, the low millions." Does the phrase housing bubble ring a bell? "How many clients' trust did you abuse? How many people lost their life savings thanks to your greed and short-sightedness?" Bill knows what Harris is talking about, but all that chicanery, well, most of it, went on far above his pay grade. He was as surprised as anyone when the excrement hit the cooling device. He's tempted to say there's a big difference between being beggared and burned alive, but why rub salt in the wound? Besides, it would probably sound self-righteous. "Let's drop it," he says. "If you have information I need, why not give it to me? Fill me in on the deal, and I'll get out of your hair." "I wasn't the one smoking," Harris says in a low and brooding tone. "I wasn't the one dropped the match. Mr. Harris." Bill can feel the walls closing in. "If I had to be here forever, I'd shoot myself," he thinks. Only if what Mr. Harris says is true, he wouldn't want to, any more than he'd want to go to the toilet. Okay, all right. Harris makes a lip-flapping sound, not quite a raspberry. "The deal is this. Leave through the left door and you get to live your life over again. A to Z, start to finish. Take the right one and you wink out. Poof, candle in the wind type of thing." At first, Bill says nothing to this. He's incapable of speech and not sure he can trust his ears. It's too good to be true. His mind first turns to his brother Mike and the accident that happened when Mike was 8 next, to the stupid shoplifting thing when Bill was 17. Just a lark, but it could have put a hole in his college plans if his father hadn't stepped in and talked to the right person. The thing with Anne-Marie in the fraternity house that still haunts him at odd moments, even after all these years, and of course the big one. Harris is smiling, and the smile isn't a bit pleasant. "I know what you're thinking, because I've heard it all from you before. About how you and your brother were playing flashlight tag when you were kids, and you slammed the bedroom door to keep him out and accidentally cut off the tip of his pinky finger. The impulse shoplifting thing, the watch, and how your dad pulled strings to get you out of it. That's right, no record, except with him. He never let me forget it. And then there's the girl in the frat house." Harris lifts the file. "Her name's in here somewhere, I imagine. I do my best to keep the files current when I can find them. But why don't you refresh me?" Anne-Marie Winkler. Bill can feel his cheeks heating up. It wasn't date rape, so don't get that idea. She put her legs around me when I got on top of her, and if that doesn't say consent, I don't know what does. Did she also put her legs around the 2 fellows who came next? No, Bill is tempted to say, but at least we didn't light her on fire. And still, he'd be squaring up a putt on the 7th green, or working in his wood shop, or talking to his daughter, now a college student herself, about her senior thesis, and he would wonder where Anne-Marie is now, what she's doing, what she remembers about that night. Harris's smile widens to a locker room smirk. It may be a shitty job, but it's clear there are a few parts of it he enjoys. I can see that's a question you don't want to answer, so why don't we move along? You're thinking of all the things you'll change during your next ride on the cosmic carousel. This time, you won't slam the door on your kid brother's finger, or try to shoplift a watch at the Paramus Mall. It was the Mall of New Jersey. I'm sure it's in your file somewhere. Harris gives Bill's folder a getaway fly flap and continues. Next time, you'll decline to fuck your semi-comatose date as she lies on the sofa in the basement of your fraternity house. And big one. You'll actually make that appointment for the colonoscopy instead of putting it off, having now decided, correct me if I'm wrong, that the indignity of having a camera shoved up your ass is marginally better than dying of colon cancer. Bill says, "Several times I've come close to telling Lynn about that frat house thing. I've never had the courage. But given the chance, you'd fix it. Of course, given the chance. Wouldn't you unlock those factory doors? Indeed, I would, but there are no second chances. Sorry to disappoint you. He doesn't look sorry. Harris looks tired. Harris looks bored. Harris also looks meanly triumphant. He points to the door on Bill's left. Use that one, as you have on every other occasion, and you begin all over again as a 7-pound baby boy sliding from your mother's womb into the doctor's hands. You'll be wrapped in bunting and taken home to a farm in central Nebraska. When your father sells the farm in 1964, you'll move to New Jersey. There you will cut off the tip of your brother's little finger while playing flashlight tag. You'll go to the same high school, take the same courses, and make the same grades. You'll go to Boston College, and you'll commit the same act of semirape in the same fraternity house basement. You'll watch as the same two fraternity brothers then have sex with Anne-Marie Winkler, and although you'll think you should call a halt to what's going on, you'll never quite muster up the moral fortitude to do so. 3 years later, you'll meet Lynn DeSalvo, and 2 years after that, you'll be married. You'll follow the same career path, you'll have the same friends, you'll have the same deep disquiet about some of your firm's business practices, and you'll keep the same silence. The same doctor will urge you to get a colonoscopy when you turn 50, and you will promise, as you always do that, you'll take care of that little matter. You won't, and as a result, you will die of the same cancer. Harris's smile, as he drops the folder back on his cluttered desk, is now so wide it almost touches the lobes of his ears. Then you'll come here, and we'll have the same discussion. My advice would be to use the other door and have done with it, but of course that is your decision. Bill has listened to this sermonette with increasing dismay. I'll remember nothing. Nothing? Not quite nothing, Harris says. You may have noticed some photos in the hall. The company picnic. Yes. Every client who visits me sees pictures from the year of his or her birth and recognizes a few familiar faces amid all the strange ones. When you live your life again, mister, Anders presuming you decide to, you will have a sense of déjà vu when you first see those people. A sense that you have lived it all before, which, of course, you have. You will have a fleeting sense, almost a surety, that there is more, shall we say, depth to your life and to existence in general than you previously believed, but then it will pass. If it's all the same, with no possibility of improvement, why are we even here? Harris makes a fist and knocked on the end of the pneumatic tube hanging over the laundry basket, making it swing. Client wants to know why we're here, wants to know what it's all about. He waits. Nothing happens. He folds his hands on his desk. When Job wanted to know that, Mr. Anders, God asked if Job was there when God made the universe. I guess you don't even rate that much of a reply, so let's consider the matter closed. What do you want to do? Pick a door. Bill is thinking about the cancer, the pain of the cancer, to go through all that again, except he wouldn't remember he'd gone through it already. There's that. Assuming Isaac Harris is telling the truth. No memories at all? No changes at all, are you sure? How can you be? Because it's always the same conversation, Mr. Anderson, each time, and with all of you. It's Andrews. He bellows it, surprising both of them. In a lower voice, he says, If I try, really try, I'm sure I can hold on to something, even if it's only what happened to Mike's finger, and one change might be enough to, I don't know. To take Anne-Marie to a movie instead of to that fucking kegger, how about that? Harris says, there's a folk tale that before birth every human soul knows all the secrets of life and death and the universe. But then, just before birth, an angel leans down, puts his finger to the new baby's lips, and whispers, shh. Harris touches his philtrum. According to the story, this is the mark left by the angel's finger. Every human being has one. Have you ever seen an angel, Mr. Harris? No, but I once saw a camel. It was in the Bronx Zoo. Choose a door. As he considers, Bill remembers a story they had to read in junior high. The lady or the tiger. This decision is nowhere near as difficult. I must hold on to just one thing, he tells himself, as he opens the door that leads back into life. Just one thing. The white light of return envelops him. The doctor who will bolt the Republican Party and vote for Adlai Stevenson in the fall, something his wife must never know, bends forward from the waist like a waiter presenting a tray and comes up holding a naked baby by the heels. He gives it a sharp smack, and the squalling begins. "You have a healthy baby boy, Mrs. Andrews," he says. "Looks to be about 7 pounds. Congratulations." Mrs. Andrews takes the baby. She kisses his damp cheeks and brow. They will name him William, after her paternal grandfather. When the 21st century comes, he'll still be in his 40s. The idea is dizzying. In her arms she holds not just a new life, but a universe of possibilities. Nothing, she thinks, could be more wonderful. Thinking of Sharendra Patel, Ralph Vitsinanza, a close friend who also sold the rights to publish my books in lots of foreign countries, had a way of coming to me with interesting ideas at just the right time, which is to say, while I was between projects, I never talk much to people about what I'm working on, so he must have had some kind of special radar. He was the one who suggested I might like to try my hand at a serial novel, a la Charles Dickens, and that seed eventually blossomed into The Green Mile. Ralph called not long after I finished the first draft of Lisey's story, and while I was waiting for that book to settle a bit, translation, doing nothing. He said that Amazon was launching their second-generation Kindle, and the company was hoping that some hot-shit best-selling writer would help them out in the PR department by writing a story that used the Kindle as a plot element. Such longish works of fiction and non-fiction later became known as Kindle singles. I thanked Ralph, but said I had no interest for 2 reasons. The first is that I've never been able to write stories on demand. The second is that I hadn't lent my name to any commercial enterprise since doing an American Express ad back in the day, and Jesus Christ, how bizarre was that? Wearing a tuxedo, I posed in a drafty castle with a stuffed raven on my arm. A friend told me I looked like a blackjack dealer with a bird fetish. "Ralph," I said, "I enjoy my Kindle, but I have absolutely no interest in shilling for Amazon." Yet the idea lingered, mostly because I've always been fascinated by new technologies, especially those having to do with reading and writing. One day, not long after Ralph's call, the idea for this story arrived while I was taking my morning walk. It was too cool to remain unwritten. I didn't tell Ralph, but when the story was done, I sent it to him and said Kindle was welcome to use it for their launch purposes, if they liked. I even showed up at the event and read some of it. I took a certain amount of shit about that from portions of the literary community that saw it as selling out to the business side, but, in the words of John Lee Hooker, that don't confront me none. As far as I was concerned, Amazon was just another market, and one of the few that would publish a story of this length. There was no advance, but there were and still are royalties on each sale, or download if you prefer. I was happy to bank those checks. There is an old saying that the workman is worthy of his hire, and I think it's a true saying. I write for love, but love doesn't pay the bills. There was one special perk, though, a one-of-a-kind pink Kindle. Ralph got a kick out of that, and I'm glad it was our last really cool deal, because my friend died suddenly in his sleep 5 years ago. Boy, I miss him. This version of the story has been considerably revised, but you'll notice it's firmly set in an era when such e-reading devices were still new. That seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? And bonus points for you, Roland, of Gilead fans who catch references to a certain dark tower. Or experimenting with new technology when Wesley Smith's colleagues asked him, some with an eyebrow hoiked satirically, what he was doing with that gadget. They all called it a gadget. He told them he was experimenting with new technology. That was not true. He bought the Kindle purely out of spite. I wonder if the market analysts at Amazon even have that particular motivation on their product survey radar, he thought. He guessed not. This gave him some satisfaction, but not as much as he hoped to derive from Ellen Silverman's surprise when she saw him with his new purchase. That hadn't happened yet, but it would. It was a small campus, after all, and he'd only been in possession of his new toy. He called it his new toy, at least to begin with, for a week. Wesley was an instructor in the English department at Moore College in Moore, Kentucky. Like all instructors of English, he thought he had a novel in him somewhere and would write it someday. Moore College was the sort of institution that people call a pretty good school. Don Allman, Wesley's only friend in the English department, explained what that meant. A pretty good school, Don said, is one nobody has ever heard of outside a 30-mile radius. People call it a pretty good school because they have no evidence to the contrary, and most people are optimists, although they may claim they are not. People who call themselves realists are often the biggest optimists of all. "Does that make you a realist?" Wesley once asked him. "I think the world is mostly populated by shitheads," Don Allman responded. "You take it from there." Moore wasn't a good school, but neither was it a bad one. On the great scale of academic excellence, its place resided just a little south of mediocre. Most of its 3,000 students paid their bills, and many of them got jobs after graduating, although few went on to obtain, or even try for, graduate degrees. There was a fair amount of drinking, and of course there were parties, but on the great scale of party schools, Moore's place resided a little to the north of mediocre. It had produced politicians, but all of the small water variety, even when it came to graft and chicanery. In 1978, one Moore graduate was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives, but he dropped dead of a heart attack after serving only 4 months. His replacement was a graduate of Baylor. The school's only marks of exceptionalism had to do with its Division III football team and its Division III women's basketball team. The football team, the Moore Meerkats, was one of the worst in America, having won only 7 games in the last 10 years. There was constant talk of disbanding it. The current coach was a drug addict who liked to tell people that he had seen the wrestler 12 times and never failed to cry when Mickey Rourke told his estranged daughter that he was just a broken-down piece of meat. The women's basketball team, however, was exceptional in a good way, especially considering that most of the players were no more than 5'7" and were preparing for jobs as marketing managers, wholesale buyers, or, if they were lucky, personal assistants to men of power. The Lady Meerkats had won 8 conference titles in the last 10 years. The coach was Wesley's ex-girlfriend, ex as of 1 month previous. Ellen Silverman was the source of the spite that had moved Wesley to buy a Kindle. Well, Ellen and the Henderson Kid in Wesley's introduction to modern American fiction class, Don Allman also claimed the Moore faculty was mediocre. Not terrible, like the football team. That, at least, would have been interesting, but definitely mediocre. "What about you and me?" Wesley asked. They were in the office they shared. If a student came in for a conference, the instructor who had not been sought would leave. For most of the fall and spring semesters, this was not an issue, as students never came in for conferences until just before finals. Even then, only the veteran grade grubbers, the ones who'd had permanently brown noses since elementary school, turned up. Don Allman said he sometimes fantasized about a juicy co-ed wearing a T-shirt that said, "I will screw you for an A," but this never happened. "What about us?" Don replied. "Jesus Christ, just look at us, bro." "Speak for yourself," Wesley said. "I'm going to write a novel," although even saying it depressed him. Almost everything depressed him since Ellen had walked out. When he wasn't depressed, he felt spiteful. "Yes, and President Obama is going to tab me as the new poet laureate," Don Allman exclaimed. Then he pointed at something on Wesley's cluttered desk. The Kindle was currently sitting on American Dreams, the textbook Wesley used in his Intro to American Lit class. "How's that little bastard working out for you?" "Fine," Wesley said. "Will it ever replace the book?" "Never," Wesley said, but he had begun to wonder. "I thought they only came in white," Don Allman said. Wesley looked at Don as haughtily as he himself had been looked at in the department meeting where his Kindle had made its public debut. "Nothing only comes in white," he said. "This is America." Don Allman considered this, then said, "I heard you and Ellen broke up." Wesley sighed. Ellen had been his other friend and one with benefits until 4 weeks ago. She wasn't in the English department, of course, but the thought of going to bed with anyone in the English department, even Suzanne Montanaro, who was vaguely presentable, made him shudder. Ellen was 5'2", eyes of blue, slim, with a mop of short, curly black hair that made her look distinctly elfin. She had a dynamite figure and kissed like a dervish. Wesley had never kissed a dervish, but could imagine. Nor did her energy flag when they were in bed. Once winded, he lay back and said, "I'll never equal you as a lover. If you keep lowballing yourself like that, you won't be my lover for long. You're okay, Wes." But he guessed he wasn't. He guessed he was just sort of mediocre. It wasn't his less than athletic sexual ability that ended their relationship, however. It wasn't the fact that Ellen was a vegan who ate tofurkey for Thanksgiving. It wasn't the fact that she would sometimes lie in bed after lovemaking talking about pick and rolls, give and goes, and the inability of Shauna Deason to learn something Ellen called the old garden gate. In fact, these monologues sometimes put Wesley into his deepest, sweetest, and most refreshing sleeps. He thought it was the calmness of her voice, so different from the often profane shrieks of encouragement she let out while they were making love. Her love shrieks were eerily similar to the ones she uttered during games, running up and down the sidelines like a hare, exhorting her girls to pass the ball and drive the paint. Wesley had even heard one of her sideline screams, "Go for the hole," in the bedroom from time to time. They were well matched, at least in the short term. She was fiery iron straight from the forge, and he, in his apartment filled with books, was the water in which she cooled herself. The books were the problem, that and the fact that he had freaked out and called her an illiterate bitch. He had never called a woman such a thing in his life before, but she had surprised an anger out of him that he had never suspected. He might be a mediocre instructor, as Don Allman had suggested, and the novel he had in him might remain in him, like a wisdom tooth that never comes up, at least avoiding the possibility of rot, infection, and an expensive nut, to mention painful dental process. But he loved books. Books were his Achilles heel. She had come in fuming, which was normal, but also fundamentally upset, a state he failed to recognize because he had never seen her in it before. Also, he was rereading James Dickey's Deliverance, reveling again in how well Dickey had harnessed his poetic sensibility, at least that once, to narrative, and he had just gotten to the closing passages, where the unfortunate canoeists are trying to cover up both what they have done and what has been done to them. He had no idea that Ellen had just been forced to boot Shauna Deason off the team, or that the two of them had had a screaming fight in the gym in front of the whole team, plus the boys' basketball team, which was waiting their turn to practice their mediocre moves, or that Shauna Deason had then gone outside and heaved a large rock at the windshield of Ellen's Volvo, an act for which she would surely be suspended. He had no idea that Ellen was now blaming herself, and bitterly, because she was supposed to be the adult. He heard that part. "I'm supposed to be the adult," and said, for the 5th or 6th time, which was one time too many for Ellen Silverman. She plucked Deliverance from Wesley's hands, threw it across the room, and said the words that would haunt him for the next lonely month. "Why can't you just read off the computer like the rest of us?" She really said that? Don Allman asked a remark that woke Wesley from a trance-like state. He realized he had just told the whole story to his office-mate. He hadn't meant to, but he had. There was no going back now. She did. And I said, "That was a first edition I got from my father, you illiterate bitch." Don Allman was speechless. He could only stare. She walked out. Wesley said miserably, "I haven't seen or spoken to her since." "Haven't even called to say you're sorry?" Wesley had tried to do this, and had gotten only her voicemail. He had considered going over to the house she rented from the college, but thought she might put a fork in his face, or some other part of his anatomy. Also, he didn't consider what had happened to be entirely his fault. She hadn't even given him a chance. Plus, she was illiterate, or close to it. Had told him once in bed that the only book she'd read for pleasure since coming to Moore was Reach for the Summit, The Definite Dozen System for Succeeding at Whatever You Do, by Tennessee Lady Vols, Coach Pat Summitt. She watched TV, mostly sports, and when she wanted to dig deeper into some news story, she went to the Drudge Report. She certainly wasn't computer illiterate. She praised the Moore College Wi-Fi network, which was superlative rather than mediocre, and never went anywhere without her laptop slung over her shoulder. On the front was a picture of Tamika Catchings, with blood running down her face from a split eyebrow and the legend, "I play like a girl." Don Allman sat in silence for a few moments, tapping his fingers on his narrow chest. Outside their window, November leaves rattled across Moore Quadrangle. Then he said, Did Ellen walking out have anything to do with that? He nodded to Wesley's new electronic sidekick. It did, didn't it? You decided to read off the computer, just like the rest of us. To what? Woo her back? No, Wesley said, because he didn't want to tell the truth in a way he still didn't completely understand. He had done it to get back at her, or make fun of her, or something. Not at all. I'm merely experimenting with new technology. Right, said Don Allman. And I'm Robert Frost, stopping by the woods on a snowy fucking evening. His car was in parking lot A, but Wesley elected to walk the 2 miles back to his apartment, a thing he often did when he wanted to think. He trudged down Moore Avenue, first past the fraternity houses, then past apartment houses blasting rock and rap from every window, then past the bars and take-out restaurants that serve as a life support system for every small college in America. There was also a bookstore specializing in used texts and last year's bestsellers offered at 50% off. It looked dusty and dispirited and was often empty. Because people were home reading off the computer, Wesley assumed brown leaves blew around his feet. His briefcase banged against one knee. Inside were his texts, the current book he was reading for pleasure, 2666 by Roberto Bolaño, and a bound notebook with beautiful marbleized boards. This had been a gift from Ellen on the occasion of his birthday. For your book ideas, she had said. In July, that was when things between them had still been swell and they'd had the campus pretty much to themselves. The blank book had over 200 pages, but only the first one had been marked by his large, flat scrawl. At the top of the page printed was Ideas for the Novel. Below that was A young boy discovers that his father and mother are both having affairs, and a young boy blind since birth is kidnapped by his lunatic grandfather who, and a teenager falls in love with his best friend's mother, and below this one was the final idea, written shortly after Ellen had thrown Deliverance across the room and stalked out of his life. A shy but dedicated small college instructor and his athletic but largely illiterate girlfriend have a falling out after. It was probably the best idea, right what you know. All the experts agreed on that. But he simply couldn't go there. Talking to Don had been hard enough, and even then complete honesty had escaped him, like not having said how much he wanted her back. As he approached the 3-room flat, he called home what Don Allman sometimes called his swinging bachelor pad. Wesley's thoughts turned to the Henderson kid. Was his name Richard or Robert? Wesley had a block about that, not the same as the block he had about fleshing out any of the fragmentary mission statements for his novel, but probably related. He had an idea all such blocks were basically hysterical in nature, as if the brain detected, or thought it detected, some nasty interior beast and had locked it in a cell with a steel door. You could hear it thumping and jumping in there like a rabid raccoon that would bite if approached, but you couldn't see it. The Henderson kid was on the football team, a noseback or point guard or some such thing, and while he was as horrible on the gridiron as any of them, he was a nice kid and a fairly good student. Wesley liked him, but still, he had been ready to tear the boy's head off when he spotted him in class with what Wesley assumed was a PDA or a newfangled cell phone. This was shortly after Ellen had walked out. In those early days of the breakup, Wesley often found himself up at 3 a.m, pulling some literary comfort food down from the shelf. Usually his old friends Jack Aubrey and Stephen Maturin, their adventures recounted by Patrick O'Brien, and not even that had kept him from remembering the ringing slam of the door as Ellen left his life, probably for good. So he was in a foul mood and more than ready for back talk as he approached Henderson and said, "Put it away. This is a literature class, not an internet chat room." The Henderson kid had looked up and given him a sweet smile. It hadn't lifted Wesley's foul mood, but it did dissolve his anger on contact, mostly because he wasn't an angry man by nature. He supposed he was depressive by nature, maybe even dysthymic. Hadn't he always suspected that Ellen Silverman was too good for him? Hadn't he known, in his heart of hearts, that the door slam had been waiting for him from the very beginning when he'd spent the evening talking to her at a boring faculty party? Ellen played like a girl, he played like a wimp. He couldn't even stay mad at a student who was goofing with his pocket computer or Nintendo or whatever it was in class. "It's the assignment, mister." Smith, the Henderson kid, had said on his forehead was a large purple bruise from his latest outing in the Meerkat Blue. "It's Paul's case. Look." The kid turned the gadget so Wesley could see it. It was a flat, white panel, rectangular, less than half an inch thick. At the top was Amazon Kindle and the Smile logo Wesley knew well. He was not entirely computer illiterate himself, and had ordered books from Amazon plenty of times, although he usually tried the bookstore in town first, partly out of pity. Even the cat, who spent most of its life dozing in the window, looked malnourished. The interesting thing on the kid's gadget wasn't the logo on top, or the teeny-tiny keyboard on the bottom. It was mostly screen, and on that screen was not a video game where young men and women with buffed-out bodies were killing zombies in the ruins of New York, but a page of Willa Cather's story about the poor boy with the destructive illusions. Wesley had reached for it, then paused. "May I?" "Go ahead." The Henderson kid, Richard, or Robert, told him. "It's pretty neat. You can download books from thin air, and you can make the type as big as you want. Also, the books are cheaper because there's no paper or binding." That sent a minor chill through Wesley. He became aware that most of his Intro to American Lit class was watching him. Wesley supposed it was hard for them to decide if he, as a 35-year-old, was old school like the ancient Dr. Wentz, who looked like a crocodile in a three-piece suit, or new school like Suzanne Montanaro, who liked to play Avril Lavigne's girlfriend in her Introduction to Modern Drama class. Wesley supposed his reaction to Henderson's Kindle would help them with that. "Mr. Henderson," he said, "there will always be books, which means there will always be paper and binding. Books are real objects. Books are friends." "Yeah, but," Henderson had replied, his sweet smile now becoming slightly sly, "but they're also ideas and emotions. You said so in our first class." "Well," Wesley had said, "you've got me there, but books aren't solely ideas. Books have a smell, for instance, one that gets better, more nostalgic as the years go by. Does this gadget of yours have a smell?" "Nope," Henderson replied. "Not really. But when you turn the pages here with this button, they kind of flutter like in a real book, and I can go to any page I want, and when it sleeps, it shows pictures of famous writers, and it holds a charge, and—" "It's a computer," Wesley had said. "You're reading off the computer." The Henderson kid had taken his Kindle back. "It's still Paul's case. You've never heard of a Kindle, Mr. Smith?" Josie Quinn had asked. Her tone was that of a kindly anthropologist, asking a member of Papua New Guinea's Kombai tribe if he had ever heard of electric stoves and elevator shoes. "No," he said. Not because it was true. He had seen something called Shop the Kindle Store when he bought books from Amazon online, but because, on the whole, he thought he would prefer being perceived by them as old school, new school was somehow mediocre. "You ought to get one," the Henderson kid said, and when Wesley had replied without even thinking, "Perhaps I will," the class had broken into spontaneous applause. For the first time since Ellen's departure, Wesley had felt faintly cheered, because they wanted him to get a book-reading gadget, and also because the applause suggested they did see him as old school, teachable old school. He did not seriously consider buying a Kindle. If he was old school, then books were definitely the way to go, until a couple of weeks later. One day on his way home from school, he imagined Ellen seeing him with his Kindle, just strolling across the quad and bopping his finger on the little next page button. "What in the world are you doing?" she would ask, speaking to him at last. "Reading off the computer," he would say. "Just like the rest of you, spiteful." But as the Henderson kid might put it, was that a bad thing? It occurred to him that spite was a kind of methadone for lovers, and better than going cold turkey. When he got home, he turned on his desktop Dell. He owned no laptop and took pride in the fact, and went to the Amazon website. He had expected the gadget to go for $400 or so, maybe more if there was a Cadillac model, and was surprised to find it was considerably cheaper than that. Then he went to the Kindle store, which he had been so successfully ignoring, and discovered that the Henderson kid was right. The book prices were ridiculously low. Hardcover novels, What cover, ha ha, were priced below most of the trade paperbacks he'd bought recently. Considering what he spent on books, the Kindle might pay for itself. As for the reaction of his colleagues, all those hoiked eyebrows, Wesley discovered he relished the prospect, which led to an interesting insight into human nature, or at least the human nature of the academic. One liked to be perceived by one's students as old school, but by one's peers as new school. "I'm experimenting with new technology," he imagined himself saying. He liked the sound of it. It was new school all the way. And of course, he liked thinking of Ellen's reaction. He had stopped leaving messages on her phone, and he had begun avoiding places, the pit stop, Harry's Pizza, where he might run into her, but that could change. Surely I'm reading off the computer, just like the rest of you was too good a line to waste. Oh, that's small, he scolded himself as he sat in front of his computer, looking at the picture of the Kindle. That is, spite so small it probably wouldn't poison a newborn kitten. True, but if it was the only spite of which he was capable, why not indulge it? So he had clicked on the Buy Kindle box, and the gadget had arrived a day later, in a box stamped with the Smile logo and the words, "One-day delivery." Weasley hadn't opted for 1 day and would protest that charge if it showed up on his MasterCard bill, but he unpacked his new acquisition with real pleasure, similar to the pleasure he felt when unpacking a box of books, but sharper, because there was that sense of heading into the unknown, he supposed it. Not that he expected the Kindle to replace books or to be much more than a novelty item, really, an attention-getter for a few weeks or months that would afterward stand forgotten and gathering dust beside the Rubik's Cube on the knick-knack shelf in his living room. It didn't strike him as peculiar that, whereas the Henderson kid's Kindle had been white, his was pink, not at first. Functions. When Wesley got back to his apartment after his confessional conversation with Don Allman, the message light on his answering machine was blinking. 2 messages. He pushed the playback button, expecting to hear his mother complaining about her arthritis and making trenchant observations about how some sons actually called home more often than twice a month. After that would come a robocall from the Moore Echo, reminding him for the 10th time that his subscription had lapsed. But it wasn't his mother, and it wasn't the newspaper. When he heard Ellen's voice, he paused in the act of reaching for a beer and listened bent over, with one hand outstretched in the fridge's frosty glow. "Hi, Wes," she said, sounding uncharacteristically unsure of herself. There was a long pause, long enough for Wesley to wonder if that was all there was going to be. In the background, he heard hollow shouts and bouncing balls. She was in the gym, or had been when she left the message. "I've been thinking about us. Thinking that maybe we should try again. I miss you." And then, as if she had seen him rushing for the door. "But not yet. I need to think a little more about what you said." A pause. "I was wrong to throw your book like that, but I was upset." Another pause, almost as long as the one after she'd said hi. "There's a pre-season tourney in Lexington this weekend. You know, the one they call the Bluegrass? It's a big deal. Maybe when I get back we should talk. Please don't call me until then, because I've got to concentrate on the girls. Defense is terrible, and I've only got one girl who can actually shoot from the perimeter, and I don't know. This is probably a big mistake."
"It's not,"
he told the answering machine. His heart was pumping. He was still leaning into the open refrigerator, feeling the cold wafting out and striking his face, which seemed too hot. "Believe me, it's not. I had lunch with Suzanne Montanaro the other day, and she says you're carrying around one of those electronic reading thingies to me. That seemed, I don't know, like a sign that we should try again." She laughed, then screamed so loud that Wesley jumped. "Chase down that loose ball. You either run or you sit, then." "Sorry, I've got to go. Don't call me. I'll call you, one way or the other, after the Bluegrass. I'm sorry I've been dodging your calls, but you hurt my feelings, Wes. Coaches have feelings too, you know." A beep interrupted her. The allotted message time had run out. Wesley uttered the word Norman Mailer's publishers had refused to let him use in The Naked and the Dead. Then the second message started, and she was back. "I guess English teachers also have feelings. Suzanne says, we're not right for each other. She says we're too far apart in our interests, but maybe there's a middle ground. I need to think about this. Don't call me. I'm not quite ready. Goodbye. Wesley got his beer. He was smiling. Then he thought of the spite that had been living in his heart for the last month and stopped. He went to the calendar on the wall and wrote pre-season tourney across Saturday and Sunday. He paused, then drew a line through the days of the work week after, a line on which he wrote Ellen. With that done, he sat down in his favorite chair, drank his beer, and tried to read 2S6666. It was a crazy book, but sort of interesting. He wondered if it was available from the Kindle store. That evening, after replaying Ellen's messages for the third time, Wesley turned on his Dell and went to the athletic department website to check for details concerning the Bluegrass preseason invitational tournament. He knew it would be a mistake to turn up there, and he had no intention of doing so, but he did want to know who the Meerkats were playing and when Ellen would be back. It turned out there were 8 teams, 7 from Division II and only 1 from Division III, the Lady Meerkats of Moore. Wesley felt pride on Ellen's behalf when he saw that, and was once more ashamed of his spite, which she, lucky him, knew nothing about. She actually seemed to think he had bought the Kindle as a way of sending her a message. Maybe you're right, and maybe I can change. Maybe we both can. He supposed that if things went well, he would in time come to convince himself that was indeed so. On the website, he saw that the team would leave for Lexington by bus at noon this coming Friday. They would practice at Rupp Arena that evening and play their first game against the Bulldogs of Truman State, Indiana on Saturday morning. Because the tourney was double elimination, they wouldn't be starting back until Sunday evening no matter what. Which meant he wouldn't hear from her until the following Monday at the earliest. It was going to be a long week, and he told his computer, a good listener, she may decide against trying again anyway. I have to be prepared for that. Well, he could try, and he could also call that bitch Suzanne Montanaro and tell her in no uncertain terms to stop campaigning against him. Why would she do that in the first place? She was a colleague, for God's sake. Only if he did that, Suzanne might carry tales straight back to her friend. Friend? Who knew? Who even suspected? Ellen. It might be best to leave that aspect of things alone, although the spite wasn't entirely out of his heart after all, it seemed. Now it was directed at Ms. Montanaro. Never mind, he told his computer. George Herbert was wrong. Living well isn't the best revenge. Loving well is. He started to turn off his computer, then remembered something Don Ullman had said about Wesley's Kindle. I thought they only came in white. Certainly the Henderson kids had been white, but what was the saying? One swallow didn't make a summer after a few false starts. Google, full of information but essentially dumb as a post, led him to Kindle fan sites. He found one called Kindle Candle. At the top was a bizarre photo of a woman in Quaker garb reading her Kindle by candlelight, or possibly candlelight. Here he read several posts' complaints, mostly about how the Kindle came in only one color, which one blogger called plain old smudge-friendly white. Below it was a reply suggesting that if the complainer persisted in reading with dirty fingers, he should buy a custom sleeve for his Kindle. In any color you like, she added. Grow up and show some creativity. Wesley turned off his computer, went into the kitchen, got another beer, and pulled his own Kindle from his briefcase. His pink Kindle. Except for the color, it looked exactly the same as the ones on the Kindle Candle website. Kindle Candle, bibble babble, he said. It's just some flaw in the plastic, perhaps. But why had it come one-day express delivery when he hadn't specified that? Because someone at the Kindle factory wanted to get rid of the pink mutant as soon as possible? That was ridiculous. They would have just thrown it away. Another victim of quality control. Could you use a Kindle to go on the internet? He didn't know, and he remembered there was something else odd about his, no instruction booklet. He thought of going back to the Kindle Candlers to check out his internet question, then dismissed the idea. He was just goofing around, after all, beginning to while away the hours between now and next Monday when he might hear from Ellen again. "I miss you, kiddo," he said, and was surprised to hear his voice waver. He did miss her. He hadn't realized how much until he'd heard her voice. He'd been too wrapped up in his own wounded ego, not to mention his sweaty little spite. The screen titled Wesley's Kindle booted up. Listed were the books he had so far purchased: Revolutionary Road by Richard Yates and The Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway. The gadget had come with the new Oxford American Dictionary preloaded. You only had to begin typing your word and the Kindle found it for you. It was, he thought, TiVo for bookworms. But could you access the internet? He pushed the menu button and was presented with a number of choices. The top one, of course, invited him to shop the Kindle store, but near the bottom was something called Experimental that looked interesting. He moved the cursor to it, opened it, and read this at the top of the screen. "We are working on these experimental prototypes. Do you find them useful?" "Well, I don't know," Wesley said. "What are they?" The first prototype turned out to be Basic Web. So, yes, to the internet question. The Kindle was apparently a lot more computerized than it looked at first blush. He glanced at the other experimental choices: music downloads, Big Whoop, and text-to-speech, which might come in handy if he were blind. He pushed the next page button to see if there were other experimental prototypes. There was one, functions. Now what in the hell was that? So far as he knew, had only two meanings: a city in the Old Testament, and a prefix meaning primitive or simple. The screen didn't help. Although there were explanations for the other experimental functions, there was none for this. Well, there was one way to find out. He highlighted functions and selected it. A new menu appeared. There were 3 items: books, news archive, and local, under construction. "Huh?" Wesley said. "What in the world?" He highlighted books, dropped his finger onto the select button, then hesitated. Suddenly his skin felt cold, as when he'd been stilled by the sound of Ellen's recorded voice while reaching into the fridge for a beer. He would later think, it was my own something simple and primitive deep inside, telling me not to push that button. But was he not a modern man, one who now read off the computer? He was, so he pushed it. The screen blanked, then "Welcome to Books" appeared at the top and in red. The candlers were behind the technological curve, it seemed. There was color on the Kindle. Beneath the welcome message was a picture, not of Charles Dickens or Eudora Welty, but of a large black tower. There was something ominous about it. Below, also in red, was an invitation to select author. Your choice may not be available. And below that, a blinking cursor. "What the hell?" Wesley told the empty room. He licked his lips, which were suddenly dry, and typed Ernest Hemingway. The screen wiped itself clean. The function, whatever it was supposed to be, didn't seem to work after 10 seconds or so. Wesley reached for the Kindle, meaning to turn it off. Before he could push the slide switch, the screen finally produced a new message. 38,721 terse searched. 17,894 Ernest Hemingway titles detected. If you do not know title, select return to functions menu. Selections from your current will not be displayed. What in the name of God is this? Wesley asked the empty room. Below the message, the cursor blinked. Above it, in small type, black, not red, was one further instruction: numeric entry only. No commas or dashes. Your current 117586. Wesley felt a strong urge, an urge, to turn the pink Kindle off and drop it into the silverware drawer, or into the freezer along with the ice cream and Stouffer's frozen dinners. That might be even better. Instead, he used the teeny-tiny keypad to enter his birth date. 7191974 would do as well as any number, he reckoned. He hesitated again, then plunged the tip of his index finger down on the select button. When the screen blanked this time, he had to fight an impulse to get up from the kitchen chair he was sitting in and back away from the table. A crazy certainty had arisen in his mind. A hand or perhaps a claw was going to swim up from the grayness of the Kindle screen, grab him by the throat, and yank him in. He would exist forever after in computerized grayness, floating around the microchips and between the many worlds of Then the screen produced type, plain old prosaic type, and the superstitious dread departed. He scanned the Kindle screen, the size of a small paperback, eagerly, although what he was eager for he had no idea. At the top was the author's full name, Ernest Miller, Hemingway, and his dates. Next came a long list of his published works. But it was wrong. The Sun Also Rises was there. For Whom the Bell Tolls. The short stories, The Old Man and the Sea, of course. But there were also 3 or 4 titles Wesley didn't recognize, and except for minor essays, he thought he had read all of Hemingway's considerable output. Also, he examined the dates again and saw that the death date was wrong. Hemingway had died on July 2, 1961, of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. According to the screen, he had gone to that great library in the sky on August 19, 1964. Birth date's wrong, too, Wesley muttered. He was running his free hand through his hair, pulling it into exotic new shapes. I'm almost sure it is. Should be 1899. Not 1897. He moved the cursor down to one of the titles he didn't know, Cortland's Dogs. This was some lunatic computer programmer's idea of a joke, pretty much had to be, but Cortland's Dogs at least sounded like a Hemingway title. Wesley selected it. The screen blanked, then produced a book cover. The jacket image in black and white showed barking dogs surrounding a scarecrow. In the background, shoulders slumped in a posture of weariness or defeat, or both, was a hunter with a gun. The eponymous Cortland, probably. In the woods of Upper Michigan, James Cortland deals with the infidelity of his wife and his own mortality. When 3 dangerous criminals appear at the old Cortland farm, Papa's most famous hero is faced with a terrible choice. Rich in event and symbolism, Ernest Hemingway's final novel was awarded the Pulitzer Prize shortly before his death. 7.5 Fear, below the thumbnail, Kindle asked. Buy this book? YN? Total bullshit, Wesley whispered as he highlighted Y and pushed the select button. The screen blanked again, then flashed a new message. Novels may not be disseminated as according to all applicable paradox laws. Do you agree? YN. Smiling as befitted someone who got the joke but was going along with it anyway, Wesley selected Y. The screen blanked, then presented new information. Thank you, Wesley. Your novel has been ordered. Your account will be debited $7.50 from member. Your novels take longer to download. Allow 2 mins. Wesley returned to the Wesley's Kindle screen. The same items were there: Revolutionary Road, The Old Man and the Sea, the New Oxford American, and he was sure that wouldn't change. There was no Hemingway novel called Cortland's Dogs, not in this world or any other. Nonetheless, he got up and went to the phone. It was picked up on the first ring. Don Allman, his officemate said, and yes, I was indeed born a ramblin' man. No hollow Jim sounds in the background this time. Just the barbaric yawps of Don's 3 sons, who sounded as though they might be dismantling the Allman residence board by board. Don, it's Wesley. Ah, Wesley, I haven't seen you in... Gee, it must be 3 hours from deeper within the lunatic asylum where Wesley assumed Don lived with his family. There came what sounded like a death scream. Don Allman was not perturbed. Jason, don't throw that at your brother. Be a good little troll and go watch SpongeBob. Then to Wesley. What can I do for you, Wes? Advice on your love life? Tips on improving your sexual performance and stamina? A title for your novel in progress? I have no novel in progress, and you know it, Wesley snapped. But it's novels I want to talk about. You know Hemingway's oeuvre, don't you? I love it when you talk dirty. Do you or don't you? Of course, but not as well as you, I hope. You're the 20th century American lit man, after all. I stick to the days when writers wore wigs, took snuff, and said picturesque things like E-code. What's on your mind? To your knowledge, did Hemingway ever write any fiction about dogs? Don considered while another young child commenced shrieking. Wes, are you okay? You sound a little. Just answer the question. Did he or didn't he? Highlight Y or N, Wesley thought. All right, Don said. So far as I can say without consulting my trusty computer, he didn't. I remember him once claiming the Batista partisans clubbed his pet pooch to death, though how's that for a factoid? You know, when he was in Cuba, he took it as a sign that he and Mary should beat feet to Florida, and they did post-haste. You don't happen to remember that dog's name, do you? I think I do. I'd want to double-check it on the internet, but I think it was Negrita. Something like that. Sounds slightly racist to me, but what do I know? Thanks, Don. His lips felt numb. I'll see you tomorrow. Wes, are you sure you're Frankie? Put that down. Don't. There was a crash. Shit. I think that was Delft. I gotta go, Wes. See you tomorrow.
Right.
Wesley went back to the kitchen table. He saw that a fresh selection had appeared on the contents page of his Kindle. A novel, or something, called Cortland's Dogs had been downloaded from where, exactly? Some other plane of reality called or possibly UR 7191974. Wesley no longer had the strength to call this idea ridiculous and push it away. He did, however, have enough to go to the refrigerator and get a beer, which he needed. He opened it, drank half in 5 long swallows, belched. He sat down, feeling a little better. He highlighted his new acquisition. $7.50 would be mighty cheap for an undiscovered Hemingway, he reckoned, and a title page came up. The next page was a dedication to Cy and to Mary with love.